前3。
With each breath, pain and destruction, my world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. The flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with blade points. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是写属民歌、写属分手的专心人。
在小富的嘴巴，在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平王记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平王庄是不你在台山嚟以后才可以做嘅，所以我经常拿佢嘅平王庄对着正在看待新颜。梦想地个台山嚟以后就像平王庄嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人为大老都唱对歌，其实都是平王包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象征。起条台先来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台先来，也面面教我，像啲细时只怪云对平王嘅热爱进行落去。所以我十分坚决转头歌上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平王中。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅精神都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。伊是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束，做啲个嘅披风弄开角。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平王，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
讲这个都是什么？ 所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这03年、35要国的是吧？07年注册的8年，那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
Did you see this coming?
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的专心人。
在小富姐姐吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅平安计可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平安装是不你在台先嚟以后将可以做嘅，所以我经常拿佢嘅平安装对着将在看待新言。梦想地个台先嚟以后就像平安装嘅样子。每一次一赶上早前，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人伟大老都唱对歌，其实都是平安包容我人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象征。起条台先来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我要带上这个。
伴随我女面面台先来，也面面教我，像啲细时只怪云对平安嘅热爱彰显落去。所以我十分坚决将头挂上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平安装。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅匠心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣衫唔只是本意在相处嘅标志。而是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄英雄，我是憧憬平安嘅全岛中嘅一干。爱也是平安，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I hope we meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. I know we'll meet again someday. The sky is frozen by apathy, desolation, fear and catastrophe. But I won't stop hunting with BLADEPOINTs. This pain, a fire consuming me. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready with this chance. I know we'll meet again someday. Someday, the flames of fate, torching love at the galaxy's gate. Our souls change in a marvelous way. My heart waits and waits. I don't care if I'm insane. We'll meet in NARAKA someday.
你俩用的歌之城的，
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年31要国的是吧？07年注册58年，那这个哪一年就是11年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
如何成为一名永劫高手？重点在于学习。我每天会花费大量的时间去研究刀法。
刀不是这样用的，你这样用刀是不会有人想看的。 对吧，兄弟们？
那应该怎么用？
一句话，人刀合一。
难道说这就是
百战无限？
Take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. At the top, we be singing like the choir. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Light it up like we on fire. Yeah, we wanna take it higher. Yeah, we building the empire. We the chosen, we the kings, we the leaders in the ring. They can't tell us not a thing. Yeah, we running the game, we can win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for Last Chance Qualifiers. My name is Cerverio, and alongside me, Dobby. What are you doing there, dog?
Huh?
What are you doing?
What
there,
I'm
dog?
doing?
I see you vibing out there, but I'm not sure why you vibing out like this. Like,
listen, I'm channeling my inner 2020 vision. I'm locked in. Okay, Last Chance Qualifiers. This is your last chance. Okay.
Okay.
Listen, the finals is not next week. 2 weeks. We got 2 weeks. Okay. So somebody in this group has got to lock in. So if they can't lock in, I got to be the one to lock in.
You carrying the whole world. You're running your Atlas out there.
Absolutely.
You know, you're bumping.
I'm locked in.
Because everyone knows that this day today is the final day for a majority of these players, half the roster really. But playing the ones to not make it through, Dobby's trying to carry the weight, you know, triumphing across the board, the top 50%. He's locking through. He's listening to all the diss tracks in a row. It's already been 2 weeks. We've gone to the epilogue. The book of GG Shaw has now entered near to its epilogue, but first things first. Got to show you guys up for some new drops in the play. And yeah, it's a new board. It has Liam Liu in here. And then if everything is careful, you got to be careful about watching and having your account binded, because if you're going to miss out on these again, you got something going through, because you guys are watching here anyway. So make sure you bind that account, because if you guys do watch for 15 to 30 minutes, you'll get between Tay and Silk. You get the Laudation trial gift for 60 minutes, but for today only, you get the champion bubble choice. I think this is number 3 out of 4. Today only, dog. There's only been 1 day only for this champion choice bubble gift, and you need to be here for 2 hours, 120 minutes. But pre-finals has its own reward, finals has its own reward, and each time that you answer a question correctly on the Twitch channel, remember, this is for the Twitch peeps, for you guys on the YouTube. I know you guys are out there. Appreciate you for being through for the live stream, but answering on Twitch is where you're gonna get those answers and get those rewards between the Spring Split Lucky Box and the Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Please make sure you guys have the right answer and don't get griefed off by either myself or someone else in chat who's quick to answer the wrong question and your wrong answer. Trying to cheat for the test, and all of a sudden, what happens? You get the wrong answer because they didn't know either. So that's the basis of it. And you're losing.
And you can't be losing. You got to be so centered, locked in, just like how these players need to be tonight, like myself. Okay, I got, like, listen, it's dire straight situation here. Okay.
Okay. Somebody
is walking away and going home. Okay. They gotta get ready for next season or the summer, because you know summer's about to get. You know, I'm about to get right.
It's, you know, summer. If the summer season starts into the position of a bang, we're gonna have the new map, right?
Exactly.
So everyone's got to make sure they are set to go before J-Cup and preparing themselves, because if this is what I think it is, Davi, we are in patch 5.8, May 8th patch. Oh my goodness.
Speak on it. What's going on with patch 5?
Oh my goodness. Oh, we got ourselves Liam Liu to make himself into the Nbpl, folks. And he is bringing a plethora of trouble. This character right now being showcased on the screen is the new character that had been released in the beginning of May. And just to give you guys a quick heads up, in solos, he can be a menace, a menace of mayhem. Like he can be a progenitor of defeat if you're not careful about it, because considering his F1 ability is one of the most unique abilities in the game currently, where if he does get parried, he doesn't lose his weapon as long as he has the skill available. That alone is already a Vajra's Grip, which is a soul jade that keeps you from losing your weapon, and that's crazy. But the ultimate V1 is a way for you to teleport 2 times in solos and in trios 3 times, but you are able to get this up by rage base. So if you find Firefly maps, this character could be it for you. V2 does not go ahead and follow the Firefly rule, where you do have in instances of using rage. It's just a set cost of 2 in solos and then 3 in trios of using that little, I'm not sure we have any I'm not sure we can say the phrase, but a ball that's to capture beasts, and you have a dex of creatures, but this time it's not creatures, it's other heroes. And in this case scenario, you can throw it back at any opponents that are in your vicinity, or you can throw it at a wall, or you could throw them off the ledge. And if it's in the final zone, that's why I'm saying, like, in the final zone, if any of these players find a really good position of using the V2 there, they can launch someone off of the map. They take 1,000 zone damage in less than like 5 seconds, and then it could be it. But Tianhai also got some changes. We have a removal of the F3 as well as with the V2, so he does no longer have a knockback bell. His jump allows for him to go through, leaping forward, and actually having a quicker grab speed because of it, because the launch speed is it allows for that animation. As you can see, whenever he's going for the ground pound stance and going through it, he's able to do so. But considering that this is solos, right? This is not going to really make much of a difference in solos. In trios, this is where he can really become more of a menace. As you can see, he can go for a grab stance immediately upon dropping through. But Tessa has changes as well. We're going to remove the F3, we're going to remove the V3, but we're going to retain some abilities from the V3. The animation, as you can see, is going to be showcased here for the V2 now, where you're still going to get the heal pop, but more importantly, what's going to happen is that instead of it being undodgeable for the V3 animation, there's a little bit more frames for the characters for the players to actually be able to dodge outright. So we're going to see that come into play here in a majority of instances of the damage being dealt to the enemy, which is going to be around 280 damage, or 280 heal back, 200 damage to the enemy per targets up to 3 times. Hadi, I can't wait. I know everyone's kind of like, oh, he's so broken, he's so crazy, he's a loco. But the thing about Hadi coming into play here is that we saw him back in J-Cup and how impressive he was. He got a lot of beta damage nerfs, but the V1, baby, the teleport from V3 before patch 5.8 is now coming into V1 stance for everyone to use the Hadi teleporter. And I like to shout out the Hadi lever tech. If it comes into play here, players can utilize the amount of rage regen to be at its most potency. And for them, it's also about them getting themselves a combo breaker for 25 seconds in the duration. So you got to keep that one in mind. F1 is going to have both F1 and F3 as well. Greatsword's getting some changes here. We're going to see some psych out tools come through. I am curious in seeing if the players are going to use greatswords, because they usually don't. You strictly use both swords because of its fast action R&B swings. But this does allow for some options for the players if they feel necessary in keeping through and kind of working off the greatsword swing of third party and dropping from the sky.
See, that's fantastic and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's really interesting. But how is this going to help me be able to last in this last chance qualifier against all these other guys? I mean, listen, we got Action, all right? We've got GG Shaw, we've got DRG's Fang. Listen, we're still in the next chapter of GG Shaw's book, okay? We still got Jushi from Fun Plus Phoenix, we got JL's AS, we got JJH's Star, we got Frosty, and we got CDY. Okay. Yeah. Some of these people is packed. Don't even get me started on PST, S-Railgun in the comment. We still got a stacked list of people. On top of that here, we're seeing the schedule as well. Okay. Like I said, it's solo and trios last chance, and then it's the pre-finals. These are the only 2 days these guys have a shot at getting into the pre-final. So it's serious. It is serious. I'm so serious. Like, a kid not wanting to eat his vegetables, and his mom's like, put that broccoli in your mouth, quit playing with it. I was looking at the roster here. Listen, these points are down pretty low, but that's okay. They were low from the beginning for some of these players. I apologize. Yeah. But now they're about to get ready to lock this in here. Where's my name?
You're 13th, bro.
What? Why am I not shown?
What? Exceptions can be made.
All right.
I'm gonna scratch
okay.
DRG Fang and put TBG Dabier.
Fang in the top space right now, 9 points. On top of that here, Frostivus with that 7.8 and the CDY with a 6.7. Definitely got a good list here overall here, but how many players are actually going to qualify today to go to the pre-final?
We only got 6 slots, man.
6 slots. That's half the roster cut.
Dude, it's crazy to me.
A little more than half. That's 70%.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that we lost, or rather that we have in this qualifiers, this last chance qualifier specifically, we got CDY in the building and DRG Fang, 2 very capable players coming through here. And on top of that, right, now we have new faces to make it through and now have to going up against these top echelon type, as players, right? Frostivus is making it through. But the fact that Exon isn't here as well kind of blows me out of the water, because I'm thinking to myself, dang, word? Himothy? There's no shot. Because then J-Team Case's performance this season has been such an Excelsior type that whenever I see him on the board, or whenever I see him in the game and he gets those kills against Mike in those matches, I just think about like, dang, it's crazy where my boy came up. But now he's in the spot where he has to catch these last top 6. Look at him. He's throwing out the emotes too, man. He's pressing... He's throwing out the 400 emotes in my face, and now I'm not even like prepared for that, because top 6 only can come through here, and if Pace can make it this time and showcase what he's got at Worlds, as well as with the other players like GG Shaw, JJH's Star, and whatnot, and even to the extensions of other players that have shown up in the middle of this season, right? I knew it. He's bringing the chicken into play, bro. He's bringing the chicken. Stragun showcasing that there is a new weapon that's on the patch last night. Specifically at a low price of 360, you can actually get chicken nunchucks and a crossbow. Shout it out for 360 gold from an original cost of 3,000. Dobby,
that's a lot.
It's a big discount. That's nearly at 90%. I'm not gonna do the math right now. I can pull up the calculator and we'll get you an 80% some type percentile, but I'm not doing that right now. We're not analytics.
You're smart and you fast. What you mean?
All right, you're right. I'm gonna do that. But in the meantime, one other thing that we have to really look towards is that this is only going to be 6 rounds. We're not going to have a match point type system for the players at 88% discount, by the way. But the other thing about it is that these players, have only these 6 rounds to make it through. They have a little bit of proposed points to work with if they have gotten such a high scoring lead into this week. But Dobby, I'm kind of spooked out, because now we're in this new patch where Tessa's gotten changes towards her profile. Right. Hottie's gonna be coming back into this play where he is now going to be quite seriously a dominating force, and I think even into Holoroth, because we are going to see Zipping Yings get countered by his V2. Now, this is not his version 1 ultimate. V2 has been using in the CN solos meta for this since this patch for such a good reason, and it's because considering both V1 and V2 have the same damage profile now, and it's higher than it was before, the extra added burn is what's going to keep Zipping Yings down. And even to the extension, he works against Shayol, right? We didn't even get a chance of seeing Hottie have such a great chance of fighting out against Shayol, because some players like DRG Fang, he used it in Holoroth, he was able to catch an MVP because of it. But more importantly, when it came down to Hottie into the Morris Isle, where there's more prevalence of the shields being brought up from Shayol's ultimate, he can just dash away from her if he finds the necessary position to do so. So that's what I'm kind of like keeping in mind about when it comes down to Morris Isle's positions. And on top of that, since he is rage based for his ultimate duration, he finds fireflies, he can be aggressive, he can keep going to it. It's up to the players if they're going to rather double pick him inside of Morris Isle, or if they're going to single pick him throughout both either or of the map.
Got it. It's going to be absolutely stacked here for our first round. So let's see, and let's get it popping, ladies and gentlemen. 6 games deep. Let's see if they're going to work towards it here. Let's see if it's going to make sense for him as well. A Star, Fang, Shaw, and PST is going to be handing out the first round selections. Handing them cars to say, hold that L. First game out of the pack here. Let's see what could happen here. Most likely, it's probably going to be some of the same stuff that we've seen over time in terms of expectation. But
mono zips. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Not surprised by that one actually at all.
It's like a Dr. Phil with the hold the L. It's like you're not a winner, but you're not a loser either. It's like coming around. But two sets of mono picks, right? Faria Shen's making her appearance here. She's still going to be stable here. Now it's up to the third round. This is where I'm really curious. Justina's gonna, rock the house. There's the first hottie we see here. Akame is hovering over him, deciding to play him out. He's going to do it. CDY also working it into pursuit, and they're both going to be the first two hotties we've seen in a good long while. But first foremost into this new patch for themselves to create the appearance of the Nbpl scene. And just to keep in mind is that I don't know if CDY is going to play out, a double pick hottie. I doubt it. We're probably going to see another double pick Tarka if it comes out, like how it came through in the day 4 finals or week 4 finals. But if he's going to be depending on using this fire for the V2 in this state, he's going to be very, very happy in terms of just stopping Zippings in the tracks when the time comes, especially if they're going to be rocking the V1 F1 heels.
Gonna be a lot of different sections here, but obviously expected. It's gonna be a good one, so make sure to get ready. It's gonna be a long one. Get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, because
faster.
I don't think there's a lot of people that's gonna be getting out of this one a little too long. Let's see if they can make that work, and let's see if they can make that happen. We're about to get ready to lock this in. Let's see if they can rock with it, but this is it. First game out of the 6 that we have for the last chance qualifiers. Each one of these teams has a chance to be a part of the top 6 in order to go into the pre-finals for their shot at still being able to walk away with hopefully, and this is hopefully a nice little bit of a bag here, but expected so far. Wait a second. Hold on.
Breaking news.
Y'all see what Akame is rocking right now? Now hold on. Now this is a very bold pick. I'm not opposed to this at all. Actually,
I'm not opposed to that at all.
Same with CDY. I'm not
Absolute
opposed to this. Actually, let's spice up the meta a little bit. I like this.
I'm not opposed to the V1 from Akame. That's what I'm prepared for. I want to see what he's going to do with it, right? More importantly, though, V2 coming out from CDY is definite.
He's brave.
I think if he does things right against the Zips, he can eliminate them early through. It's only Exen. Exen is my biggest fear for the hotties, because if Justina can freeze him in midair, that's a long story short for everyone back at home. So that's where I'm kind of looking towards this.
Which makes sense here. But meanwhile, DRG's Fane's going to start off at least near the front section of the Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, we got JJE, BBE, and 521 all the way in this very center of Laquelle's Crescent Plums Castle. Everyone else is mainly surrounded around it. Igneous Mountain is a very popular location. We got at least 2 headed towards Altar of Tranquility. Serpent's Pass, very surprised. Honestly, Yushan Ruins has been one of the least entered spaces so far inside of our solos overall. I think we've had a lot of people towards Center Plum Castle. Metab has been probably the second most landed location so far throughout the season of Holoroth. And then I would say probably third, I gotta say at least it's probably near Emfriel. I feel like City of Tang has seen a very minimal amount of players so far. So to see people in Yushan Ruins, at least starting out at Yushan Ruins, has been a little bit of a surprise here as we're about to get ready here. But one of the first and few, not only, for CDY. See if we're gonna get ready to lock this in. Can we get a different perspective on this first game here, knowing that we have 2 different characters that we haven't seen in this meta in a while here, as we're going to see Exgen immediately get pushed by Frostivus here. Frostivus immediately getting a little aggressive off the top here. Beautiful parry to connect it off of Exgen here. Nice little bit of return on each side here. Exgen trying to see if he can get the freeze, maybe for a quick fake, but does it with the heels. Same thing with Frost here. Might be able to have that opportunity, but no. Ends up missing the dodge, which actually causes Frostivus dearly his shield, as now he's going to try to see if maybe he can rotate this off. Trying to see if maybe he can go for the fake, but it's not. He's phasing through Exgen here. Exgen getting connected, though, by Frostivus from those dual halberds here, but it looks like it's not connecting here. Frostivus might be losing out here on this defense, as it looks like Exgen is going to connect on them. Goes for the switch, goes around, spins him in a circle like a Beyblade, and says, see you later, buddy.
taking him out there for the first life. Jail's AAS though up against Pace here with everything coming out. Pace has ult already. He's looking to try to get back to his katana. I know how he's good and how swell he is with it, but he's getting caught into a pitter patter by AAS, putting him further away, trying to look for the charge RMB if he can. And while Pace is looking to try to back off here while the heals are going to be proc, he releases that blue focus in front of AAS, dealing a massive amount of damage. Now AAS, he's trying to be offensive with it. He gets himself into that stanchion. There's the rising cloud, and as Pace looks to try to avoid the stagger, he still gets caught into it. His F1 is available, and having to get caught into another stagger like that, having to force another F ability to be invested into, AS will look for this chance to look for a heal back as Pace looks to just bait him out here for a quick stagger. If he's looking for a scale rush, now would be the time. But while Pace is going towards and through the Serpent's Pass, we still have other players nearby, and this is going to be a chance for that bell to get rung here, Dobby. Or, of course, if anyone is going to be careful about it, it is up to these players, because Pace, you know, he's been one of these top contenders inside of the Pro League, and for him to come through into these LCQs like this is now for him a chance to come out and shine above the rest. But Pace is putting the pressure off of AS. Pitter Patter not coming out here. No parry opportunity coming through. Beacon drop going to be coming from AS. And as you can see, Pace is getting himself caught into the wind wheel of the R&B swirls. Gets straight towards the beacon as AS is successful. Of course, Pace having to back off here can't deal with that amount of pressure here. You're going to see AS trying to go for some resets with these baby heals. And for him, it's going to take a long time, around 10 seconds worth for himself inside mech form and just getting all his armor and all his health back. And while Pace is keeping the pressure here, no one is here to contest this fight. It's only between these two. Pace looking to try to keep himself close guarded here, gets avoidance of the first cannon shot, gets caught into the second one. AS D-Mex here, and he's looking for the push here. The R&B comes through, the whole check. There is all his armor. As Pace is losing it all, there's a pitter patter getting paired here. F1 invested, and as AS had to use that combo breaker, he gets caught to another swirl of the R&Bs from it, gets another parry, and as Pace comes through here, picking up his first elimination into the board for the first round.
Ice strike coming through from PST here as we see an absolute massacre of different players all the way at the bottom section here inside the center of Hall of Ceremonies here. What's going on? It's an absolute fiesta going down here. Yo, where's the steak? Hello? This ain't no party without some steak, okay? Meanwhile, GG Shaw looks like he got to get sent back in here. BB Cam is actually in a dangerous position here. Very, very low as he's going to force the ulti to come out here. Going to try to see if maybe he can use it as a quick retreat here. Meanwhile, Akame and Fang is not letting him go that easily here. It looks like he's finally going to be able to use at least a little bit of some rotation here to help him keep moving as he's able to pop some shield here, potentially waiting for one of the other players. Oh, a direct hit coming in straight towards Star. And looks like he's going to hit him again towards that here as BBE's Cam struggling to try to see if he can keep that same momentum to at least retreat out of here, but everybody smells it. He knows he's dangerously low. Doesn't have much shield on him, though. So everybody's just trying to chase to see if they can get that free elimination. The elimination is massive for that opportunity to really shut that out here, even with that amount of timing, just to be able to work towards it. BBE is trying to take the time here. Oh no, he ends up climbing through it. Actually ends up losing out on his blue focus just to try to see if he can get out and move just a little bit further here. It might not be enough here as Cam trying to see if he can find one. It's not enough as he gets slammed, drammed, and clammed towards the ground here as DRG's Fang is going to capture the elimination. Now right back towards it here. He's going to be able to go back for the reset here. Purple shield all the way through. See Star, and he says, hey buddy, you might be the next free elimination here. Let's see how fast he can go as GG Shaw ends up coming up out of nowhere here and does a few little pokes with the halberds. Got to be a little careful here with that. DRG might be able to find a little bit of some free space here if people start to retreat, maybe heading towards the next fight here. It does give him time here to reset and go for the next one. Meanwhile, a lot happening here in this center section here. Really, a lot of people actually ended up starting on the outskirts. So the fact that everybody decided to come in towards Plum Castle here and they want all the smoke, every last one of them, they all want to fight this out here. This is exciting to see here, and this is why Last Chance Qualifiers is so fun.
Exactly. Yeah, I love LCQs because this is where like the players can make it coming through onto the board from their first 4 weeks of playing, and then having to earn themselves their keep from even playing all of those rounds. This is where the aggression is to be had. I think one thing we can also see in terms of this playstyle now into the new patch is, okay, what are these guys cooking up before they enter into pre-finals and then onto the grand finals itself? So kind of not showcasing as much as they would like to, but then they have to, right? They have to show what they kind of have up their sleeve to make it into the grand final. So if anything, it's going to have a trick up their sleeves, an ace card that's, you know, set into play, or even their worst hand that they work in their favor in some majority of cases. So that's where we're going to see this final pressure push coming through. Rummy Yang spawning here in 30 seconds. A lot of players kind of working their ways towards it. Srogan and Cam 1 from BBE are going to be going towards the Alter Tranquility type. While we do have Bowser's Exon and Pace over near to the Serpent's Pass and making sure they can acquire the Roaming spot. AS over to the Yushan Ruins is going to look towards his Spirit Well into the Yushan Ruins' village, so that way he can try to confirm some gear and to maybe walk through the portal, ensuring himself the close gap distance between other players. And Frostbus over by the Igneous Mound, keeping his poised position here with his Hong Sword, and he has a blue bow. He can confirm the headshot spam if he gets an LB uppercut. It'll be a great sight to see, but we're going to see if he enters here, and that's going to be the case. Him against DRG Fang. Both of these guys, purple armor, purple weapon for Frostbus, but the blue dagger signature for Fang, common dagger skin, you know, the common skin in general, that's his signature. And with Fang, he's going to go look for this high ground as Frostbus is looking to try to go ahead and catch those air shots and misses the grapple. The initiation comes through between both of these players. Frostbus with a common bow, going to be looking to try to hold a blue focus here, and you can see the crouch LMB coming out from Fang. There's dash attacks, and if you can see this beta coming out between both of them, Frostbus has to worry about whether or not he's gonna look for the RMB. There it is, another LMB. There it is. He catches a dash LMB, uppercut, grapple bump. No, gonna look for the Rising Dragon coming through, and there's gonna be a chance for the RMB. There's the V1 proc. Fang finds his F1 usage. There's a Clink number 1. A big delay from Fang to try to fade us out a soul break. It's not gonna happen here as Frostbus doesn't take it. He's looking for the Scare Rush. He catches that Stagger. This is gonna be a free freeze right then and there. There's gonna be an RMB release, and Fang goes down as Frostbus comes out of the first from Yang as a victor, while Cam 1 and BBE gonna be going up against Bowser's Exon, as Exon still has ultimate available. Now keep in mind, a Transformer versus Justina allows for 3-second freezes, but Exon is being poised about his ultimate usage here. Gets just a parry off of Cam 1. The F1's invested. He dashes straight towards his opponent. There's the ultimate cast pushing back. He's looking for the jump LB, looking for the first dash. It misses. Exon looking to try to go ahead for the second dash here. If he looks for the opportunity for a parry, there'll be more opportune moments, but there's a parry coming out from Cam 1. And as you can see, Exon's going to be losing a little bit more HP he's looking for. He's getting really close and tight, but he's going to be losing that second dash and getting to parry, initiates his crouch LB, keeps those staggers, and he comes out as the victor in the Roaming Yang for round 1.
Absolutely nutty. Listen, Action, he shouldn't even be here. I mean, honestly, obviously because of his play style and just him putting himself in really tough situations here. Obviously, it's been an absolute struggle. So it's unfortunate to see him here in this situation. But Action is one of the best players, man. This guy is so good. I talk about it so heavily and so extensively. I am so eager to see how much he's able to keep this going here and what he can do to really make it pop in order to keep this game really alive here. But we'd love to see it continuously move forward here, as we still have a lot more to happen. We still have a lot more happening here. As Frostbus gonna continue to rotate this out here. He's got that Vermilion's Birth Lights alongside Bauda and Wolves. And meanwhile, on the opposite side, the clock is ticking for DRG's Fang. 3 minutes left on the clock. He's got to find an elimination in order for him to keep his game alive in this game number 1. Definitely going to be a tough situation here, knowing that all of these players are pretty equal in their stats in terms of how they've been able to play. They're both their attack and their defense. Here's Cam on his second try. DDY. Trying to see if he can get some hits, though, with the pistol. Not enough here. Almost tries to capture the juggle. Not going to be able to do a whole lot here. Nice hits coming through here as he ends up sending Cam dangerously low here. And now Cam is now on the retreat as he finds the gray shield, at least something to replace it with for right now, though, knowing that he has Frostbus right behind him. And now he's got 2. He's gonna have to force the totem and immediately tries to see if maybe he can get inside of his ulti here. And as he does, he's able to. The question is, can he escape? He did this the first time and it wasn't good. Question is he gonna be successful the second? You know what they say, third time's a charm. Let's see if he might be able to here. Ooh, nice hit towards it, though. Ends up seeing Action and sends him back dangerously. Not enough, though, for at least 2 low here. As now he's right back into the face of Frostbus. He says, hey, your mech can't save you, buddy. Remember me? He ends up getting double team, triple team. This is now looking good for him. He's going to have to see if he can rotate this out. Ends up getting frozen. Let it go. Let it go. Sorry.
4K Blu-ray release. Getting himself on the DVD there, caught out by Strogan of all people, right?
Oh, no.
That'd have been not scary.
Not looking good for Frostbus here. Oh! It's okay, though. He's got that Vermilion, you know?
Insurance policy. You know, $600 a month. Crazy. I had to be careful, though, because Fang is now in a position here with the catching the horizontals. He is going to be target prio number 1 here, because he does have Roaming Yang depletion. If the right opponent finds a Zipping Ying, they're going to be looking to try to lock that down. And you can see Fang is trying to look to reset into the inside of the Aquila's crest, while Paste into the northeastern end, or north end of the Aquila's crest. This is going to be just going ahead and bucking out here, but you got a minute under for Fang to find a Soul Bloom. And this is where a lot of majority of fights unknowingly, unironically ends up happening, where these players are in a spot where there's so much verticality, and there's no way for a Yang depletion person to be in to not be able to catch somebody because they just keep scare rushing. But it looks like Exon is trying to extend out DRG's Fang. Finds with those RMBs, looking for try to go for the horizontal. It gets avoided, and Fang is going to be caught out here in a nice ravine pocket pick for those range shots. You can see GG shot looking for it with the pistol, and then there's the cannon shots coming out here from Exon. Or not from Exon, from Srailgun. And you can see these shots are happening, and they're deleting Fang's armor. 20 seconds left. He can't find a soul bloom here. He might as well just look for himself outside of this position, because whether or not he's going up against Justina, he doesn't know. You can see the anger, the frustration. It's going to be made because this is where he can't find himself a body into these fights, and he's going to have to leave himself through. It's a very tough position for him to be in. This is last chance qualifier. His first round has been now marked for himself.
Oh!
He can really earn himself in the
Who's
spot.
getting the kill, though? Oh, it's going to be AS. I was like, wait, hold on. Can I get a bid on the 250? 250? Can I get a 350? 350? Can I get a 450? 450? 700? Can I get a 700? 800? Can I get a 700? $900? I was sitting here like, yo, who's going to take the bidding on getting this free elimination? He's literally sitting there, standing there. Somebody's going to take it. Slashes, ends up catching a heal, and it's like, whoa, he's still alive here. And AS is able to catch a free one because of that. Listen, sometimes y'all gotta pay attention a little bit, just a little bit. You know?
Third elimination for him too. He's kill leader, so he really just put the lead onto the board. But right then and there, Srailgun right behind Toe. We're gonna see 6 players over to the Ignis Mount, gonna making their way towards the Realm Yang. Frostbus is already ahead of the curve. Over by the Ultra Tranquility, you can see CDY is making his way towards this. Of course, Frostbus getting himself onto this corner. Decides to just wait this out, trying to look for some last minute supplies, I guess. But he decides not to take this Realm Yang. I think he's just calculating the risk in terms of it, because if things come out towards a position of him having going up against a newer opponent, or rather a sustained character, he's gonna have to really be careful about it. And considering Realm Yang, you can't hold on to his soul blooms for now, right? This is that post season 12 patch. No soul blooms can be held if you guys are back into the Nbpl scene. You can't hold on to soul blooms outside the Realm Yang any longer. So for these players, it really comes into that position. A person can win a free realm, and that could be the case. And Jui Shi, over by this northwest region, is going to be looking to really be in a tough spot. He's going to see a chance here, just try to get some heal back. But Realm Yang fight happening between Frostbus as well as the CDY. Both of them have gold Hong swords. Both of them are very able-bodied characters. This is Hottie versus Justina, so this is where it could be to the benefit of Frostbus into the long run. But pistol shots from the sky, down below, confirms hits, gets parried, loses the Hong sword. You can actually see a double swaps coming in between both Frostbus. He's suffering from success, as I believe he had 2 ranged weapons, or 2 gold weapons just on standby, but he couldn't decide on switching them. At the right opportune moment, CDY gets caught to a parry. You can see it into his inventory. He gets a successful timing there. We're going to see an ultimate coming out from CDY, early investment, but he is going to look for the level 3 charge for that burn. You're going to see it be successful. He could look for a parry off of blue focuses, but Frostbus is going to be looking for those freezes if it's coming through after CDY looks for this level 3 charge. But there it is. Gets caught out here. There's the RMBs, dash RMBs, and that's going to be Frostbus' elimination here for his second Realm Yang victory into this round.
Frostbus is definitely getting that confidence that he needs in this moment here, as he's just been working a little bit better here. He's done a really good job over time, and I think he's really starting to find it. I think it's something that he absolutely needs here. Let's hope that he's able to at least keep that momentum here and really, really, really keep it moving. So far, it's been a lot happening over time. See if they can figure this out here. CDY and Frostbus now going to be able to fight this one out here. Let's see if that confidence steadily comes through here. CDY is going to go through. Oh, beautiful jump parry connected from Frostbus here. Gonna be able to capture the connection here. Can he go for the blue focus? Sadly not. Waiting to see if maybe CDY is gonna come through with the strike here, and he does, absolutely, but not enough here, as Frostbus is gonna hit way more, way harder. CDY is gonna try to see if he can fly this one out here. The question is he maybe gonna be able to potentially connect this one? He's gonna use this one towards the heels. Frostbus trying to see if he can connect his shots. Looks like he was able to connect one of them here. He has the ulti. He has this moment here. He's able to hit the headshot here. Goes for the freeze. Gets the elimination. Frosty takes it again. He says, yes, can I get some vanilla with that chocolate? Because my, oh my, I am a swirl today.
Pull out some sprinkles on top of that.
I meant Sunday. My bad.
He's looking for the triple scoop.
I was trying to make an ice cream reference. It almost worked. It was close. You guys get the
I guess you could say that joke was lactose intolerant.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Guys. See ya. Tough call here, though. Exon having himself into the snowy forest line. There are no more Realm Yang depletion players on the board. So right now, everyone's kind of in their own mindset of let's just hold on to the end. Now, the things could change, right? Valiant Challenger is active right now. Zhui Shi actually being the wielder of it for the Valiant Bounty. So if any players want to take the opportunity of just hunting him down, they could. However, right, you got to look for the third parties. Everyone's got to be careful about what's going to happen if you look for the kill, you're investing a lot into it. Someone like JL's AS looks for that snag bow shot, and then all of a sudden, all that worthwhile effort goes down in the dumpster. And then you just get caught out between other two players that just showed up here because they just saw the elimination, and they find you being, at your wit's end. So for everyone kind of working off of that end, it's just be smart about it. You don't want to pick a fight that you have to take offensively. Look for the defense. Now, remember, in Immortal War now, shops do have gear. Gold armors can be purchased if you have a sufficient gold supply or dark tide coins. You could also buy jades, but usually you're looking for that mitigation for the sake of just being able to survive, unless the jade is just perfect in synergized position for you and your ultimate. Like, for instance, Aurora Burst for Justina. If she had V1 in the case instances of having 3 dashes, she can get a guaranteed freeze after that silence and the knocks that the Aurora Burst does through. So if it did come down towards that, he would look for it. But Exon's towing right behind. We can see the whole panning shot of Igneous Mound between the players looking for the high ground here. You can see Zhui Shi locking through here to the other side of Soroga, but he's just keeping his cool on the Wind Geyser. Frostbist and Exon are a little bit too, a little too close, right? You're like, you go to the movie theater, you try to get to your seat, and then some guy just like, just has his legs out and you have to like cross in front of it because you're just trying to watch the movie in IMAX 70 millimeter. And then he just doesn't want to move. And that's the case scenario. But just like an IMAX replay, we're going to take a look into the scene about this play coming out from CDY in the first Roman Yang. Pace, catching the jump LMBs. Look for the horizontal here, and you can see the R&Bs coming out here from Pace. Look at the charge of R&B. As you can see, CDY looking to try to go ahead and catch the R&B, but he gets parried as a result. Now, keep in mind here, Pace lost his fight. So if this comes out to CDY's benefit, we're gonna see a level 3 charge being charged out here. Zipping Ying versus Hottie. This is where the Hottie comes into play for those Roman Yang fights. You see another level 3 swing. Now this is gonna force Pace to use ultimate, but he's getting half the healing efficiency due to that burn. So while Pace is getting some heal back, as long as that burn is not active, he can get his full efficiency of the ultimate. But you can see CDY is putting the burns as much as he can. And there's another level 3 swing as he tries to look for a ledge grab until a scare rush wasn't successful. But Pace still into the game, has one elimination. CDY has already been eliminated, so this is up to Pace now to look for that 1 point conversion for multipliers and as well as a placement into the final seconds lobby for this game.
And so far here, I mean, the points are definitely going to be helpful over time here, especially with some of these play styles here. It's just Gigi Shaw looks like he wants to fight this, decides not to here. Doesn't want to go and land in that no ult zone here. As Frostovitz just continues to kind of teeter-totter inside, and he's like, come on, guys. Why don't you guys come in? It's a party in the bubble. It's very fun in here. You have a great time.
Listen to house music.
I know. Just that heavy, heartfelt beats music. Meanwhile, Frosty looks like he's got his bow out, trying to see maybe he can connect a shot here somewhere. So far, his connection shots from his bow has been pretty good so far. He's had some really lethal headshots. Maybe he's able to connect any more here overall, eh? Junshi got a decent stacked list of stuff. Nothing too insane with his armor, but he does have that purple on him. S-Rail definitely has a little mix. Got some purples. He's got a purple nunchucks on him as well. Nice little bit of a hit and glory here. Just in case someone tries something, he can really get real lethal around here. Definitely starting to be a little bit of the downtown here. 9 players left alive here as the circle's going to slowly start to clutch in here. Looks like everybody's just really taking their time here, not necessarily forcing any and everything. Ooh, looks like Junshi and Esrael getting a little close here for comfort. Could have been a pistol. Ooh, cannon. Trying to see if they can connect something. Not really anything. Might be able to get themselves some loot, potentially. See if anybody's actually going to try to head for that at all. Time of year overtime has been pretty decent. Slow down rate. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
I think with this one here, I feel like there's absolutely an opportunity for it. Is Junji gonna be the one to risk it for the biscuit here, trying to stop maybe somebody from ending up coming in here, as he's gonna go through with the loot here. Is Esrael also trying to do the same thing here? Looks like we've had a group a group moment here. Everybody just wants to get a little bit of loot.
It's Goodwill, bro.
Wow.
Popping through. And look for the deals on the yard sale. Let me get that for 2. How about 150? Deal, all right? I think we've seen this in the finals. We've seen this in finals day of week 4, where the players just took the opportunity to get into the spirit well just to grab anything that they can. And it's like they know exactly what they're earning for. They're looking for the end game, who can survive and outlast between the rest. Now, honestly enough, one very undermined aspect into these builds that you're also seeing is that the HP is at a at an all-time position, because when it comes into those final zones, just mitigating the zone damage like just by a sliver is all that you need to survive, right? And then in Holoroth, you're going up against the pings. So if a Ziping has the HP to kind of restore herself, you're going to want to try to get some HPJs to how to do the same. Maybe 24%, which is 2 HPJs, or maybe 3, right? What's more than what's more than 360 health that you can work off of. But Moonbane being dropped here, final Moonbane into the lobby. All these players are split out, 9 players, 5.5 minutes left. And some chatters are actually saying, between Frostfist and Exen, the end game is going to be very brutal for the rest when it comes down to it, because considering both of those players are Justinas, if a massive R&B swing comes out, like for instance, Exen has 2 golden pole swords in his pocket. If he finds any opportunity of catching a freeze and catching an R&B, that's going to be a deletion of the armor bar, period, for any enemies. But it really does come down to how he's going to want to place that, because as we saw even to week 1, we can see how pole swords can get parried out when you don't realize it at the last second, right? And that's just because of the intermission frame. So for Exen right now, keeping it cool and Cucumber here would be the play, but he's looking at GG Shaw as being offensive, quickly poking him and burning out his resources as possible, especially for F skills. Trying to catch his opponent in a position where he has no ability to get a dodge out here as a Zipping Ying, where any other opponents could take the opportunity of just shooting out range shots towards him. Focusing onto targets like that is kind of the play here. But Exen getting caught to the R&Bs from the fan, being careful between JJH's Star, who's looking to get the high ground position, looks towards these walls and try to keep a close-minded position about avoiding those walls as well, because cannon shots are coming in here from the sightline from Railgun. And you can see these cannons are coming into really big value into these end games when there's so many buildings where you can end up hitting targets on top of the ledges or even to the rooftops. So that's where it really comes down here, Dobby, where these type of range games can just happen to work in your favor at big time.
See if they can still maintain it and really get it working overall and over time as AS, trying to see if maybe they can hold something here, trying to see if maybe they connect something with it, but it doesn't look like they're able to find a little bit of nothing. Let's see if anything is going to connect. Oh, it looks like somebody actually connects on him. Looks like that's going to be JJ Star up top. Circle slowly starting to close in here. This is looking pretty good here. It looks like this might be in the center section here of this little canyon area. It looks like everybody's going to be forced outside of these buildings here, which is going to be good, because then that means that scaling all the way up top, we might see some high-flying action here. Is Action getting caught? Oh, down low. Here comes PST. GG Shaw wanted to get a little bit of some eatings as well here. He wants to eat. He's hungry. GG Shaw said, "Arr!" Inside of that and bites the burger in half here as Action actually ends up getting caught off that outside. And that's exactly the thing that I'm talking about here. Action playing at such a veteran level and really being able to see what's happening around him, but still ends up getting caught in these tough situations here where he really ends up just absolutely losing out, because one of these players starts to get a little bit of gets antsy, 2 others get antsy, and all of a sudden he's caught in a corner he had no business being in. That's kind of the tough section when it comes to a player like that here. But 2 eliminations, 8.7. He's still in top 3 here, but let's see what happens here as we're slowly going to start to move that graph up and down for some of these players. As the more players that stay alive, the better. Now, the healing coming through from Akame, knowing that right on top of him is Frostivus. Right, just a little bit over that. All he has to do is look. And you can see him here. Meanwhile, PST down at the bottom. Stars on floor 2. Shaw's on floor 3. And it looks like Esrael and Junshi is holding each section corner of this rooftop. Just waiting for anybody to just try something. I wish you would. I wish you would. Just push on me. See what happens. I don't think anybody's really going to be able to have that too for the benefit of it. But let's see if they can still keep that momentum here. As it looks like S-Rail all the way shooting it down, trying to see if they can get some decent hits there from the cannon. It doesn't look like nothing is really connecting here. And it looks like it's actually going to move towards the front of this building here. This is going to be a different fight here. Definitely going to be playing a little bit vertical. Doesn't necessarily need to, but it'll be fun to see if anything really connects off of this here, or if anybody's going to risk anything towards this. Meanwhile, Esrael and Junshi really do have the best place they can, because all they really have to do is just absolutely use their weapons and just shoot all the way down here, especially for the players that might be exposed. But depending on where the circle actually takes them, whether or not it forces them outside of this building or whether or not it actually forces them in, looks like somebody's going home. Somebody's got to walk through that door.
You can take the bus. guess what? No bus fare.
Somehow, I mean, listen, the bus fare is it's cheap. You know, it's not too bad. You know, about a good dollar now. You know, sadly, inflation. You know, usually it was like 50 cents, but now with the now bus fare is about $1.19. You know, plus tax is probably like $1.25. You're like, wait a minute, what? That was for a good meal. I could have went to. You know, hey, don't matter. You want to get there? And thank you, appreciate you. Anyway, circle slowly closing in here, and it's now. It looks like they're going to be forced towards the center. So it looks like this building is going to be obsolete for some of these, but it looks like this corner section all the way up top is going to be very, very helpful for them. Could end up coming up to a little bit of a heel stretch here. I mean, with a lot of Z-pings here, it looks like they don't really have to worry about too much, but PST ends up saying hello to GG Shaw here. Inside of this section here, circle slowly closes in here. Now it's all about fighting. Who's going to be the one that connects it? One of them tries to land here. Frostive is trying to lose towards this here. Junshi and AS popping the heels, trying to see, and everybody starts to scatter. It immediately comes through here as it stops to come through with free eliminations. AS is able to catch at least 2. Star catches 1. Ezreal catches 2. AS gets eliminated from that bunch. AS is able to at least walk through here. I don't know. That's looking kind of close. AS might have been able to clutch that. He had a lot of eliminations towards the end of that game here. I saw the feed absolutely pop off towards it, and sometimes all you need to do is be the last one to hit for the circle to be able to do the rest of the damage and the work for you. And AS ends up being victorious in our game number 1.
AS had himself in a all-you-can-eat buffet of poke damage. Everyone couldn't really lock into the final circle because it was at the corner of the building. And he just went and he just went full send with just getting any last second hits he could. Justina really didn't have a great chance of locking through in that final circle. There was too much verticality for her to kind of work off of. And in the meanwhile, the type sense is that if she did have a lot of flat ground to work with, right, she's able to catch multiple targets in the freezes outside of the zone and catching them in the spot where they'd rather not be in, where she is able to unleash a flurry of attacks. But in this case scenario, it did not work out for Frost as one of the last remaining Justinas into that circle. But Faria Shen's having the mechs, dipping away, zipping in to look for the heal. It just really came down to it. What really surprised me was how many targets were still alive to the end circle. I'm really curious to see about the tied score, because I think two or three players were still alive by the end circle's demise by the timer reaching 0. So for the players getting the tied score, right, maybe not much of a multiplier, but as you can see, we do have JL's AS catching at least 6 eliminations into that spot and having to earn himself into the MVP of that round.
It's definitely been a good fight for this first one here. Very surprising for certain players, okay? I want to specifically speak on Action here, who, I mean, really was like playing decent. He had 2 eliminations, 8.7. He was in top 3 and just sadly just got caught up. GG Shaw was able to capture that elimination. Meanwhile, when we go to the final, everybody was really bunched up in this whole situation here towards the end. And when I say scatter, I assumed everybody was going to go in that direction, that direction, that direction, that direction, and that direction. But no, at least 4 bunched up in a circle and started fighting, which gave AS a really good opportunity here for him to capture the elimination. But in terms of that, though, I really hope that y'all been paying attention here, because who won game 1? DRG's Fang? Is it Bout as Action? Is it JL as AS? Or is it Wolves CDY? I really hope that y'all been paying attention, because this just happened 2 minutes ago.
Literally. Got blinders? Got blinders on, bro.
Hopefully, y'all been watching. With that being said, make sure to put in your vote for your chance to win an awesome spring random split drop treasure. And let's hope that things end up working out even better. But yes, y'all definitely need to be paying attention to that one here, as we're so far, like I said, the games have been decent so far here. Obviously, a decent start. Very surprising though towards the end of the circle, just in terms of where that circle actually ended overall. But at the end of it though, AS ends up becoming victorious. I'm going to be very interested to see how the standings look, at least towards that game specifically, because I definitely saw one of the other players ended up getting some, at least two to three eliminations towards that. But JL AS definitely ending up being victorious here, getting a whole lot of last minute hits just for that. And speaking of which, let's see how that scoreboard is looking here as we get 6 eliminations coming in from AS here. I'm telling you, the Moroccans was able to do a lot of work here, but Ezreal was able to put himself on the leaderboards here for second place with that 4.1. And Frosty, and somewhat eliminated early out of that final fight here, still ends up top 3 Three eliminations and a 3.8 overall. So Frosty still holding on, able to keep himself alive here in that final fight.
Kind of a base spot where we have 3 players tied at the very end between both Paste, Star, and Shaw in terms of the last final 3 alive. And then even with the last final 3 alive, same having values of 2.8 points. Now standings overall here, remember, there's only 12 players. This is where we're going to really see the matches make its way through. Cam1 here in 12th place so far with a 1.5, just the proposed points. Akame finding a 0.5 that game for 3.2 total. Joichi from FPX has 3.4 total. We have JJH's Star with 6.1 in 9th, CDY in 8th with 7.7, tied in here with GG Shaw for 7th place. Now this is where we're going to have the gatekeeper for role number 6. Railgun here has 7.9, so that's a 0.2 difference between those 2 positions. But into the 5th place, J-Team's pace was 8.3, 8.7 for Exon. DRG Fang having 10, earning a point into that game. He's still top 3, but we have Frostmas here in 2nd place. So here with 11.6 and JL's AS 12.3. And you know, one thing to kind of note here is that, you know, with the players and choosing not their picks here for the first round, of course, it was very interesting seeing that final fight. As a quick tidbit, as Akame is that B1 hottie to try to get the teleport up, but it didn't happen in time. Now we're gonna have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. We're gonna see a first elimination here from Mexen. As you can see, Frostmas catches himself in a bad spot with those dash LMBs coming through, but Base was finding these eliminations against AS over by the Servant's Pass, where he's catching these parries like water, and he's gonna be able to release it through, but AS is able to come back through here, find CDY, finds elimination, and just backs off through, while we see Fang finding his first and only point elimination to that round off of Cam1 from BPE. Frost was getting bow shot here as he burned out his Vermilion Bird Smite. He finds CDY with these bow shots. He hit 3 of those bow shots and finds his freeze for a guaranteed kill, eliminating him from the lobby. Final circle, though, had us all in our edge of our seats as every single of these players by the Falcon's Perch were just being able to split away like a web and try to separate, while the Farius Shens were able to dominate into that final circle where Justina's like normally would have such a great time, did not find it at all there. So for that, AS finding the first MVP for last year's qualifiers today. Going to be able to catch that Farius Shen one and coming through out on top.
Even with that here, AS, let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 10k damage, 9,700. 6 eliminations overall, though. Armor Pierce, Poison Splash, Short Weapon Handle Sap, Ripple Step Phantom, and a melee resist and an attack Soul Jade here. Meanwhile, Skill and Ultimate was able to get at least 1,000 towards his damage. So that mech was able to do a decent amount here. His first MVP of the night, but his 5th overall throughout the season. So good job to AS for his shot. And really, hopefully, closing in the gap here and going downwards from, I think he was in 6th. And now he's back up to the top of the leaderboard here. 12.3. Good start. Very, very strong start for AS here. Let's see if he can keep that same momentum going into it. Still got a lot to do. A lot of momentum for it. And obviously, I mean, as you see for the rest of the players here, we still have Triple V and the rest of the team going at it for our trios last chance qualifiers tomorrow. Although I don't actually know if JL is actually going to be in there. I don't think so. They've been playing too well, especially with Triple V, knowing that they won last season.
Yeah, buddy.
The grand finals, they won last. I'm telling you, that game was nuts. I will say this, that solo game from last year, that final game, you couldn't ask for a better ending. You know, we talk so much about how much we want games to be that close. It takes one decision. We eat those up. I eat them up.
One placement. Yeah.
I eat them up.
I think.
Please give me more of that. I want more. You can continue to give me more. Now, as we're going to continue to give you more, chat, we still got some more questions to answer. That make sure. So make sure. Did you? Was you watching chat?
I was watching chat. I saw 1B.
They had to be trolling. They had to be trolling.
All right, at 1A. I'm looking at you, Dio. How'd you get?
Not you calling them out.
I call him out. I'm calling him out. I'm throwing the pen. How'd you pay attention? And you're like, yeah, I got the right answer, and then all of a sudden, not the right answer. I'm like, come on, bro.
The call out is crazy.
I'm telling you, man. We were talking about his name 4 times in a row, right before.
Listen,
and he's like,
don't get flamed by the casters here, okay? Don't get flamed by us, okay? Don't get caught up. Don't do that, okay? I need y'all to be paying attention here. We're here to give y'all stuff. We're trying to give y'all some good drops, okay? That when you get back into the game, you can unlock something and hopefully get yourself something nice, okay? Because then if you do get something nice, put it on Twitter. Hashtag NARAKA, hashtag me and Sir. And then I'm gonna retweet. I'm gonna be like, lit. They got something nice. See what happens when you answer the questions, you get stuff right, you get something real good. Look at that. Man's got a red. Got a crazy box. Pulled something sweet.
Pull the
And now you got love from the rest of the NARAKA community. Now, other people are probably going to be jealous, but that's not their prerogative. So it don't matter.
You need haters. You need
exactly.
haters.
We love that. We are okay. I'll tell you that. So back to it though. Game 2. Okay. Very surprising by 2 players who went with a little bit of a hottie pick. Very surprising. Overall, though, everyone usually went to the same meta. Anything different in game 2?
Maybe seeing Tessas, for sure. I mean, the hotties coming through here from CDY on top of Akame. They'll have first round pick this time, so they'll definitely be looking towards choosing their Zipping or Fairy Shed picks. But you know, I was trying to make mention of this right before we got into the clips and highlights. Akame picking the V1. There is one other notable superiority that it will have besides the lever tech, is the fact that he's able to kind of catch the final circle, final moments, and put a place a teleporter at the very height of it, and just being able to kind of mitigate any sort of pressure from many enemies in the zone. Now, this does include for him to just have to be sustainable in there by having as much HP as possible, because at the end of the day, you're gonna roll against Fairy Shens, you're gonna roll against Zipping Yings, and you're trying to out heal both of those types of scenarios where the Fairy Shens are able to pressure you and lock you out, whereas Zipping Yings just are able to hold out into the ends of the earth. So if certain players want to kind of utilize that into their final circle play, they can. They want to use it before though, and the other 99% of the match, right? The biggest chance here, you can see Pace is pondering. He's like, should I do it? You know, he's going to play some out-of-pocket pick. But the other thing about it is that you have to notice is that whenever you're fighting against opponents beforehand, right? That's where the CDY was thinking about the other 99%, right? The burns that end up going to the final circle as well is a key component, and how he kind of wants to work off of burning those guys out for their heal back. So that's where he comes into play with using the V2. The only difference is, where's the counter picks? Justina. And Justina is able to lock down hotties in a matter of seconds, like you saw when those shots were landed by Frostfist against CDY over by the Ultra Tranquility. There was nothing that can be done. Nothing that CDY could do here and try to anticipate what Frostfist was already anticipating. And it's just a stacked against the odds type of mentality that it's up between the 2 players, who's going to do what next, and then on so on and so forth. So we don't see any, if we see the hotties, right, we could see Tessas coming through here in the next round, because remember, it's only 1 double pick into these solos games, and every other round has to be a different character. You cannot stick to 2 double picks. If you do that, GG's. But, of course, I'm curious, Dobby. We're heading into Cloudy Hollow Rock for Ring Game 2, and I just want to see these picks, man. I want to see these picks. I'm curious.
The picks are going to be, the picks is what you want, and the picks is what you going to get. Your wish is my command. As Junshi, S-Rail, AS, and Cam is going to start off our first round selection here. They're going to get moved up to the front here for their opportunity to get some votings going here, and seeing who's they're going to get their first slim pickings of a very good selection group, depending on what's going on here. Let's see if they can work that out and figure it out, all within the same breath. Back out in here for another section, Alarov, but in Cloudy. I don't know. I would like to see another random pick. I'm hoping that we get a chance to see some random picks like throughout. Now, obviously, that is, you know, me big dreaming.
Big dream.
And that's okay. I'll accept the fact that I'm just big dreaming. Okay? Let me dream. Let me live.
There it is, first round.
Oh!
That's crazy.
And the dream lives again.
Inhuman reaction.
Inhumane. As we get a chance to see a hottie lock in from Fun Plus Phoenix. You love to see it. You love to see not only that, but also how they're able to really stretch it all together here. I'm so stoked on this, honestly. To see that as we get another one. Come on, lock it in. Bang.
Of course.
Let's go, baby. We got Shaw. We got Fang with a hottie.
Fang with a hottie with the dagger. Keep that in mind. Untouchable.
Dangerous. That's dangerous. Actually dangerous. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, if I see him pull up, if I see him pull up with the strat, I'm gonna lose it. I'm actually gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose my mind, bro. I think one thing.
A little hasty.
I think after the last round, you saw that frustration he had. He's like, I'm gonna vent this into this game. Okay, 17-point game.
He said, all right, I got something for you. All right, cool. That's how we gonna play it. All right, bet. He said, I'm gonna come back. Everybody shoot one.
He's gonna hold space. He's gonna press shift. He's gonna hold W key, and he's gonna go after you. You know that's his play. That's what he's kind of going through because everyone was escaping from him. He's like, no, bump all that. I'm gonna get a star pole out here. I'm gonna catch the grapple while you're midair and just crack your neck. You know, gotta be like WBG Spider's coach. You know, just getting the massages in, and, you know, chiropractor as well. You know, that's what playing his role is. And I think even though he's in third place overall, it's a scary position to be halfway through getting eliminated, right? Just being at the bottom, in the middle of the three. But we are going to see V2 between all the hotties. All the hotties going to have V2. All of them going to have the combo breaker for F2 variant. And we're going to see Justina's here from Pace to actually rock the V1 and Star having the V2 for Justina. So this is between the two of them where if anyone is able to locate who's what and where, why, it's going to be hard, especially in the mortar where you don't understand which Justina could be what, and depending on if she can escape or if she can lock you down while you're holding blue focus. And that's like a key. It's a key part about having to focus into which Justina variation that you're going up to, because Blizzard with the V2 variation, it's a tough skill to kind of anticipate because you're like, oh, I'm gonna hold blue, I'm gonna mitigate this blue focus or mitigate this dash from a V1, and then all of a sudden it's not V1, and you get caught to a hold RMB release, like how Frostmas was able to kind of get successfully done against CDY on both occasions. So hopefully we can see how that kind of comes through here. Obviously, Fairy Shans are going to have a tough time here if they're not careful, but time will tell Dobby into the second round.
Obviously, the time will very much tell here, but oh man, it's going to be a decent spread here as the RG's Fang is going to stick to the same place. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Landing a salvation podium here as we see BBE heading towards the Quail's Quest. Meanwhile, looks like City of Tang is going to be occupied by at least two different players here. We've got Wolves. Looks like we've got Junshi all the way in the bottom section near Union Gate. Meanwhile, Moonfall Pass is going to be accompanied by Alliance's Frosty. J-Team also at least near that same space here, as it looks like we got a one player headed toward the northwestern barracks or the trenches. It looks like it's right in between that. Looks like a good section here for that, as obviously I'm going to try to see if maybe they were towards it, but nobody in Matab, nobody in Yushan, and nobody in Friel. So it's definitely going to be another decent spread for some of these players, but obviously we're going to see some immediate fights happen here. And let's hope that some of these players here that were kind of getting out early will maybe get a little bit of some redemption.
Reishi looking for Frostmas here into the Kintain courtyard. Now, Frostmas does have dual halberds. He's looking for those staggers. Both of these players looking for the blueberry coming out here from Frostmas as the F2 investment is coming out from Reishi. Finds the stairwell and climbs up right into the second floor. Looking to try to find himself an armor swap if necessary, or even some gear that can kind of turn the tides around in this fight. Now, there's a great sword here, but Pitter Patter is more important here. Is Reishi looking for it? Dodges the R&B coming out from the blue focus. There's another R&B release coming out from Frostmas. He's looking to try to spam it out here. There's a whole check coming through. There's the F1 in the opposite direction. You can see Reishi getting caught to another R&B coming out from the halberds. And an LB uppercut. F2's back up for Reishi. He's looking to disengage this completely and trying to find another armor onto the first floor where he was able to kind of spot one out. Doesn't find it. Tries to figure out a position and trying to get to the armor to the corner, but I don't know if he's looking towards and seeing that because Reishi gets parried out here from Frostmas. Frostmas can catch this for free with the R&B, and that's going to be the first elimination of this game. Frostmas picking up his first kill, and then into this area over by the end of the dunes. You can see Exon getting eliminated here from J-Team's Pace for the first elimination. And there's only been 2 kills so far to this game, Dobby, and we're starting off strong and hot.
We like it. We like it. We like it so very, very much here overall. Especially for Frostivus here. Frostivus definitely wanted to come in with a little bit more confidence here and really wanted to showcase that he has the opportunity here and he knows the opportunity is here. So it's time for him to absolutely lock it in and it's time to get a little busy. Meanwhile, CDY, different area here as he's going to go through his rotations. Now, Frostivus obviously able to get the first blood, which is fantastic. Let's see if he's going to take that momentum and continue onwards with it as well. These players, it's definitely not immediately fighting this out here. Definitely taking their time, which is good, though. I hope that more of these players, you know, take their time here. Their sweet, willy-nilly time. Doesn't necessarily have to force a whole lot here, as it looks like Star and Shaw particularly might be nearby, as they are. Not connecting towards the fight, and I speak a little bit too soon here, as one ends up getting carried up top here. landing up top. Ooh, nice Dalbert's return here on GG Shaw here. Now he's dangerously low, and he ends up getting caught by CDY. Oh, beautiful return off the parry here, but it gives some time for him to pick himself back up and continue to fight this out. CDY trying to fight this out. Star's not looking good. Beautiful parry to disconnect and Fang on the other stretch. Oh my goodness, it's a massacre. Star ends up getting pushed, and Shaw ends up catching the elimination, and now he's going to go for the quick escape.
That's tough. That's tough. Star was kind of in a 5-man position. They're just trying to avoid a guy, 5 guys trying to essentially back off here. And you can see GG Shaw here has ultimate just to come up through boss. Well, Frostos has himself caught into a forbidden seal. You're going to see Pace looking for this charge. Hold LMB gets caught into the parry here as Pace is going to be looking to try to pick up his weapon into the zone. Maybe not the best decision here, but Frostbus gets caught into the LMB. The uppercut comes through. There's going to be a dash away from this position. The trap is activated, but Pace is looking for the scare rushes across this whole Windy Stones area. Now, Pace gets caught into another parry. Unfortunate. He forces his F2 usage, but you can see the dash LMB from Frostbus finds the second elimination into this round. And of course, finding himself into this corner by the Windy Stones while the Forbidden Seal is still active, players could go ahead and resound towards that area. Now, in Cinnabar Valley, we have 4 players. One is dissipating from this fight. CDY is actually looking to try to get out of here towards Moonfall Pass. We do see Fang finding that puzzle spawn. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We can see Fang having a gold staff in tow. Finds out AS, looks to try to confirm for this. Now, Fang does not have any eliminations here, but you can see the amount of damage from a gold staff is going to be putting on here. Fang finding a lot of HP damage coming through. There's a V1 proc coming out from AS. He's trying to keep himself sustained throughout this whole engagement. Other players are looking for range shots. They're making sure to be careful about whether or not they can go ahead and be in a close quarters position, because if a third party comes in here for a pitter patter like Fang, who can get the pitter patter off of a staff, no one's safe. Now, he goes ahead and releases these LMBs. He's going to catch the uppercut against AS, but RB comes out for release. AS is looking for the kill here as GG Shaw is going to be very careful about going through and trying to keep this chase momentum up, because Fang is going to be in first place here, but he's going to be right ahead and keeping eyes out behind him. CDY forces the F1 here for the combo breaker. You can see in the background, look for heals. F2 initiated here from Fang, as we saw. He's just trying to be as careful as possible. He's got V2 ready to go. If he finds the opportunity of having to use the burn to confirm the kill, he will use it. And of course, he does have a gold weapon, so that scales with his ultimate. Now, Fang has to worry about AS's position, because now he's between 2 Zipings who could look for the consolidation between this fight, between a single, unknown variable into this position. Fang looking to keep his high ground position and keeping eyes on ears everywhere around the positions in case if anyone is looking for the background, and trying to quickly find the snag with a pistol shot or even to a bow shot. We're going to see Fang just drop right into the middle of all this action here. He's going to look for the lowest health target. He doesn't catch any sort of grapples to kind of confirm the HP bar, but he does get caught with his LMBs from Strailgun. CDY arriving to the fight. GG Shaw low. He's going to have to force the ultimate AS, and instead is going to be the one target here that could be focused out here. There's the army release, and everyone's going to catch these burns, and there's going to be GG Shaw getting the elimination inside of fight mode. Hottie, DRT Fang looking to try to look for this level 3 charge as well for any escaping targets. GG Shaw in flight form. You can see Fang is focusing onto these sipping yings. He's got himself looking at red, and he's focusing onto the green. You can see him looking to try to look for the level 3 charges against the zipping yings. They're not ready for it. No parries coming out here. Fang is just looking for slashes. He's looking for a Strailgun, and level 3 charges is coming out here for this confirmation as he's looking to try to pick it up. Shaw is right below on the par, but a parry coming out here. Akame is dangerous. Fang looking for the grapple here. LMB ain't happening. No parry opportunity met, but he's looking to try to go for the RMBs. He gets parried. He loses the gold payback. CDY is looking for the chase here, and he's going to lose this kill against Strailgun Dobby, and I don't think he's going to be able to catch it unless he catches the RMB right then and there, but Shaw steals the kill from his hands.
Meanwhile, they're still continuing the fight here, but it looks like Fang actually ends up getting some payback here and steals the elimination away from him. So I actually want to go back just for a split second here. I wish we could do a fast replay. Did you notice how S-Rail almost had a shot of escaping that because Fang ended up parrying Shaw in the midst of that chase, and then immediately while going through that ends up getting parried back by the same person that he parried earlier, just to lose that fight, and then ends up finding the momentum to capture and steal the next elimination after that. It was a back and forth, pit for pat on each side here, and he really was trying to continue to make that happen here, but man, absolutely was able to rock that out here. It was actually really, really impressive, honestly.
It's tough though, because we just saw Fang get eliminated, bro.
I know.
Oh, no.
I know. Trust. Now it's time for us to get back towards it here, as we're gonna get ready to rock in. Frostivus looks like he's gonna decide not to go airborne with his other player, trying to see if maybe he can get some pistol shots here. Doesn't it? It wasn't able to connect it at least. Nice back, trying to see if maybe he can use it. Use this as a totem, try to see if he can go for the connection, but not too much here. Nice combo, trying to connect it onto Action here with the combo from the dual halberds here. Able to at least connect it here. It looks like he's not going to be able to do enough, as the totem is actually able to get him out of that section here. Dangerously low, and now he has to head over towards his here. And now here comes the aggressiveness on each side. Both of them landing towards it. It looks like Frostivus is actually going to land a little bit harder. And the shots are going to pew, 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 pew.
Kaboom.
Ow. This has been brought to you by BLADEPOINT. Anyway, trying to see if they can connect it right towards it here. As it looks like Frostivus trying to see if they can run towards it here. Has to be able to maneuver it. Nice backstretch. Trying to see if he can hold strong here. Nice dodging maneuver. Catching action in the air. Dangerously low. Can he get the elimination? Yes, he does. Frostivus is able to connect it. Gets the finish and says, see you later.
Taking him out for dinner, but he ain't paying the tab because Frostivus is coming through here for 3 eliminations so far.
He says, what check?
One check. Walks into the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
I remember that.
He does get a gold fan though, and Frostivus is nasty with it. If he looks for the infinites, he's gonna be looking to try to beat Ernest towards it. And now you can see him out of the Roman Yang up against Juicy. Now, Juicy looking to get caught to these R&Bs, gets caught into the 1-2-3, re-release those. Frostivus is looking to try to work out for a beacon drop if he's looking into a parry chance, but he is not going to be successful. Finds a clink off of that one. Looks like a whole blue focus. Finds a parry off of Juicy then, but the F2 is invested as Juicy gets into the ultimate form. This is V2, so he's going to be looking to try to be aggressive with it. And that's the only thing you can do with V2, right? You can't be defensive about it. You're just looking to go ahead and back off and heal. And he's looking to go right back into it and trying to go for those slashes, but he's healing in midair while trying to bait out Frostivus to look for those range shots, right? Trying to invest into those shots, but Frostivus is missing at least like less than half of his shots, right? So he's trying to look towards it and trying to make sure he can get the arrows out of the quiver. Now, Juicy finds his R&B. Frostivus looks for the switch out towards the fan, keeping himself composed here. He's looking to get the opportunity of burning out the combo breaker. But of course, backline's coming back, and we have a whole crew just showing up to the fight here. Everybody and their mom showing up to the barbecue. We're gonna see Frostivus looking for his chance here and getting caught to the crouch LMBs. Arm's gonna be released. If he's looking for it, he's gonna lose his fan because if everything comes out, the horizontal block extreme is not gonna come out here. Frostivus looking for the beacon drop because of Justina ultimate coming out. He avoids the first freeze coming out here from Star, as Star has B2 ultimate for the Blizzard for Justina ultimate. He's only got 1 dash left. Frostivus is looking to time to reset here. Remember, he does have Roman Yang, or he does have the Roman Yang buff such as the Vermilion Burst Smite, so he's kind of good to go in case things get a little bit dangerous. But he's looking to kind of avoid these cannon shots coming out from Akame. He's looking top of the haystack and try to keep confirming these shots. Now, Frostivus looking for his shots himself, has a gold weapon, so he's going to be dealing a lot of damage to any ground unit targets, but he's looking to focus onto Akame's Fairy Shenmech. Now, Frostivus is going to D-mech here. He's going to take the opportunity of going back into ground unit position, go switches to the pulse ward in case anyone tries to look for those neutral attacks and try to chase him out, so he can go straight into stone form, keep his pressure on. If he needs to release, he does. If he doesn't need to. Pulse ward, he allows for him to shunt away and keep his composure. Now, Frostivus does get caught into this parry though. As Pace has it into his hands, he's gonna look for the charge R&B and not release it. He tried to bait it out, but gets caught to the R&B and relentlessly. You can see Pace trying to pick up the Sobel if he can, but it looks like Zhui Shi still hasn't gotten the Sobel left yet for his Roman Yang depletion. So he's also hunting for this. He finds LMB from Pace. Let's take a look, see he finds the Sobel. He is successful in doing so, and he's gonna get himself out here if he can, just to avoid this fights coming through. In the meantime, that is Exton being very careful because he's got 2 minutes on the clock, Dobby, for that Roman Yang depletion to get rid of.
It's a lot here to really squeeze it out. I mean, there is an opportunity here. I believe they definitely can be able to close that out here, but let's see if they can keep that happening here. You're going to try to see if they can rotate this around. S-Rail, Akame. It's like they might be able to push into, towards this. Action has a little bit of time. Akame is going to need to fight this out here. He needs to get an elimination here, but it's not going to be easier as he ends up getting parried by Action. Action trying to keep the same aggression here, trying to connect him. You have to be careful. Oh, Akame with a beautiful parry. Nice reset coming through on both sides here. You have to be careful there. S-Rail getting caught within the same middle section here. Not looking good as Action forces the ulti here and decides he's going to start to scatter away. Oh, no, Akane's not looking good here. He's going to have to be careful here. Dangerously low. Action. Oh, and it looks like he's able to capture the elimination. He's able to get the heal and is able to dip out just in the nick of time here. Action able to play that role so well, so smooth. Sees the opportunity, though, for that moment, pops the heal, and then is able to end up depleting his shield. He says, no, now's the time for me to really, really keep this going here. And tries to push onwards towards this. Now, S-Rail is caught within the back of Gigi Shaw and an AS. Game 1's winner. Looks like he's just going to hang time real quick. Go for a quick heal. Keep it moving. Shaw's going to go for the quick reload. Timing so far here has been really good for some of these players. The third party has been the star of the show tonight. Question is, who's going to be the other remaining cast member of that show?
Season finale on I can't say the broadcasting network, but you know what I'm saying.
Blade Boy. on
NARAKA,
Nbpl TV.
On NARAKA TV. Streaming platforms included. Camera.
Imagine.
In a world, 1, 2, 3s are released. But one man, one decision will parry every single one.
With like, the blue focus.
With a blue focus. I don't know who he is, but no one knows who he is, what he's got. All I know is what he's worth. And it ain't gold. It's blue. It's like, what?
Okay, that's a good interview. Was that a good crew interview? I don't know what happened. I just happened to see it. Then I saw a dragon in the sky, and I just wasn't ready. It was beaming purple electricity. I wasn't ready. It was something I would listen.
Starring Junshi and PST. Let's see who's gonna come out on top. In this space here. Beautiful strike. Trying to go down. Nice defense on each side here. Junshi trying to see if they can connect it. PST ends up getting hit with that. Tries to go for the back, trying to go a little bit defensively. Both holding on a little bit longer here. Nice flight to be able to connect it here. Pops open the ulti here. And now here's that little bit of an impromptu, unrecognizable moment here. Justina trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap here, going for it. Oh, nice dodge, trying to connect it here. Trying to see if they can catch him on the freeze. It looks like he's able to. Nice strike. Oh, it looks like it's going to do a whole lot of damage. Captures the carry. Isn't it enough, though? No! PST misses out on the opportunity here. 39 seconds left on the clock here, waiting for it. PST trying to hold strong here, but that hottie is too impossible to gauge on when he's going to attack and when he's going to push and continue to fly, and it costs him the finish.
That's tough, but Prosperous trying to catch a situation outside of the fight of the flight mode that is the Fairship mech. He finds a double blue focus release against Star, who had to invest the R&B of the F2, and that's going to be an R&B release. And Frostfist catches these eliminations, man, back to back going through. We do see Battle's X, and outside of this bit of a predicament, he does have to invest his ultimate. He doesn't have Romy and depletion. He didn't just lose. He didn't lose any fights. We didn't see him fight, right? So that's the best case scenario. But he's getting focused between 3 targets. They're going range game. Exing only has time for 1 heal as it comes through here. We're going to get caught out here for the Fairship, the D-Mech. He's got F1 to kind of reposition to this building, which he can just rotate around here. But he's going to have to be very careful into the Salvation Podium area for these scare rushes. So while everything's coming out here, everyone can catch these grapples, catch them on the staggers. You can see Srelgan looking for those downward spikes. He's going to try to be careful and just keeping that dagger, keeping that fan handy, I should say. Cam 1 is going to be the closest target here, looking for those R&Bs, but there's a horizontal release here. As you can see, AS is just trying to catch another one. A parry comes out from Exon. He looks towards Cam 1, who uses the F1 to catch himself away from that parry animation and gets himself caught into Buttery Rocks. Exon is going to get eliminated as a result, and Cam 1 is going to find a Soul Bloom pickup, and he's looking to heal here. All these players are just being careful around one another just to not invest into a fight, because you can see there's a Ballista nearby. So they're like, no, let's not hang around for too long. Romy Yang depletion is still in effect for pace, though. So he's one of the few Justinas left into the lobby. He's got to be very mindful about how he's going to be positioned. He's actually only one of the 2 Justinas in the game that have both Romy Yang depletion currently. So both Justinas have to be able to just kind of work with one another if they are going to look towards a single target. But the both problem is that they both have Romy Yang depletion. So it's a one for all, one-man army type ordeal between the two. Now Pace looking for these cannon shots. Right Tiger's prowess from Prosperous can keep a little bit of momentum here for that heal back that he's getting and regenerating as the cannon shots are going to be progressively getting worse and worse for him. But Pace has a Aurora Burst. He is Justina. He looks for the R&Bs. Jabbing reveal from Srelgan and Dabi. This is going to be a really big engagement between these 2 teams because he's got only 2 minutes left, and if he's making this one out alive, he's going to have to catch somebody in the ringer.
Trying to see if maybe something could be able to work a little bit here and maybe get that stretch going here. Trying to see what else is also going to be able to connect this towards it. As Star looks like BBE's Cam and Frosty trying to go through with the maneuvers. Star trying to keep up with this fight here so far. Trying to see if they can come through and connect with the third party somewhere here. Trying to just throw somebody off of their roster. Oh, Star almost getting caught by that, actually. It looks like Shaw's going to be able to catch him on the whirlwind here. It's not looking good. Shaw's going to be able to come through, clean up that elimination, ends up getting frozen in between. This is not looking good for PSD. Star did not get caught in that third party again as Frost ends up getting an elimination on the PST here. There was so much that happened in a few seconds here, and just like that, one of them is out. Just as fast as someone came in, it's just as fast as someone got out of the lobby, and they're back in the lobby and not playing the game because, man, that was so fast. Star was next. He got caught back in this. He said, wait. What?
Gotta get the Punisher vibes, man.
Don't get caught up in that situation. Listen. That's how you end up getting caught in some bad situations, okay? You don't want that. You don't want that.
It's kind of crazy though, because Pace invested his ultimate and he was the first to catch that freeze off a Star, and if Star gets out, Pace is left behind in the dirt, and they just pelted him in the corner. It's tough because you're gonna have to see how this one ends up, because Frostbite finds at least one elimination in the White Tiger's prowess buff, so he's able to get at least a little bit more mitigation. You can see the 2% and the 3% there. Oh, that's a funny little poke there that was going to come out there, but Frostbite avoids it. He's going to be looking towards the Cinnabar Valley, and having, if I saw that correctly, he's got 45k gold. Chi-Chi Shaw is also one of the kill leaders in the lobby. He's got Mortal Defiance on standby. He's got Heartstopper Kick on his build, and I think he was actually able to find Pace's Aurora Burst as well. So for himself, this is going to give Chi-Chi Shaw a bit more pack-a-punch behavior if he's able to catch any opponents in a spot where they were getting caught into the staggers, and he can just catch a blue focus into that silence, or both silences between both Heartstopper and on top of that Aurora Burst as a hottie. And for a hottie into the end game is kind of predicament on the vertical ground against Fairy Shens, but if it's against, on flat ground against Zipping Yings, oh, he's gonna have a field day, Dobby. That he's this is where the meta is coming into play right now for hotties, where they can just keep that pressure going forth.
Still able to work towards that though. Let's see if maybe they can keep that momentum. I mean, so far these games have been really, really good so far. I think the expectation of it obviously has been super, super helpful, and still trying to work towards it here. See if they can keep that same momentum here in terms of how to work everything out within this space realistically. Let's see what kind of makes sense for some of these playstyles. Then just kind of go from there. Meanwhile, JJH's Star is going airborne. Goodness gracious. Oh, wait a minute. I see what he's cooking here. Wait a second. Hold on. Let's see what he's cooking. Let's see if it's going to cook even more. Trying to see if maybe he can connect some shots here. Maybe. Gonna try to see if we can move over this. I appreciate the effort, Star. I really do appreciate the effort. I see your effort, and I like it. Meanwhile, Junshi trying to see if he can capture some damage here onto one of those. Meanwhile, they got a full section of loot over there that's ready for and ripe for the taking. Somebody's gonna have to take it. Somebody's gonna have to see that for an opportunity here and kind of go, hey, check this out. Definitely see what's going on in this one. But let's go back to the replays here of inside of the realm of Yang here between Star and Akame here. Star trying to hold it together here. He ends up getting hit though by the staff. Not looking good as he's trying to dodge it. Nice movements. Oh, Akame able to dodge that dangerously low here. It's not looking good for him, as he ends up catching with the connect here, Justina. Oh, beautiful ulti here to catch the first one. Ends up catching him with the juggle, and it looks like he's able to capture the infinite almost. Goes for it and gets the finish. Star was on the wrong side of the tracks with that fight here, but was able to actually really, really be able to complete that towards the end here. Well done observation and a well done moment here overall. Looks like CDY was able to get some pretty good stuff as well here from that loot. Hopefully he was able to get something good overall. Now he's able to go through towards the next one here. Let's see if they can find it.
He's gonna be very careful about this. Chi-Chi Shaw looking towards his corner. He's trying to protect his own domain as Sruggun's in the distance, trying to heal some back from the damage that's being dealt. But Shaw's looking towards a Heartstopper Kick as a way of close gapping the distance. Now Shaw has around 9 armor powders. He's got 4 vitality. He's got to be careful about this Rupture Gale Orb that's being procced here, so that way he can kind of restore. If he had a tuna, it would not be a problem, not in the slightest, unless he's getting caught out by a corner and trying to heal that up. But Final Moonbane into the game, going to be separating all the players from the center of this whole entire circle. We are going to take a chance, of course, with everything coming forth. Shueisha looking to try to get himself in a spot where if he does get his dual halberds into play, he could find these eliminations off the board from a quick R&B steal. Now, of course, he does have himself into a Rupture Gale Orb with a burn, so he is able to get those cannon shots to confirm off of the range. If he is able-bodied to do so, he will look towards it. That's why he would try to carry as much repair chest in hand as possible. But Sorogan looking a little bit teeter-totter in terms of the supply department, right? Got 8 grapples, got 4 healing berries, got 4 armor powders. Gotta have to be careful, but even though he has F1, if he loses the investment of his F1 for a dodge instead, he will be able to catch himself in a spot where he'd rather not be in, which is in a low resource department into these final 5 minutes. Now, Frostbits just revealed that he does have a stanchion Sky Pillar. Anyone in the vicinity will try to look for the chance for pairing, unless he looks to use that to his advantage, of course, using it as a hold check opportunity, or even for a setup for a Crouch B, and even being careful about whether or not he's going to be able to look forth in the final circles of catching everyone in a silence position of not being able to activate ultimates as well as with skills into the position. So for CDY, that's for a Farrier Shen, especially, that's worst case scenario because she won't be able to use a combo breaker. She wouldn't be able to use a beacon drop. She'll just be caught into a perpetual motion. Gigi Shaw finds an armor swap that is being left behind in the corner. She looking for those cannon shots with a common rarity. So the only reason I see that is definitely because of the for the flame breath for that proc and just be able to kind of burn off supplies for the opponents. And he's looking to try to close the gap this while AS is into the height of that pillar onto the rocks to the rock face. He is going to be into the most distant position across the board between all remaining 7 players. Now, being careful enough, right? This is the game sustain coming through for this end, and anyone in the lobby can kind of focus onto one target if the range shots come off. But if Sorelga is careful to go through here and not get picked off, he could just look to try to disengage from this whole position towards the Salvation Podium. And then Star keeps his hidden spot that he's kind of locked away and tucked away in the corner and have his blinking his warm cup.
All Frosty has to do is look down. All he has to do is look down, and he sees it.
Oh, he's falling down.
Wait.
No.
Now,
crazy.
Frosty. All you had to do was look down. He's right there. It's a free headshot. Forces Star out of that position, and all of a sudden he's scrambling. Shaw's waiting for the connection here. Trying to see if maybe he walks out, but he's not going to do that. He said, no, I'm not coming outside. I'm good. Meanwhile, overall here, with that amount of connectability here, there's still an insane amount of movement overall. 20 seconds left on the clock for the circle to start to close in. This is where things get really good for this last chance qualifier. We are in the last chance qualifiers, guys. If you're new to the channel, welcome to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're in the last chance qualifiers for 6 players to qualify here for their chance to be a part of the pre-finals tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
2 days.
Friday. In 2 days. And then they got to fight it out yet again for their shot at the grand finals in 2 weeks' time. So a lot of momentum coming into this, and obviously the final circle is going to be a little bit more on this open area here towards the sand. So it looks like it could be a little bit of a vertical play depending on who plays it. Most likely everybody's going to be playing most likely up top. Definitely does not want to force that.
Yeah.
Let's see where that opportunity really does arise for some of these areas. So far though, timing could be a little bit better, but it's all right. They're not going to force everything, not yet. Slowly starting to close in. Still with that top section here. Oh, no. Oh, almost waits for the pullout. I thought there was at least a moment here, but decides not to here. She still has a shot here. Whoa! AS ends up getting flown a little bit towards the bottom. S-Rail has that full back section to himself here. Doesn't really have to force anything if he doesn't need to, but he's going to have to if he wants to get at least something here. Oh, and AS ends up walking into that. What are you doing, sir? Just walks into that absolute monstrosity of an absolute attack. Blue focus, talk about a gold focus in that moment here. Meanwhile, CDY is caught in a corner here. Same with S-Rail. Or no, same with Junshi, actually. S-Rail's on the other side. And same with AS. I'm surprised they're not fighting. They're both equally on each side of each other. They're just deciding, nah, we're just going to wait, let them fight it out. We don't really need to get that aggressive here. 17 seconds left on the clock for everybody. Because now their rotation is going to start to go in. They're all going to have to force it out throughout each space. Carryable moments from all different likes, and it looks like Gigi Shaw has such a good opportunity in his hands here for a really big opportunity here. Let's see if he's going to take advantage of it. Circle slowly starts to close in, forcing the gap to close little by little for each player. Trying to see if they can capture a moment within this fight here. Gigi Shaw's making it impossible for anybody to really be able to get up top here. Meanwhile, the ulti comes out, trying to see if maybe he's going to time it. Frost is trying to see if he can hold strong here. Gigi Shaw waiting for the strike to come down here just a little bit, waiting for somebody to walk into it. It looks like he's able to get somebody, potentially. Oh, Gigi Shaw ends up trying to wrap around this. And it looks like some of them are going to go absolutely airborne as Frostbits is just looking at this like a free gun range here, trying as much as he can here. Both of them going airborne, sending so many players outside of the circle, preventing everybody from going yet in. Justina able to free so many players at the same time. Hadi trying to hold strong. GG Shaw is able to capture elimination. There's so much explosions happening at the same time. Everybody trying to keep up. Frostovitz gets eliminated by Shaw. So many hits from Shaw at the very end. Does he clutch it though? I think he might have potentially, especially if he stayed alive, but we still have 2 other players that had 5 eliminations. So the question is, oh, Shaw takes it over the top with the Hadi pick and does it.
Man was massaging his hand and he's like, y'all made me do this. Ain't nothing ready for the burns. That's how he was able to catch a lot of those last second kills. And of course, everything coming out from Shaw and working in his favor here. As Justina's freezes were happening, he just able to kind of dissipate and walk away from the fights happening. Frostbit is looking over here, but he is in a great position so far for scoring, so he's definitely going to be holding on to his bar to make it into the pre-finals. When a lot of these other players were kind of hoping for that final circle to kind of look for those last second confirmations, but first things first, Justina goes for the freeze, locks you down, and then Hadi comes in for those swipes, gets burn tick, and then those last second hits can confirm everything for the players in order to confirm the kills, especially when the zone tick damage is like 400 damage at a certain point, 200 damage at a certain point. So for everyone kind of working off that end, GG Shaw catching his MVP for today. And of course, just showcasing where Hadi is standing into the solos meta with the V2 variation. And that's where it really comes down to in terms of these players. If they're really trying to go for the full offensive, they also have the benefit of fighting out against Justinas into the Roma Yang, where we saw Frostwist was able to prevail against a Hadi against CDY and Roma Yang last round. This time around, you saw how Hadi was able to kind of avoiding. You saw how many dodges were happening as Shaw was able to avoid those dashes from the Justina and just catching himself in a position of using his stamina very, very carefully about that, and just being able to just walk away and shimmy away from those dashes, and still was able to kind of succeed into that Roaming victory.
I mean, even with that amount of timing too, I mean, the ulti couldn't have come at a better time for Justina here. Really able to get that here. And while all of that was happening, GG Shaw was able to come in and just absolutely just fly around, dash, get some hits, get some damage. I think AS was able to at least get an elimination or 2 possibly from that final fight. I'm going to be interested to see if any of them is going to be able to get anything. But we're going to give you another question here. Which player used Hadi in game number 2? Now, this is another question y'all need to, y'all can't get this one wrong. Is it S-Rail, Action, ALAS, or GG Shaw? Put your action in chat for your chance to win a random split treasure. The timing for that couldn't have been any better, though.
Yeah.
So I'm going to look back a little bit here into that footage here, because that was a really good fight overall, especially with everybody that was really dishing it out. Let me see here. So that timing was insane because it threw so many people out of that lobby. And I'm curious which rocket was the one that did it, because obviously Frostovitz was looking up really toward that moment here. That might have been CDY here that was sending them out. Oh, actually, never mind. I take that back. That was Shaw who sent all of them back. And speaking of Shaw, 13.2, 8 eliminations. Frosty with 7 eliminations in that second place, a 10.6 PST in third with 3 eliminations and a 3.8. Surprisingly, AS got nothing, but he stayed alive and got 3 ranking points that put him in 5th. It rounded out 5th place for him. Absolutely insane, to say the least, for JLAS, who was a game number 1's winner. But Shaw with 13.2, that is a strong game. Absolute strong game for the veteran and the best-selling author.
Hey, yo, man, got the New York bestseller, number 1, Times Square. And this is where, like Times Square, we got to square off the bottom 6. Because looking at these scores, Cam 1 from BBE is still at the bottom board. He got a little bit more points this time around with a 3.1 total, but 3.2 for Akame for 11th and Joishi in 10th. JJ Histar in 9th, TE Sorogun in 8th. Battles Exon is at the bottom of the gatekeeper's position of top 6. And you can see CEY is the reason for that, because he's at 10.5 in 6th place position. Now, DRT Fang, I'm gonna call the police, 911. He's got himself into 11 points total right now, 12.1 points. He's kind of putting himself in that teeter-totter position. That's why he was, that's why he's trying to make sure he can catch top 6, because it can happen in a split second of getting eliminated early on. But Pace is here with the 4th place, 12.1, 15.3 for AS, 20.9 for GG Shop. But Frostbus is catching MVP's, first place position so far in the standings between games 1 and 2 alongside the Proposed. So with that, Clips and Highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot for gaming, and allowing for us to take a look and see about these early eliminations. Pace finding that first kill against X into the dunes off the rip, finding himself that first kill. Frost was catching that parry off against Pace though over by the Windy Stones and catching the dash LMB and just confirming that. Well, this first elimination against Wei Shi was kind of a detriment towards the society position where Wei Shi just gets eliminated just like that. Horizontal coming out from GG Shaw. He's looking for his eliminations, but Fang is going to be careful with his R&B fan. He finds the timing right there within the blue focuses and finds CDY. While Pace is looking for the R&B, he catches Frostbus for that Vermilion Birthmite. Wei Shi finds Pace for his Verms as it comes out to get invested into. And then Cam 1 finds a 1-2-3 release off of that kill, and Frost was catching the scale rushes like nobody's business. And while GG Shaw was in this final circle catching those last second hits, there it is, 1-2-3, shing, just gonna slice everyone into the blade and catching all of the burns and catching all those eliminations at the very last second for himself to earn his keep as MVP.
Shing, shing, shing. Never thought I'd see the day that we'd see a last chance qualifier and Hottie ends up being an MVP of that game. So you got to give it up, and you got to give it up to GG Shaw. The book, the chapter has still continued. 25k damage, 8 eliminations, a quick charge and a thunder call, Aurora burst, Heartstopper kick, aerial rend, alchemy, and a melee resist Soul J2. Stacked to the Gillicuddy, 15k with melee damage. So we put in a lot of work towards that, but the Hottie was able to take him all the way here for another chapter. The book of GG Shaw is still getting written, baby. We're still here. What a finish.
He was on hiatus. He came back. He's like, I'm writing on another chapter. He's like, whoa.
Shocked the world. Absolutely. But well done, though. Well done, though, coming in from GG Shaw. We still got a lot more on this roster here. 2 games down. We have 4 more to go, and we got 1 more to go in terms of Holoroth, and then we're headed back to our usual, the very beautiful, very gorgeous Morris Isle. And obviously that landing is going to be a little bit different too, because now I feel like it's more so the aggression coming in from the fact that I think we're going to see more of the meta that we're used to. Very interesting to see how some of these players and how these play styles have gone so far, but so far the Hottie somewhat coming up as an MVP. But until then, we'll be right back with these commercial breaks. We're getting ready for our game number 3 in the halftime for our last chance qualifiers.
With each breath, pain and destruction. My world is broken by your seduction. Your touch, a whisper from the past, a memory that's fading fast. So I search for you where souls go to die, keeping hope as life goes passing by. The flames of fate turn my love for you into ash. So much pain, but still I can't keep away. I'm ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Last Chance Qualifiers. We're about to get ready to lock this in. The dun has been getting pretty realistic overall here. So far we had some good, surprising endings to our games. AS winning round 1. We have the Book of GG Shaw coming into clutch in round number 2. And now we're about to head into Holorov's game number 3 in Holorov. Our last Holorov, at least for the day. And now we head over to Morris Isle after this here. So far, the games have been very, very good so far. 12.3 coming in from GG Shaw in his game number 2. And obviously taking the top slot. So the confidence is definitely there for a player like Shaw here. But all he has to do is stay within the top 6 in order for him to qualify for Friday's pre-finals.
Pre-finals is like I'm excited for pre-finals, but LCQs are definitely where the marks to be made. Dobby,
Absolutely.
Because you know you had to carry the weight in the beginning of the stream. You're just like, if these players don't make it, I gotta make sure I gotta keep up for them, keep it up, and be that 13th slot, because we can see how much kind of can turn the tides in a fight. This is the new patch dropping in here from the 9th of May. So players are into this patch. We still haven't seen Liam. I'm considering seeing him in Morris Isle for sure, because Holoroth is kind of wishy-washy if you're going to throw him in there, because there's so many so many variables with various Shen, and on top of that, Zipping Ying, that just makes him kind of difficult to work against. But more importantly, kind of hoping to see what these players are kind of working off of in terms of the mindset for this round, because we've been seeing Hotties 2 picks so far, or 2 rounds for 2 rounds. We've seen a double pick between players for Hottie. Now this time we could see more or less some of the same type of mentality, like let's just have some Justinas, let's just have some Hotties, maybe even throw in a Tesla in here. It kind of depends on the players, because Tesla has such a great rage gain benefit in the Morris Isle rather than Holoroth, and of course the spawns kind of work off of that end. But this is where the round selection comes to play, where Akame, CDY, Frostbus, Exton are going to be competing for choosing out their characters as the first round selection process goes.
It's going to be interesting to see. So far, we've had some really surprising picks here, especially for the Hotties, coming through with this patch being a very, very close at hand thing. And now, at this point, it's just all about trying to make some stuff happen here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, as we're going to be able to work this in. Let's see if we can find out what's next here inside this game overall.
Yeah, first
hopefully
round
we get
pick,
some peaks.
I think Juishi was the first round pick Hottie from last game, right? So if anyone wants to take him to that step, that would be it right now. But it looks
Come
like
on, Akame. No! I was hoping Akame was going to give us a random pick again, like they did the first time. Looks like we're going to get a pretty standard game. Pretty standard, you know.
Ooh, 3?
Whoa. Hotties are back.
Hotties are back. Welcome back, baby. We're back, Jacob. Yeah, Juishi, though, the only Justine in the lobby, though. I think he's going to be... I'm not going to say he's going to be, focused out, but he's only 1 of 2. Or he would have been 1 of 2, like how the last 2 rounds. But now he's only 1 of 1, and there's 3 Hotties on the field. Majority of them going to be rocking the V2 for sure. We're going to have a chance of seeing this to be maybe where sleeper pick for Hotties are going to show up in Morris Isle. Unsure of how that's going to end up going through, but a lot of these players are shooting it through. Frostbus hasn't picked up a Hottie selection just yet, so kind of hoping to see what he's going to be wanting to play off of in terms of that in the future. Because right now, he's sitting pretty in terms of the top score. He'll be good to go for this round. His seating position right now in the top 6 is pretty well off, I think, Davi, where he's kind of straight shot into the pre-finals, and people in chat kind of cheering him on and making sure that he's kind of having that support on the board. And so am I. As one of the NA guys. Let's go.
Definitely something to pay attention to here. We're about to be ready to lock this in for our game number 3 in the halfway mark for our games today. So far, we've had some amazing starts for some of these players here. The aggression has been very, very not lackluster at all. Definitely some players here that really want to qualify and get themselves back into the roster. Let's see if some of them are going to make them happen. But right now, the top 6 is looking pretty hasty so far here. So, surprising to see. It's almost like we kind of see the same thing. 3 Hotties against a bunch of,
Few Justinas, few Farias.
This last second, the last hit confirmations from the burns, I think that's just where everyone's going to want to work off of. I mean, Faria Shen's, like we saw in the first round, she had a perfect predicament of being able to space away and just start shooting, pellet shots at everybody for the swarm. But that last round right then and there kind of kept the Faria Shen's in a close quarters position. But that's where you can actually see where Hadi works very well off, even with the amount of terrain off the Salvation Podium, where they can drop off into where the puzzle is actually to be completed into that area. If it's flat ground, he can just knock. If he finds a level 3 swing off of somebody, he finds that terrain swipe off, and he can knock everybody out, Davi, where he's just able to kind of work this one off.
Definitely looking a little hasty here for some of the landing spots here. Bang, same space as always here, but he looks like he's going to be accompanied by another fellow player. JLAS decides he wants to get in on that Salvation Podium magic as well here. He wants to know what he's cooking over there. Meanwhile, on the top, definitely is going to see a fair share of people. We got some Jin Armory Fortress, and it looks like Manticore Arena is going to find some people. Meanwhile, City of Tank, nothing over there. Nobody to be found. Emfrio Village, same thing. Nowhere in that same staple. It looks like we're going to see at least one person head towards Yushan Ruins. Potentially, actually, never mind. I take that back. Nobody in Yushan Ruins. It's just going to be Altar of Tranquility. A Quail's Crest towards that very center. DRG's Fang is saying if it ain't broke, don't fix it. He is staying in the same place. Meanwhile, everybody else has decided to pick apart other different sections here, and it's going to be the Matab that's going to be the main staple for where this next circle is going to be for our game number 3. Let's get it going. Last chance qualifiers. Let's go, baby.
Frostbite's going to be going into the Camel's Hump. J-Team Pace looking to try to engage upon this. Now, he's looking to try to get some glue out here. He has no armor on standby, but he is just trying to make sure things can be met before Pace makes his arrival. Now, Moonfall Pass has Akame and Sorrel get into a fight. You can see the dash LMBs coming between both of these, and there's going to be the Stoneform proc coming out here for the jump LMB. As Sorrel looking to try to tower drive this RMB, there's going to be the F2, but with the investment into that place, you can see the LMB to the RMB charging up here from Akame, making sure to corner this one off. And Dabi, I think it's going to be a chance for Sorrel to look for this neutral position for himself.
Let's see if the neutral. It looks like the neutral is going to be his best friend here, as Akame is going to catch him in the jungle. Oh, he might be able to actually dish him out all the way to the end, and yes, he does. Doesn't have an 80 chance to really try to maneuver through that there. That's actually unfortunate here. Meanwhile, going back on the inside here, Dr. Fang trying to see if he can capture this one with the dual halberds. He's going to try to slowly close this in as AS decides he needs to dip out. He finds a great shield swap, and it looks like, listen, sir, it's being real tough out here for him, especially if he's going to try to see if he can close this out.
F1 going to be invested, and I think Fang is going to be really going to be able to capitalize off of this. The tree is going to be AS's salvation here. He's looking to scare rush in and out. I saw this into the day 4 for the finals for week 4, where a lot of these players ended up going to the salvation podium and being on the underground and just keeping themselves on the momentum push. But you can see AS is going to want to turn this around, but gets parried as a result. Fang finding his first elimination off of the salvation podium. He could be cleared for this one, dog, and I think he might be actually be able to find the puzzle for himself.
Let's hope he does here. He still has some time, though. Let's hope he's been able to study exactly how that puzzle works exactly, because me personally, I still haven't been able to get it right. As we're going to look through here and sees Xgen trying to see if maybe he can close in this gap here between him and GG Shaw. It looks like he's going to here. He wants this fight. He wants the smoke. It looks like, all right, he says, all right, Shaw, if you want it, let's get it. Nice little swip on the other side here. Going to try to see if he can go through the dodge movement here with that. Absolute clangs on both sides here, but it looks like it's going to be the absolute wrong side for GG Shaw here. As it looks like he's going to deplete his heals and his shields. He's going to slowly close in this gap here. Ooh, nice movement. Trying to see if maybe he can connect it. Almost catches him on the outskirts here, but it's not looking good as GG Shaw might get caught in a third party, sir. It's not going to look good towards him here as he's going to try to see if he can maneuver, but it's not looking good.
Shuichi kind of look for that third party, especially looking for the scare rush here as he's trying to charge the RMBs on the same point. Shuichi looking to try to be the Justine that he can be and catching a little bit more rage play. We're going to see Sorrel fighting up against CDY over by the Moonfall. We're going to see a chance for CDY looking for his chance to get caught by the purple focus, and the trap walks right into it, takes a little bit more damage. The F1 is invested and into the ultimate. You can see CDY trying to get as much as he can here as the value comes through for Sorrel as a purple staff in hand. He's going to activate the V2 ultimate, looking for the level 3 swing. CDY looking for these RMBs. He can get a parry off if Sorrel really looks for it, but he's just going to bait out the stamina investment from CDY. As his dodges are going to be made. Scare rushing across the board. CDY going to be looking for the high ground here, and as Sregun's looking for the reset W. I think it might be a chance here for Sregun to really look for this forwarding action.
I mean, it might be helpful for him, though, as it looks like he's going to catch CDY in the air. Almost catches him with the juggle, sends him flying. Beautiful, beautiful blow shot to be able to deplete the damage, but obviously, because of that, he's able to get the shield back up here, and now he's right back towards the fight here. He says, all right, I still want that energy.
And he wants all the smoke. Ezreal able to jump and really dodge the majority of the hits that CDY is really trying to throw at him here. But now that chase starts to continue here. Oh, but the dual halberds is able to at least get some damage here, but not enough. Now he's going to go back for the reset here, maybe seeing if he can keep that going. He's just trying to stall for as long as possible so that way he doesn't get caught within another juggle. Just like this one here, both of them end up getting caught by the trap. Not looking good. CDY is actually struggling here as he's going to have to maneuver. Sir, it's not looking good. He's trying to get away.
He's got an ultimate to go ahead, though. He's going to have his F1 up again, and he's going to have the increased healing, so this aspect is going to be working out in his favor. He decides to play a game of chicken with Railgun, who is not going to take the bait here. You're going to see another F1 coming out here, but a whole huge horizontal coming out from Fang. He finds a dagger in the Salvation Podium, his signature weapon, and working into the magics. He's looking to try to catch as much cigar rushes as he can. He looks for the high ground. He finds a position of avoiding the zipping ying. He wants Railgun. He wants the blood, and you can see Akame rushing into the scene. He's going to see a low health target. The moment he catches the grapple stagger, Dobby, I think this might be a good chance for Fang to actually catch a huge horizontal damaging ability.
He's got to be careful though, because that horizontal damage could really come back and bite him in the mouth, especially if he ends up turning around and actually catches him in a juggle, let alone the fact that he has two people behind him here. So it actually is going to be really hefty, because if he ends up getting hit and then it ends up catching him up top, it's not going to look good for him, because now he's getting caught in a tough situation where now he's going to be on the wrong side of the tracks here. And it's not going to look good for him there, but it looks like Ezreal was able to find the freedom here. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, Fang. Oh, CDY, don't get caught with a stray now. It's not looking good, though. So far with that, though, it looks like CDY is back up, trying to see if they can capture it here with it. Nice little bits of heals, trying to see if they can connect towards it, but it looks like it's not going to be able to do too much here. Looks like they're both just trying to see if maybe they can connect something, sir. I don't know if this is really going to be able to really get the... I don't know if this is really going to be the fight that we're hoping to see here.
Yeah, because Fang is in the background right now, right? So he's looking to try to wait for this timing of everyone exiting the building. The moment he hears a hottie ult, he knows it's time to go ahead and engage, because someone's escaping or someone's going to get killed off here. CDY catching himself in the F1 as he's getting caught to these RMBs. Srugum putting the pressure here. Alchemy not going to be his combatant. We're going to see a common armor swap left to right. He's going to find his blue armor again, looking for that reset here. As you can see, CDY is already outside the outskirts of the building. Fang looking to try to hunt down anyone who's remaining and healing off of here. He's got a longsword that's purple rarity, so if you're looking for longsword beams, now would be the perfect time for him to actually look for it. Goes for the scare rush, looks for the action. CDY looking to try to disengage from this whole position to move up past. We got Romy Yang Dobby in a couple of minutes or so. So these gamers are going to be looking towards it. They're going to have to be very careful about investing any abilities and ultimates beforehand.
Everyone's going to have to take that opportunity and that momentum. That's going to be very helpful for him here. As Fang, it looks like he's going to be able to go for the retreat here, just trying to get away as much as possible, as Ezreal and Akame is now going through with the chase here. Mind you, Ezreal isn't necessarily tough on his shield either here. It's not really like he's low or anything. He can still turn around and fight this, but knowing that CDY is also behind him too is not making this easy for him here. As he's going to try to see if maybe he can use this to his momentum as much as possible here, but obviously it's going to be very, very hasty here. And almost getting caught by the roller. Don't get caught, as Ezreal ends up getting caught on the wall. CDY trying to see if he can conjure up and finish his elimination here with the juggle piece, struggling. Oh, all the way towards the sky as CDY is trying to find it. Ezreal ends up going airborne here with the ulti here, trying to see maybe they can close it out. And Akame just trying to walk around here, man. But Ezreal gets lucky with that. Luckily with the hottie, that's how you're able to get away. Sir, back at it again inside of the realm of Yang.
Star's going to be looking for himself. He's going to look for the F1 investment after the V3 drops. Pace has a purple longsword, so he can be looking for these longsword beams. Gets caught into the horizontal, cancels into an R&B. Star's clean with it. Making sure he can catch these parries here will be immense, and as the mayhem ensues, you can see Pace is looking for the longsword. He keeps his propulsion going. The V3 beacon is not going to be available here, but Star is looking to try to avoid the pressure here. The R&B from the longsword's coming out. There's going to be the F1 investment. Pace is looking to try to invest into this one. There's a dodge right into the middle of all this action. The uppercut comes out here, and there's going to be a kill confirmation here from Star. Is he looking for it, but the beacon drop comes out here, Dobby. This is going to be for round 2 between the Fairy Shens.
Absolutely insane here with this. This is absolutely filled with robots and a lot of fighting overall here, as he has to be careful as he ends up getting so many of the different moments to be able to deplete it here. It's not looking good as PST is already dangerously low here. He's able to get back out into this here, just struggling to try to keep the game alive as he's just slowly closing in this gap little by little here. Those bullets and pellets are not making it easy for him here as PST starts where he started from with the amount of shield that he needed. It's not looking good for him here. 5 seconds left on the clock. Star's gonna have to force the ulti here, but it looks like it's not gonna be enough as both of them are gonna end up getting eliminated out of this. Sir, this is what happens when you take too long in the realm of Yang. It kicks you out. They say you gotta go.
No, you didn't pay your rent. What are you doing here? it was due with the kill. You ain't got the kill. And I think one thing is very important there is that various Shens, the moment you ult, it's just a game sustain, especially between both of those various Shens going up against one another. Now we do have fights over here by Pinnacle Town where JJ Star is spawning in here. I think we're gonna see Pace just waiting this one out before both of those targets engage. But the thing is that Star saw Pace, so he's gonna be really just distancing himself out. Might make his way towards into the Fortress of Kaviani, but more importantly has to go into a really well invested area where players could end up going, finding the rotation of bells, and just being able to spot players off this end, as Cam1 is also the other recipient of losing out the Romy Yang Dabi, where he's able to have to find those kills.
Going to have to here over time here, but it looks like it's going to slow down here as AS and Akame. AS might have just lost Akame. Never mind. He hits the bell. He's able to hopefully find one, ends up fighting two, actually. And he says, hey, you guys are in the middle of a fight. I'm trying to see what's going on here with this battle. What's going on? What y'all doing? AS starts to get a little nosy, wants to see, maybe wants to get in with his tag here. Nice little kicks, at least over it. I don't think anything really hit overall here, as both of them are just going to try to continue to keep this maneuvering going here. But so far, down there towards the bottom here, they're both chasing it out here. And it looks like AS might have been successful in getting away here. But for Sir, I mean, listen, it's not going to be easy for him. Akame is getting absolutely blown out.
He's got to be very careful here, as Fang is going to be looking to try to catch this scare rush up here. He's going to be looking to try to not use his ultimate as often as he can. He's going to also use it only to just kind of pressure off some opponents here. You can see him kind of being quick with it and trying to activate it. If he decides to do so, it's only because he's trying to confirm a push off between somebody and looking for a horizontal release. But more importantly, if it's a hottie, right, that you can just combo breaker out of it. 2 minutes on the clock for Cam, as he's looking to try to find some single target that is going to want to take the fight, but no one's taking that fight. And I think AS is in that same predicament where he is not going to have someone to want to take any sort of fights with a hottie. And obviously, right then and there, Dabi, it just comes down to this game of pressure. If a player finds that opportunity, there's going to be looking for a strike, because you can see Pace is here. He's hunting. He's looking for someone to go after.
Definitely looking forward here. The question is that going to be enough here overall? With this amount that's going on here, there's still a lot really happening here within this fight here, but still dangerously low. And also the time being here is not looking good, knowing that you still have some stuff that's been that you still have that time. You still have to be able to work towards it. You still have to be able to continue to create that momentum. You have to be able to pay attention to it and get a little bit more hasty inside of this moment here. Let's see if they can work towards it here in terms of what's going to be better for him. As Star going to be able to try to maneuver out of it. Definitely does not want to get caught in the worst situation possible here. Obviously still able to find it here. Now he's able to go through with the rotations here, but Sir, definitely a tough spot for some of these areas here, as AS actually ends up losing some of his shield. He pops the ulti.
He's going to have to really be careful about this one. Cannon shots coming out from Zhui. She might be looking for those range shots, as AS is looking for the heal backs. He's got 40 seconds on the clock before he can find a soul bloom. Otherwise, he'll get eliminated from this round completely. He's got a good lead in terms of the scoreboard right now, but he's teeter-tottering in the top 3 right now with 3rd place. So now it's up to him to kind of look for those swipes. He finds Pace into one swipe. He's looking to go for a level 3 again, but he gets caught outside of his outside the realm of his disposition. His ultimate's done. AS looking for his chance for the R&B. He's looking to try to focus onto Pace. He finds the R&Bs, but a backliner push coming out from Zhui Shi as the pole sword action comes out here, and he's looking to try to be as violent as possible. Cam is looking to try to find another kill for himself, because he's got 40 seconds on the clock too. He's looking for X in here, and goes into ult form, and he's got V2 ready, and there's a Fairy Shen. Dabi, there's going to be a chance between the ultimates between the 2 giants into this lobby.
Definitely looking like it overall here, as they're both just trying to see if maybe they can time it right just a little bit here, but it looks like Cam is able to capture his first elimination. It's been a minute since he done found one, so it's good for him to finally be able to catch one here, at least overall here throughout this fight. Hard to close it out over in time here, but that also doesn't necessarily mean that it's impossible, as now they're going to try to see if they can work towards that momentum and see what makes sense for it. Timing can't be any better. It looks like Cam falling all the way down here, not looking good for him, and it doesn't even matter, as he ends up getting eliminated off this such a terrible and a tough situation to be in here. That's going to be a rip for him. He ends up finding the next opportunity for him to be able to clutch this out, but Akame all within 3 people here. It's not looking good. It's an absolute sandwich fest, Sir.
He's going to be looking for the deli, because he's looking for that sandwich cut slice. And of course, if Akame is going to be careful with using his abilities right now, it would be time for him to head to the Romy Yang, if anything, because all these players right now are still stuck into the Plum Castle. You see someone enters the Romy Yang. Unsure as to who that was, so we're going to take a look in a second. It's going to be Zhui Shi as one of the first combatants. He's got Justina Ultimate ready to go. He's got V1. He's got a gold pole sword, so he's holding on to that one from the first Romy Yang victory that he's able to kind of accrue. But CDY, instead looking for the objective based over by the Ignis Bound, Fang is actually going to be closing into this position. Now, Fang has 2 eliminations this round. round. And I think right now with CDY being a potential third is going to be what the Fang is going to be looking for. He's got a gold musket, if I'm not mistaken, or a gold dagger on standby still. So he's going to be able to come out here into the Realm Yang. Fairy Shen versus Justina. This is going to be where the freezes are going to be crucial here, Dobby. I think one thing is going to be leading into Star's benefit is that this Halberds could get himself a setup after he burns a combo breaker starting here into this first fight.
Gonna be good here. Let's see if he's gonna have the opportunity here. As Star goes airborne, trying to see if maybe he can close in this gap towards it here. Obviously not going to be enough. Just to try to see if maybe he can work towards it here. Nice statures here, and it looks like he's gonna be able to do enough to juggle Junshi out of the way here. Pops the ulti, trying to see maybe they can close in this gap here. With it going back and forth here, and it looks like Junshi is gonna get caught inside of it. Beautiful hits from the dual halberds, and just like that, he's able to get the finish here. And JJH, just Star. He's starting to figure it out, sir. He's starting to figure it out.
Starting to figure it out. Put the pun out there. And he's also going to pick up a gold weapon. So whichever weapon that kind of works off, it's going to be a spear, might be converting it to a staff. He finds a purple pistol. I know you mentioned in the past how the pistol kind of acts like a shotgun, right? So it's kind of short burst, almost hit scan type ability. It kind of works off into the extension of being able to kind of catch targets into extending out the damage with like quick shots of blue focuses like the staff. It's a really great synergized, weapon deal where you're able to catch those last second hits and just dealing out extra poke damage. We've seen players go for those quick swaps in the short burst moments where they're able to switch to the pistol and just catch a little bit extra damage. Might be 200, might be 180, might be 370, and it really just matters of how well placed you center out that shot. And that's going to be where the aim assist or the aim that comes out into play here, Dobby, where the players are just going to be careful about it.
Meanwhile, on top of the mountaintops,
the big
they are not they're not doing anything. They're like, so what y'all doing? I don't know. Meanwhile, Junshi going through with the freeze here, trying not to really get caught up in an interesting situation here. Both of them is going to maneuver through, trying to see where the next base really grows over time. Looks like overall, it's been a good look. And it looks like nice hits coming in from Junshi here. As Junshi absolutely getting destroyed by Fang. Oh my goodness. Junshi barely had any time to really do anything here. He's going to force the ulti here. Oh yeah, Shaw wants to capture this elimination here. He wants to close in this gap little by little here, but it's not going to be easy though. As he ends up capturing the grapple and the finish as Frostvis says, pew! Sir, that was crazy.
He's I'm yoinking that one, bro. And taking that kill is honed for second elimination. Now Shaw finds Akame. You can see him trying to go for that longsword extension. Couldn't get it off because now there's a third party coming in here. JJH's Star reaching out to the stars with his last Roman Yang victory and having himself to force Akame. This is Shaw's best case scenario. Finding an R&B from the pole sword off of Akame right then and there would have been an elimination off of the V1. So that way he can proc the Sedate Soul, he can come right back into it, and just being able to find his opponent back into the spot of just being able to catch them when they're on their last legs, Dobby.
Absolutely. Even with everything that's going on here, it's still going to be good for him overall. Let's see if they can still keep that same momentum happening as Akame. Trying to see if he can run away towards this section. Not looking good for him. Still could be a good opportunity for him if he continues keep that same rotation. Then we can kind of go from there. Wolves, though, trying to see if he can find it in terms of where it is or what makes sense.
I think one thing is that Wolves right now with that one elimination has to be careful about whether or not he's going to be wanting to push this one through. He is a Zipping Ying, and there's multiples of them in the lobby, but being careful about where you're at in terms of your kill potential and where you're at position-wise. He is in 6th place, and he's only at 0.7 difference now, or 0.4 difference between him and X. Now, X is down for this round. He's gone. He's got himself 2 eliminations this round, but Frostbus here going to be locked into the fight between him and Fang. It might be a chance here, Dobby, for Fang to find his other elimination because Frostbus is low.
Yeah, very, very low here. Not looking good for him here as Fang trying to see if maybe he can conjure up any type of momentum to try to close this out. Nice find towards it. Nice collision with it. Frostivus not looking good here. Getting caught and pushed, mostly bullied inside of this corner here. I have to take his moment here just to be able to maybe cross this one out. Getting absolutely hasty towards this one here. Has to be a little bit more careful. And it looks like Fang outside of the circle. It's going to try to see if he can maneuver into this. Maybe seeing if maybe he can squeeze into this somehow. He says, how can I put this in there with me? As now it's not looking good for him. They're both outside of the circle, sir. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but it's not looking good.
Yeah, it's not looking good. He's got to be making sure he can catch those heals before weakness escalation kicks in. His beacon's over there, but he's got to be very, very quick and hidden when he's entered into the zone, because if anyone finds a lone health target inside of the zone coming out, they're going to be first off, they're going to check out the health and armor, right? They're going to be able to go ahead and find out if they're low. Now, he drops those HP Jades, which is a good indicator that he knows, and all the pro players kind of put this position of being able to heal back more health, because those health Jades kind of depend on the percentage of your health at that point in time, so that way they re-pick it up and going off. But into the replay, Dobby, there's going to be a chance here between seeing the fight between Fang and AS.
And the fight between AS is going really well for it overall here. Nice timing to beat it, as both of them is going to be able to go through. Nice dodging on each side here. Looks like Fang definitely does have the upper hand here with this one overall. Nice slashes to be able to cut this one out. Trying to see if he can dodge through. Timing is a little bit off for both of them, though. But that's the thing that we talk about when it comes to some of these play styles. Not everybody is going to be able to really get to those moments here as much as you would like it to. And obviously, you do have to be very, very careful in certain areas here in terms of how that goes, because obviously when you look at stuff like that, that can really get really hasty really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also the weapon selection of, like, if like the instances that you just saw right there, Fang getting a chance of using his daggers horizontal, just launch himself up is a great way for him to kind of just push that boundary line of what a normal weapon could do under normal circumstances. But he's finding his extension off the side of the rock pillar as he's trying to hunt down Sorelgun here. Sorelgun trying to disengage into the building side of the Pinnacle Town under the southern end, but we see GG Shaw, who is the Valiant Challenger. He's keeping a nice radar position across these targets, and finding into the zone here would be his best case scenario right then and there for himself to find an ultimate cast. And Dobby, if Sorelgun gets himself alive here, it's going to be a huge miracle play, because a lot of these players are going to be looking for any sort of low health targets coming forth here.
I don't know. He's going to have to be careful, though. It definitely is not looking like that overall here. Let's see if maybe that momentum is trying to come through. But obviously with that, the ulti is going to help him to at least be able to get away. The question is everybody going to be able to keep up? That's the real important question here overall for some of these shots here. Trying to see if they can dish it out just a little bit more. And Esrael is able to keep his game alive and says, all right, I'll see you guys later. Y'all be easy.
I'll see y'all next week, all right? I'm going to be over by the crib. But Sorelgun has to be careful with his F2 usage here. He uses combo breaker. Everyone can hear that. They can notice it, and they can take him locked down position. Of course, Sorelgun gets caught into the LMB, but doesn't get caught into the RMB instead. The Sorelgun chances here of surviving is going to be very slim. He's got to get outside of this Forbidden Seal if he wants to try to look for an activation of Ultimate, but everyone's looking for him. They're hunting for him. Akame finds the elimination with the RMB. Poison Splash is procced. Everyone's just taking a little bit of extra damage off of that end for the poke, but they have HP Jades. They got sustains. Frostbus is in a bad position here. It's the corner of the edge, and I think Dobby right in there. If everyone wanted to focus him, they would, but they're not. They're not taking the opportunity. They could just be looking ahead and backing off, except I think Akame is hungry for that.
He is absolutely hungry for that. I think he wants that amount of momentum here, and he wants to be able to see something that really does showcase how that all is put forth. And I think that's where, like, that timing really starts to show it. So he has to be careful here within these moments, because honestly, if he's not paying attention, he can really get absolutely picked off by some of these other play styles, and that's the one thing you don't want to do in this game here. But obviously for Star is doing pretty decent overall, not really forcing too much of his hand, and it looks like the timing could be just a little bit better, but he's caught between three, and he definitely doesn't want to get and smushed in between all of them, though. So you definitely have to be careful here, because it could definitely not look good, and especially with the moves break happening, they have to keep the movement as much as possible. Sir, let's hope none of them get caught in the situation.
Oh man, don't get the cast across moment, because I think Star right then and there is right really close towards it. Frostbus is looking very earnestly and trying to hunt through and cut straight through to that shot. Fang couldn't chase because of that one Mume blast, so he's losing the race towards finding out any sort of low health targets. Now, Akame in this position of just being able to back off here. Frostbus in the spot, trying to be putting a little bit of putting respect on his name for trying to back off as everyone is trying to hunt him down. Now Shaw has his pulsar on standby, but Fang has been using the spear. Really quick short burst damage here for that guy's in stand, for which is the vertical blue focus. And I think right then and there we're gonna see a Moonbane blast coming out from Dobby against CDY, who is gonna be having to invest his ultimate, and everyone's rotating around it.
Rotations obviously are going to be very helpful here towards that situation. Let's see if maybe they can work towards it and maybe be able to find it out. It could be something super helpful for him here over time. Let's see if it'll be worth it, though, even in that section or that area. Looks like Fang is going to be all the way up top here, right behind Star. Definitely could be some aggression for certain other areas here, but the question is, what makes sense? CDY and Shaw are fighting it out. Looks like they're going to go for the separation. The CDY is going to try to dip out and try to not get caught. Meanwhile, Fang is airborne. Expectations going into these close circles. Sir.
I think one thing is too interesting is that there's no disposition of ranking score. 2 players are like 3 players have 2 kills, 3 players have 1 kill, 6 players total left alive. It could be anyone's game here for those last second eliminations. So they got to be very careful about catching those second hits. Now Star has himself into the corner. Shaw losing a little bit of armor, but he's going to be looking for that regen. He's only got 2 armor powders after this 1 heal, but an RB coming after a fan is going to have to invest 2 armor powders at this stage. Now Shaw is going to be at a spot where he's at the disengage here, but Fang having to be as aggressive as he is, he's going to be locking in to heal towards Shaw. Shaw having get caught into both shots. Now he only has 1 armor powder heal left to go through, and having to kind of work off of his final zone is going to be his biggest problem. He's going to have to look to try and keeping himself alive until those final circles, Dobby, and just trying to look for the beacon blast and trying to launch someone out there. It's best case scenario.
Best case scenario is definitely going to be it for this moment here. Let's see if they can still keep that momentum happening overall, though. Excuse me. Now that time is going to be a little bit more scarce. JJ Star trying to see if maybe they can find it here overall. It looks like JJH trying to see if they can keep that maneuvering up. Oh, there goes. He tries to find it. Frostivus feels it. He knows he's going to attack. He hits the parry on him. And now, here comes the chase for some of those other players. It looks like Frosty still wants to be able to keep that same momentum towards him here. He goes, oh, big boy, no, come here. You said you wanted that fight. Let's go get it. Let's get a little active. Let's get a little crazy.
Little Zumba class. A little action there.
Let's get a little crazy.
I think Fang is looking for the extension. I think Shaw might look for the chase instead. Finds himself in the lead against Fang. Fang and now having to rotate around. It's funny too because he also has Ripple Step, so he's not gonna have to really worry about getting grapples. But he finds a Dragon Slayer into the Nejos. B1 investment here from Akame, backing off into the corner. We can see GG Shaw looking to try to lock in those pole sword strikes as he's making sure and protecting himself. But a horizontal from Akame forces Shaw away from this position. You see Fang looking for those aerial shots with the RMBs, and this is gonna be a top 5 position between the players into the final 2 minutes. And I think right then and there we could see an opportunity here for maybe one of these players looking for a lucky bow shot.
Question is that bow shot actually going to connect? That's the real doozy here in this moment. Because if one of them connects, that's when things get a little bit scary and a little bit lethal. Because, you know, obviously once you get that nice hit, everybody starts to realize, oh, that's a nice little bow right there to your head. Let's see what's going on here and whether or not if you need some help or not. As GG Shaw is going to be able to back off this, trying to see if he can take his time here. He's already low on health here, and he pops his ult too early here. This might be the end for him, sir. I don't know if he could actually make it through that.
Yeah, Frostivus found the musket shot. He found the angle. He's gotten himself his 4th elimination. He's now kill leader potential for being MVP for this lobby. We got to be careful, though, because there's going to be a lot of people hunting now for that. Who's that person who got my kill? Who stole my kill? Who stole it? Fang is going to be careful about his chance for the beacons drops because he's got to be making sure that it's going to have full extension value for getting a kill potential, potentially, or just burning out ultimates. But there's 3 Zippings versus the Fairy Shen, and you know how it's going to go here. A lot of players will want to try to lock down the Zipping, the Fairy Shen. Parry coming out here from Akame, and with the R&B blast going to come out between both these players. Fang loses his gold fan, and with this, gonna be looking for that beacon drop, and I don't know, this is gonna be a rinse and repeat position, Dobby. I don't know, because he's looking to be very careful upon his position upon being a low health Fairy Shen.
He said, I don't know. That's the thing you definitely have to be careful for in some of these situations here when you really are looking at so many momentums here that really can be very hasty as he lands all the way down towards the bottom here, trying to see if he can find a nice bits of hits. Maybe a little bit of something kind of crazy and dangerous here as he has to try to rotate towards this, very much closing the gap here, not looking good as he ends up getting scoured through all of the players. Akame trying to see if he can hold strong a little bit while longer here. Both of them just trying to not necessarily force in terms of who actually ends up getting hit towards the breaker, but then at the same time, you definitely don't want to get pushed out of the circle like Akame does. It's not looking good for Akame though, dangerously low here, and he's still up to two more players. He's got to fight in between this.
Careful enough for Akame. He finds a pole sword and goes straight into stone form, but an army comes out here. This could be a tight position between the top 3 here. Sanchin comes out, gold focus. No, he misses the first set of blue, so it's going to be an automatic second blue focus. But Frostivus, Akame, CDY, they're all tied here for 3rd place. They're all going to get the multiplier. Not a really great extension for those point values, but we are going to see most likely an MVP for the boy Frostivus.
Frosty finally gets himself on the board. You love to see it. Put himself in a very high position earlier and was able to get himself up there in the top. And it looks like with this one, it's going to put him right back in the same place he just was. Now with that opportunity is only going to be just as great and just as beautiful here. Closing in that gap. You love to see it here as he's able to find it. And Frosty, I know, feels good going into our next 3 games. We're headed back to Morris Isle. Frosty as it rains green for him. Hey, what flavor ice cream you want?
Let me get a Neapolitan. Let me get a Rocky Road. All right, let me pick up one of those two, and I'm gonna pick up some strawberry. Strawberry. Here we got Neapolitan. He's just. I can't say he's cooking, right? He's scooping.
He said, "Let me get a." It's kind of crazy though. Just to be able to shut that down though. Well done from Frosty. Got some cons on his feet. I see it. We need a sneaker king. That's what we need. Anyway, back to it though. Frosty able to successfully get himself a MVP for our last chance qualifiers here. Able to get a decent amount of eliminations here. He did a really good job here. Okay, he was balancing back and forth. He wasn't forcing. He didn't want to force, and he played it really, really well. And I think that was the thing that was very, very helpful in that moment here. Now, obviously, when it came down to really being able to lock it in, that's exactly what he did here, and trying not to make sure that both of those players were not caught in a situation here where he was in where Akame's situation was, where they were both kind of center. Both of them were fighting both Akame at the same time. Frosty is just trying to make sure that he doesn't maintain, and he's just juggling them both like he's just like it's natural for him. Just seeing where everybody is, the defense comes through. He times it right for each one of them. Doesn't necessarily force as often, but he's like, no, I'm gonna make sure that I do not go out of this game this early.
Yeah, and I think one other thing is that the fact that Zipping Yings will take the time of being able to focus into their own domain is that when they see an outline variable like a Fairy Shen, they will make sure that that character is out, because she is the only one variable that could just knock them out of the zone. Burning skills, burning ultimates, trying to keep themselves alive. It's their best interest to kind of get a good check on her. And catching that parry when that opportunity came for against Fang was exactly what they were kind of looking for off of that. And you know, it's crazy this happened twice, but two top three scores, or two tied for third place today so far. I think this is the only time that's happened twice in a row for you know, anywhere in the NBPL history. So we're gonna have to double check that into this.
Really?
But I think so, because there's only been one three-man tie, but after that, twice in the same day. Crazy, because you know, everyone in this meta right now after the 9th of May patch, everyone's just trying to make sure they can avoid the the hotties in the early game and killing them off, but it didn't happen for the first two, but this time it happened. Now, in this case scenario, Cam1's still at the bottom of the board. He's got to make some massive catch-ups into the Morsile, but of course, Akame into Saragun, into Star, Shui, Shi, X, and all of these gamers are going to have to make sure they can catch themselves off for the remaining set of rounds. And for Exen, he's right there. He's on the cutting block because we got pace right here at 12.1 for a 0.4 difference between the two. Now, Wolf CDY 13.3, DRG Fang 15.1, 15.3 for AES, and GG Shaw 23.1. So big chance in jumping up the scores, because then Frostbus comes out here to for 28.9 to the lead.
It'd be good for him though, overall. 28.9. That is something that he needed. That timing is fantastic. You love to see. Now, obviously, the replay is going to be brought to you by Thunder Robots, born for gaming, as a CDY. Can absolutely push in on this, gets his elimination onto Star. The timing of it couldn't have been any better. Fang reads that, is able to get that good elim. BB Cam just trying to see if he can maneuver something. Finally gets an elimination here. He was struggling for a long time here, so very good to see him really be able to come through and finally get himself a good dub out of that. That was how I say needed. And he does a good job of it overall here, as he gets some nice little bits and some hits here, just trying to see if he can shut it down. But I mean, so far here, the vibes have been really good for some of these games.
Yeah, you know, and it's like you know, people in the chatters in the chat, they're kind of looking towards Frostbus as saying, you know, he's not meant to be in the last chance qualifiers. He should have been with the top boys, you know. But sometimes those games came out through where they're trying to adjust towards it, and Frostbus found his adjustment through in this day's coming forth for today for last chance qualifiers. Now he has nearly 20k damage as a Zipping Ying, nearly 24k healing alone into this round. So he's been surviving as long as he can. And you know what's interesting about it is that, you know, Musket is his highest damage weapon here, Nunchuck second to Pole Sword, and even those two combined don't match up to how much damage he was able to deal with the musket. We saw him kind of looking for the range game with the bow early on, where he was aiming off of the statue near to the killer's crest and just keep going forth. But the fact that he's got 7k damage on just the musket alone into a solos matchup where he didn't use melees as often. Is just keeping that momentum of just looking in behind, catching the headshot, right? Just catching those shots with the musket and having the Jades to kind of back it up. Kind of phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, hey, he was able to do what he needed to do. He was able to show him why it was important, and obviously that became very, very, very susceptible in that moment here, and obviously that became a good moment to do exactly what he needed to.
So. I think I don't know, because like we have to look into seeing what Fang is gonna have to cook up, because he's a little, in terms of the score, he got himself into 4th place there, right? So we know where he's kind of cooking through in terms of having that position. But just like how Exen is right below, it's scary enough that, within those top middle of the 3, it's going to be a close call between the more style matches. But we do have an interview, guys, coming through here in just a moment. We're going to be right back, guys, after to get you guys into more style.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have Frostivus from Alliance. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team Alliance, and the chickens also say hi.
Okay, welcome. So after today's first half games, so how do you think about today's qualified competitions?
It has been going very slow. As you guys saw, we went to tie 2 times, and so yeah, it's just a little bit slow. But I've been playing quite consistent, so I'm pretty happy with that.
So far you are the first place of the total point list. Do you think is the qualified competition is stressful for you?
Not at the moment. I feel pretty relaxed, but maybe things can change in the last 3 games.
Okay, I see. So let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. And so this time our question is, how many scores did Alliance Frostivus get in Game 3? So we mentioned about Game 3, and we saw there's so many Feria, and we thought Ziping is quite difficult to survive in such this kind of game, but you're a Ziping, right? So how did you survive in that game? What's your strategy?
My strategy is, of course, to eliminate the Feria Shen, and once I eliminate one of the Feria Shen in the end game, it became 3 Zipings versus 2 Ferias, and from there we just won the fight.
Okay. So also I saw you use the range weapons, get a lot of points. Yeah. Did you do more training before for the range weapons before the game?
It's more towards strategy. I feel like a lot of players don't use the range soul jades, but they have been buffed quite a lot, and I feel like people are not using it quite often.
The range weapon is very important. Okay, so please count down the time.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot, everyone. So I saw you bring our new skin for the weapon nunchuck. So what if, if you are the sales for NARAKA and I want you to sell this skin for all the players, how will you introduce this skin?
This is the Screaming Chickens, I guess, and nunchuck is actually one of my favorite weapon currently, and I feel like if you buy this skin, it might even help you win the game.
Wow, you can use the nunchuck like Frostivus, everyone. Also, what's your plan for the following games?
Just try to play consistent, and I will use my Hadi.
Oh, really looking forward for your Hadi. Okay, so the last question, I want to introduce your friends today. So, how do you cheer for Frostivus? Okay, translate for us, please.
I guess they said, let's go, Frostivus. I don't know.
Okay, let's go, Frostivus. Let's see the following games. Bye-bye, everyone. Did you see this coming?
And ladies and gentlemen, we are back here entering into round 4 for the last chance qualifiers for the spring split for 2024 NARAKA Blade Point. My name is Severia alongside with the Senor Dabi Ambush King coming through here for this week's last chance qualifiers. Dabi, you're doing a lot of signs here. You're going to go ahead and, you know, making sure you catch top placement because you are in the last chance qualifiers. The players just don't know that. They just don't know yet.
Man, I'm the 13th member.
The organization?
I'm the 13th member. I'm proud. But we out here trying to make it work. We're trying to make it happen. You know? That's all we can say. But in terms of not only are we dropping the fact that I'm just in the game, we also dropping these rewards that y'all gonna get too if y'all continue to watch the streams. Now, on top of that, if you're not watching, that's unfortunate. But sucks for them. For you, who is watching, not only are you answering questions for your chance to win something dope, you're also answering for your chance for something sick. And for something sick is going to be these different things that you'll be able to watch over time. And also, if you answer the questions, like I said, you get some treasure chests. That's if you get chosen. So make sure that you're answering the questions right for your chance. But no matter what, we got the Twitch drops. Matter of fact, I'm on there live right now, watching it on my other monitor, so that way I can make sure that I continuously get my drops. Because, you know, each time when this happens, I'm always getting my drops. You know that.
All the time, without question. I'm closing into my champion bubble choice too. So
I got so many packs I gotta open at this point. I think I'm up to like 50.
50? Oh.
I think I'm up to like 50 packs. I haven't even opened them yet. I want to wait to get to 100 and then I'm just gonna open them all. Just hope I get just hope I get something good out of it. Just go through just so many different things, you know?
Trying to look for the legendary cosmetic choice gift, you know? That's what I'm hoping for. I think one thing I'm also kind of hoping for is seeing, you know, whether or not players are gonna realize. I get questions about like, oh, how do I get these rewards? How do you get that? I'm like, I'm watching the stream, and they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, bro, it's crazy. You watch the stream, you get rewards, and they don't realize that. But then I realize they're on YouTube, and I'm like, oh, there it is, right? It has to be on Twitch, guys. Make sure you bind your account. Don't forget. But going into this round, tough. It is tough because you miss out, and it's limited time, big limited time. But we do have to note, we're entering round 4, May 9th match, or May 9th patch, and Liam has yet to make an appearance. You know, the new character. He's kind of hiding in the shadows, lurking, you know. just moving. You're probably gliding on the ground pretty much, because the thing is that we haven't seen a lickety split Tessa pick at all. No Tessas have arrived into Holoroth in last year's qualifiers. He's even on. He's picking up the receiver. He's like, I gotta make a call real quick. You know, where the Tessas at? Where the Tessas at? Because this is where she's gonna show up. 110%. Even though she got some changes, right? She got her removal off of the F3 and the V3, which F3 no one uses in Souls, and kind of the prospect of it. Very niche skill, but to the V3 animation, switching over to the V2 could see potential for players wanting to take full advantage of that, considering that it's no longer a skill shot, but it's more of a skill jump, because you just drop in there with the V2. I think, Dobby, that's going to be what case scenarios could be where Tessas are going to make their appearance here.
Even with that, though, I mean, it's still going to be kind of this back and forth that's going to be very hopeful. Let's hope that maybe with that is going to be a variable for some of these players. But down below at the bottom here, Cam 1, 0.6 average points, 0.2. I mean, he is struggling. Cam has been kind of the I hate to say it, the freelo of this game right now. He's been the freelo. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry. You know, hit the bell. And it's just, you know, it's just one of those things where it's absolutely tough. So, you know, you got to be able to dish it out in different ways. Let's hope that maybe they can, you know, they can help come back from this and be able to work towards it, you know?
Yeah, because it's, you can have a pop-off game. That can happen. You saw Pace get a pop-off game and go from, like, what was it, like 15th into, like, 10th? Or 15th to like 9th, like that could happen, right? 17-point game in the realm of possibility, but it's also the case scenario, right? It's not just that all the players are at equal levels. Sometimes you have some players that are just above the points, and in terms of points as well as their skill and just knowing what to do. But this is going to be an interesting first round, not a mono pick. Every individual pick here: Tessa, Shayo, Hadi, Akos. GRG's favoring the Tessa here, Shayo for Star, but Pace is using the Hadi. So is AS now in the second round position. First Liam in the game. I just saw the Akos throw for GG Shaw. Cam 1 procking in. We were just talking about him like literally like a minute ago, Dobby, and he's going to be choosing the new character coming into this round.
Absolutely. Even with that too, I feel like there's just an amount of time where I think it just helps more than anything. I think it makes sense. And I feel like there's just a point where with some of these plays, whoa, hold on, sound the whoa.
That's it. It's time.
We gotta sound a bell. Sound a bell. That's kind of crazy, because what I was not expecting was for that to be what it is. That's kind of insane.
It's kind of nuts. I think it's the most diverse pool of flex selections, period. Because I think we got like 6 different character selections between Tessa, Shayo, Akos, Hadi, Tarka, right? And it's like and Liam, right? Now this is like that's a really big spread between all the players. Even Cam's like, interesting. Because Cam using Liam here, it's going to be interesting to see how he kind of stacks up against the other players in the Nbpl, because F2 is not going to be invested. He's going to use the F1 V2. Okay, so he really is going to want to full send this one. Frostivus using the V1. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not even going to say nothing. If he does it though,
say nothing.
Shout out to Hadley. I'm gonna shout out that again. But a lot of V2s between AS as well with Pace here for those Hadi skills, and CDY with the target pick here it's classic. It's classic. Has he been? Is he gonna look for a double pick there? You know, maybe. But we're gonna have to see, because into round 5 or 6, it's up to CDYs and his performance and trying to lock in those top 6 points or top 6 selection of placement. And we're entering a round between the Tessas, and they're all running V1, right? They don't want to lose any sort of chance of getting losing that enchant position. Considering that Hadis are in the round is also to their benefit of catching him midair, because if he'll be hopping around, right? Like if he's flying around, he'll avoid any sort of situation with the V2 is gonna be proc. But spawns are coming out here, Dobby. Hot.
Spawns are coming out nice and hot for some of these players. Meanwhile, BB is in Celestia. It looks like JJ is going to be a little bit towards Wayne Shrine. It looks like we got a Wolves in Daylily Meadow. Actually, a little bit before Daylily's Meadow, heading towards Lake Yellowleaf. Meanwhile, everybody's realistically surrounding the south side of Shadow Jade Mine. So it looks like we're going to see some people in Sigma Mine, Dragon Spine Yard, Jade Pond, a little further out towards Mohesive Haven, which also is another familiar and popular location as well, right towards that area here. And it looks like nobody's going to be in Shipwreck, nobody's in Sunwings Rest, and nobody in Eventide. So as of right now, it's going to be a good set of games here. So ladies and gentlemen, let's cook up, let's lock in, and let's get it right for our game number 4 and the halfway mark for our last chance qualifiers.
Got ourselves in here for a game. Sigma Mine going to be the first set of fights between Srelgan and AS. But looks like Srelgan actually got himself a little bit of rubber band off that grapple going backwards. But he doesn't only have one grapple left. Having to keep in mind about his chase against AS here is going to be in very good predicament because he knows that there's no armor for him. So now it's up to AS of whether or not he's wanting to invest the F2 here. But looks like R&B is going to be released here. Srelgan being careful here. He's going to be losing out a lot of chunk of his armor here. He has to use the F1 to invest. But the F2 comes out here from AS, and I think it's going to be a good chance for him to get off of here and backing off and finding an armor.
Even with that here, let's see if they can remember to work towards him. Oh, Ezreal actually ends up overshooting, and because of that, it actually costs him a lot of shield here. Oh no, it's not looking good as the ulti actually ends up coming through. Not the ulti, the stun coming through is Ezreal trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap a little bit here, but it's not going to be enough as he ends up getting stunned towards that. Nice little reset here. Doesn't take too much insane damage here as Ezreal's going to try to keep that situation a little bit more apparent. Tries to see if he can back off this here and maybe tries to use that towards the information here, but let's see if they can rotate towards that one here.
Now, Frostfist has to worry about Exton, but he's going to be locking him down here because the third party could be arriving with those musket shots. I heard in the background from Fang. Finds the R&B off of Frostfist. Frostfist finds a parry off of Fang, but of course he does not want to go for the animation. He knows the combo is going to be utilized, but gets caught into the parry, but the parry goes straight towards Fang, and Frostfist takes an R&B from the face, and the fan coming up from Fang, and the longsword beam from Exton is going to confirm the kill elimination. Fang has to be very careful about putting this pressure on because Akame, he's hunting around and trying to make sure he can catch a close-knitted kill.
Got to be careful though with some of those. Definitely is going to have to work towards it, seeing if maybe there's an opportunity for him to try to see if he can close this in. PST just trying to wait it out. His Star's just waiting for him to attack so that way he can hit the parry. But sadly, it's not going to be that easy for him to try to work towards it. He says, hey, buddy, you thought you had an opportunity here. You thought you had something that maybe can make sense here, but obviously it's not going to be enough. His Star tries to close in just a little while longer here. The question is it going to be enough to do what he needs to? He tries to hold strong here with that ulti here, and it looks like Star's not going to make it easy for him to try to see if he can close this out.
I think one thing is that Armor Swap is going to give a little bit more position for pace now, for him to have to maybe look into investing in ultimate. If Star decides to use the proc hold, then there it is. It's going to be V2. They're going to dodge the first V2. You're going to be looking for the second block. Uses F2 while the F2 is coming out from Star. He gets a successful combo rush, and he finds the elimination there. Clean as can be. Star finding his first kill into this lobby and making sure he can try to keep that momentum going out here from Crow's Nest and beyond.
Yeah, it definitely was a tough one here in this situation here. But hey, you never know sometimes. Sometimes you can end up in certain situations here where maybe you are in the negative and then you end up being in the positive. And I think that's how some of these end up going. So you definitely have to kind of work towards it and make sure that you're not in the worst places to be. And meanwhile, it looks like Shaw's just getting absolutely destroyed here. He gets caught in the juggle. He's trying to work towards it. He gets absolutely decimated. But Ezreal misses the bow opportunity for the finish here. GG Shaw is able to find a absolute free gray shield here just to keep it alive. But the question is, there's no such thing as free as he ends up catching him with it. Nice stature towards it. Tries to see if he can capture the stun, but it's not enough as he ends up popping the ulti here. Ezreal just trying to figure that out towards the ending or the jumping, and is trying to maneuver it a little bit longer here. It's not going to be enough time here. He's trying to maneuver through and trying not to get caught up here. Here comes the absolute tiger, the mauling coming through here. Here comes the stun yet again. He's going to try to see if maybe he can close him out this time here. Absolutely sends him going though. And he ends up catching the stun. He gets the finish. Ezreal finally catches it, sir. Oh, he almost messed that up. And for a split second there, I was looking at him and I was like, bro.
Taking everything off of that bow shot. 4 shots, 5 shots. No, not going to happen. But he did find enough rage to be earned back after the first enchantment. So shout out to Srelgan getting his second elimination there. Now we're going to see Cam 1 here. And now the interesting thing about V2 for Liam is that it's not rage based. It's pretty much going to be a 2 throw out. I'm not going to say the word. Going to throw out a ball to catch the opponent and try to force himself in a position to lock the opponent down. But AS in a spot against Wei Shi, looking for the R&Bs, goes straight back into flight form. He has it available for him. He's going to look for Wei Shi's level 3 swing. There it is. Confirms. Gets a little bit of burn. And I think it's going to kill confirm here. No longer is Wei Shi going to live here for much longer with the burn effect. I lied, but the level 3 swing into the building, that's going to be it, Dobby. That's going to be AS's first elimination to this game.
AS finally gets one though. We love to see it though. He's finally able to work towards it though. little bit of timing towards this. Sometimes you just got to be able to put yourself in the right shoes here all the way with this one as Cam. Just trying to see if he can maneuver it. Listen, Cam has been the easy one so far here. Let's see. He ends up catching the parry, and, well, I'm not surprised by that one at all, to be honest. That's really unfortunate. Sorry. It's tough.
No.
I mean,
it's good to see though that there's a chance here for him to come back. CDY finds a kill steal too from that bow shot. So unfortunately for Akame, wasn't able to kind of find that. Cam is still in soul form into the Sigma mine, finding out where he wants to try to spawn in here. It's going to be his play. CDY though, purple Hong sword. Romy ain't going to spawn out here in about 80 seconds or so. So for these players, going to make the rotations out. And AS is just looking for the hunt here. And I think Dobby, that AS is like really just trying to catch himself into that top 3 placement. He's good to go, but there is a 4 kill difference between 3rd and 6th, and then just a 0.6 difference between that and 7th.
I mean, so far though, 6th and 7th is going to be a little bit closer of a niche here, but we love to see it though. This is what I love to see though. So like I said, the closer we get towards the end of the night, obviously, the more that you start to focus a little bit on the 6th and 7th, right? Sometimes 5 and 6, and then 7th and 8th. Because then it also depends on how close they are too. With those points is going to be very, very, very important. And sometimes in those areas, that's where the real fights start to happen, because now they know the time is of the essence.
You know, 100%. And like we got to look into seeing about, you know, when they can be aggressive, right? Mid game and having the builds necessary could make them want to take fights, like we seen into round, 1 into today, where we saw, Exon tried to get a force off of GG Shaw right into that mid game to the late game, and it backfired because all of a sudden he gets focused on regardless, because once that push, he starts pushing poking the bear, that's when GG Shaw said, I'm just gonna take a book out and rip a page and just burn it in your face, and then kicks him out of the game. And that can happen regardless of the play, but it also comes down towards the gear. And we're going to see CDY here with a purple Hong sword, blue armor, up against an Akos. Exton is going to be his opponent into this Romyang. Take it away, Dobby.
I mean, we could try to see if we can work towards it, though, and see if maybe something makes sense towards it. Let's see if they can figure that out here over time. As CDY is going to be able to try to close this one out here. Going airborne on him. Sadly, misses out on the grapple opportunity the first time. He's going to try to see if maybe he can close him out. See if they can work with it here, as they're still going to try to work around this. Trying to see which one kind of makes sense here towards this. Taking his time with each strike. Trying to see if maybe they can make it look a little better each time. Ooh, nice momentums to try to see if maybe they can carry that in terms of that momentum, and then in terms of what makes sense here. Then kind of going back and forth here. 39 seconds left on the clock here. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like they're both actually going to not make it. Let's see. I'm gonna take a guess here. My guess is gonna be, I don't think they're actually, I think the time is gonna be up. I think it's gonna be too late, and I think they're both gonna have to fight to get another shield here. 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if they can close this one out, or let's see if they're both gonna have to fight to try to see if maybe they can not have it though. But they're both jumping up and down here. It's actually, they're gonna have to go for the reset here. One of them's gonna try to see if they can go forth towards it. Nice strike. Oh, he's going to catch him with the juggle. Oh, gets the finish. And CDY stays alive. Shuts him down. Gets the finish. Says, how you doing?
Taking you out for shopping, because CDY is going to go ahead and get that purple armor, gold weapon. AS is going to avoid that V1 Tesla coming out from Akame, a realm winner. So gold fan is in standby form. You're going to see an enchant be disenchanted. As you can see, GG Shaw was able to find it. AS still looking to try to go some heal back while he's walking away fear, but Akame ain't gonna let that one slide. He has ultimate cast and another 10% rage, so he's gonna be trying to earn that one up. It's a change in this patch as well, where Tessa has a 13-second delay before she can build up rage after the ultimate is confirmed hit. So for Akame right now, it's just really for him to kind of burn out that time to kind of bring it back into play, just finding a target after that duration to just hit and just be able to build it up, or rage per second in general. Now, AS having to force himself out here, I think it might be a good chance here, Dobby, where he's going to be looking to try to just keep himself alive, but it's going to be a tough call with 3 enemies on the vicinity.
3 people within the vicinity, though, definitely is going to be a little bit tough, but it's not necessarily impossible. Let's see if they can figure that out here with that amount of timing. As CDY is going to go absolutely airborne, catching the fire, trying to see if they can capture Cam on the outskirts of this. He is the free elo player here of this fight, which is very unfortunate to say during last chance qualifiers here. Let's see if he can capture the timing. Maybe he could try to work towards it here, but that flame is definitely not making it easy for him here. Oh, nice skip, trying to see if maybe he can go around it.
The timing, BBE just trying to run around from it, trying not to get caught up, but it's not going to be enough as the free elo is going to be very helpful for him, though. GG easy type of momentum, though, but is it easy for CDY as he's going to try to see if he can rotate towards this and keep himself alive? I don't know.
Might be going for the pregame here because right now we're going to see Frost was into the Gamma Mine. Having to chase down here CDY, who does have himself in a little bit of a sticky situation, has Vermilion Bird Smite for another minute and a half or so. So for him right now, it's just keeping himself nice and sustained here, using those pillars to kind of work off his scare rushing away from his opponents. Frostless in the meantime. He does have remaining depletion. He doesn't have any kills this match so far. So for right now, it's going to be looking to try to find that low health Tarka. But a Tarka on the move is kind of Tarka, Tarkas in general. If he can find the time of getting caught out, he could just use F1, use that as a setup for just baiting out the enemy and just shift out, dodge out, get out of harm's way, and just keeping himself safe in the long run.
You can save it for the long run here, but the question is, how long is that run? Are we talking 10 miles? Are we talking a full marathon? I don't know, because right now it could be shorter than the cowardly dog screaming whenever they see something. I believe it. Definitely gonna have to work towards that one here as he's gonna go back and forth. Not looking good as CDY is gonna come through and absolutely steal the elimination away. But it looks like he's gonna be able to get eliminated though, but he'll be back because he's got that Vermilion's Burst Might. So it's good for CDY. He's got 2 eliminations. That's exactly what you want when it comes to that. That's exactly what you want.
That's good. It's a perfect case scenario. And right then and there, start having 3 eliminations as one of the Shy Ultimates in the lobby. Finding that goal from banning those eliminations is great. Now, Paste finds the LMB uppercut off of this Akos. It's going to have to force the ultimate for his opponent as GG Shaw is trying to rotate through inside of the temple. Still has 0 eliminations into this game, but having to invest the ultimate is going to notify everyone in the vicinity. Now, Akame is looking to hunt this down, looking for the scare rush. He finds Paste off for the 3rd floor, and he's keeping him to a corner. Paste at a low enough point could get focused out here between all targets because he is the lowest health target here, and that's going to be a dangerous predicament. He finds the dodge, he finds the R&B, Akame into the zone here, but the R&B from the Phantom Fang gets that sets up the tether and finds the elimination, and he looks for the R&B. He's looking for the soul blue. He's going to deny anyone in the vicinity to try to pick that one up. He's going to go straight towards the ground, but we're going to see GG Shaw finding elimination here against a combo. The parry from Shaw, clean as can be, and looking for the R&B. The F1 could be invested, but Fang is going to look for this back out, and Shaw is going to look for that time to reset.
Kame, they would actually successfully get that finish though. Says, see you later. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate all what you've done so far here. Nice little shutout. Nice little time to try to see if they can find that out here. Shaw able to get elimination on the board. See, Wolf, CDY still able to complete it overall there. He still has those 4 eliminations in total here as he's now back in the game. And JJH just waiting to see if maybe somebody decides to pull up. But let's go back inside of that realm of Yang and what we saw earlier here with that replay. Let's see how Frostivus was able to clutch this one up. Okay, he's got everything against him, right? He's got low shield, low heals. He's got the stun. He pops open the ulti here. The stun ends up most likely probably stopping the momentum that he has. And then he ends up going right back up towards the air. Actually, never mind. Just absolutely getting pelted. And then he ends up getting out, which is unfortunate here, actually. It was on the other side here of that as S-Rail is going to try to see if he can close in this gap towards GG Shaw. Rock climbing all the way up towards the wall here, trying to see if he can close it out. Forces that. Oh, here comes the mauling, though. That's unfortunate. He ends up getting caught with the stun. Can't really do too much with it. Tries to see if he can get away. It's not going to be enough. Oh, no, it's not looking good. Ooh, just in the lick of time. GG Shaw was able to stake it away and try to stay alive from this one here. But so far, for some of these playstyles, it's looking pretty good. But between JJ, H-Star, and X-Shin, sir, who you got?
I think it's going to be up to the mitigation that Star can bring. I think Exen could have a bit of an advantage with catching her without the block enabled, but Star has the Shio ultimate ready to go. Looking for those mid-air musket shots, looking for the F2, and just try to drop down, finding Exen's F1 to be invested. Star will now take the time to go in for those range shots. He finds one. Doesn't hit the 2. He goes for the R&B release, gonna hold check it, gets for a clink. Star looking for his chance here for forcing a lethal jab down towards Exen, who finds his uppercut. This is gonna be really bad for Star right now. If he can keep the extension, Exen could catch it, but he drops it right then and there. F2 invested. You can see a double jump from here from Exen. The uppercut is confirmed, but off top of the pillar is where he's gonna land. Star has ultimate still to this day. We're gonna see Exen try to look for this R&B from the hold check here. There it is. Crouch LMB forces the F1. Again, there's gonna be a chance for the R&B release. There's gonna be a chance for another R&B release. Dodges it, goes up to the LMB, and that's gonna force a neutral out for an ultimate from Exen. Star getting his ultimate cast is going to be looking for this chance to avoid the V2 pounce, but there's going to be the first one. V2 activated, looking for the flash step pursuit, finds it, avoids the pounce coming up for the first one. Now let's take a look at seeing how Star's going to be looking for the second one because there's about 20 seconds left. Star has to be careful about this. The second dash is going to be available. Going to catch that second pounce though as Exon gets some heal back. Star has one more block readily available to go. And looking for Exon here for those that V2 flash step pursuit. We could see a chance here for it. There's going to be an avoidance. 10 seconds left. We're going to see F2. Exon gets a parry. This could be a chance for him to get this extension. And for this kill potential, goes for the carousel. 1, 2, 3. R&B, jump LMB. He doesn't get it. They both meet their fate. And they both have to find a body or else they're done.
Oh, both of them was going to get out of that. I did make the call. One of them was probably going to end up going out, but obviously I was one realm of Yang too early. Unfortunate. As DRG's Fang is going to try to see if they can walk climb this, trying to see if maybe they can find Shaw, but it looks like one of them ends up fighting as itself. It's TE's S-Rail inside of this fight here. Some of these players really maneuvering all throughout all of this, trying to make sure not to get caught up here, but Fang is going absolutely airborne. You saw how far and high he's going? Goodness gracious, the amount of spinning he's doing faster than the tennis ball hit by Serena Williams. Anyway, trying to see if they can rotate a maneuver with that one there. Closer towards it. Geez, Shaw trying to go up towards it. Oh, he ends up getting stunned. And guess what? The stun is in the middle of the sky. He can't even stop the stun. He's forced to get it hit. And GG Shaw is going to get hit. An absolute nice buffet at a Korean barbecue. Not looking good for him, though, as he's going to get hit. DRG's Fang trying to see if maybe they can close in the gap here. GG Shaw trying to see if he can maneuver it out and just getting caught in the backstretch. How did he live through that? 3 people charging up their blue focus just for them to miss.
I think one thing is that his F1 being goal focused and also getting 60% mitigation by hitting those 3 targets is massive for them not to want to take a good gander of chasing because they'll do still a little bit of damage. But Shaw having that ult here using the V2 pounce to kind of expend a way for him to extend the distance between him and his opponents. He looks for the rotation through Sigma Mine as it comes out here. Joy Shi is going to be the first one to lock this one in. He finds that elimination. He finds that kill. He finds the Soul Bloom that Star is trying to pick it up. And he finds it himself to get out of the Roman Yang depletion. 3 eliminations for Star, and he's still in the game here for potential top on the board. But CDY is somewhere in the midst, and I think he's looking for that target play for MVP, and we would love to see that. Isn't that right, Dobby?
Absolutely. Even with that towards the back stretch here, and still going to be able to work towards it, though, more and more. But even with that, though, I mean, it's obviously starting to close it in little by little here. Top 7 so far. Star on the chopping block. Same with Junshi. Junshi can get out of this. Oh, Bauta and Action and Junshi are actually tied. You see that?
You mean by that?
13.3 for both players. 13.3 between 8th and 7th. Leading up to 14.3 to 16.9.
That's in the words of my benevolent brother, Poggers. One kill difference between the two of them to catch themselves into placement. Of course, beating out Star would be their best case scenario, but Star still has himself to be healthy as can be unless they take the time to lobby him out. But that also comes down to the zone, right? We see Moonbane coming in here in just a moment. As Exon is under Roman Yang depletion, he needs about 90 seconds to find a kill potential here. Otherwise, it's not going to be having a fun time. Now, across the board, there's only one character here who doesn't have a combo breaker ultimate / skill, and that is going to be Star, because everyone else has a combo breaker ready to go here in case he finds it. Like this, for instance, there's Joy Shi's first combo breaker. Okay, now Joy Shi needs to be locked down here from Exon, but the tether is going to be his insurance policy to kind of force disengage this fight. And then DRG Fang finds Exon, finds the F1, finds the disenchain here. We're going to see everyone going to be focused on Exon here as a result, because he's going to be in broad daylight. Everyone's going to take the time to range out, and Exon having the best ultimate. Can he catch Joy Shi here? Is it going to be enough time for him to catch that target?
Absolutely insane here. As Action is going to try to see if he can close in this gap between him and Junshi. Nice little bit of a step back here, but the ulti is going to come through. Ooh, almost tries to get him with the Tiger thing, but not going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, Action trying to work towards it. Oh, nice stun here. The question is, are they going to be able to at least stop it here? Fang just trying to guard. He's able to at least get the stun off of one, though, but it looks like he's not going to be able to do enough. And Fang is actually able to come through, catch him off the extra, just says, where do you think you're going? And captures the free elimination off of that, though. Looks like Star is able to capture elimination and stop Action. Actually, in this moment here. Actually insane. What a finish.
And he's tied for with CDY, and CDY is just chilling out for placement. I wouldn't blame him. I mean, he's the only Tarka. Who wants to fight a Tarka in the final circle? No one wants to take that chance, so he knows that. And he's going to be waiting this one out.
I mean,
think
it's fun to fight a Tarka though.
Of course, until you're propelled and you just sit back and you just take a break, walk away, go to lunch, take some notes, come back.
All fun and games to you. They're like
taking them out. I think one other thing though is that he doesn't want to get caught by Tessa's enchants. That's big upset. If he has to use ult, he's like, I'm gonna send you to the Shadow Realm, and then Tessa's like, knock knock, and there's nothing he can do about it. That's his biggest kind of gripe if he kind of gets focused on a third party. I think Fang though, having the opportunity of buying gold out here, he's gonna be buying stuff in the shop, and buys a gold armor before that Sparewell spawns in. It is gonna put him in the lead here, Dobby. I think for a gear department aspect.
Even with that though, pretty decent so far here towards that, so it's not too bad. And let's see if they can rotate towards this one. Let's see which one is going to be a very big benefit for some of these players though, if they really are able to pay attention to it a little bit more. I think it's going to be very helpful for them though, depending on what makes sense here. So let's hope that maybe they see that.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy too because he also has Vajra's grip. So if he loses a blue focus forward to parry, he can keep the weapon. He has a pole sword, so that's going to be a really big benefit for him right now. But someone's wanting to try to sneaky into this way, and Srugan just trying to poke this one out. Star as well. We're going to see the Sparewell lose its shield wall here. There it is. Looks for those R&B spans. We're going to see a chance for him to try to find out what he's going to be able to pick up in nothing of value. So he's going to be backing off here as a complete sense of the word and just making sure he can try to get himself in a safety net position because now we're entering into the final 6 minutes. These players have themselves whatever builds they got and trying to be careful for their realm of things. For instance, his first Srugan, right? He's going to be careful enough with his Tessa and then with the Jades in selection. I think if I'm not mistaken, gentlemen, he has a Soul Slash. So if he ever needs to find a katana, he can go for it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Low chance of him using a katana versus a Soul Slash or for a Hong Sword.
Even with that though, let's see if they're going to be able to maintain this though. I feel like the lead's going to be a little bit tougher for some of this, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not going to work. Meanwhile, CDY and Star right near each other. All they have to do is round the corner. But it looks like it's going to be a little bit more of a calmer pace.
Mm-hmm.
Towards this circle. I think the timing of it is pretty hasty.
It's a little bit. I saw a prize fall somewhere in the builds. So someone's got a prize fall. If they miraculously find that whole double blue focus for horizontal dagger and catch someone out, it's going to be a deletion. Like everyone can focus onto it. Even a Tessa would like I'm taking the opportunity because once that happens, that person can either die or get caught into an enchant and then they can die again. It's really getting caught out twice in a row. That's not the best case. But you can see Srugan switched over his katana. Now he's actually going to want to try to invest into this Soul Slash he does have on hand. So he'll have his opportunity of doing so just for those range blue focuses. That way he doesn't have to kind of throw out a fan R&B that's kind of to be expected, but he can just double hold check that blue focus for sure.
Meanwhile, it's going to be interesting now. Star, he's right there. All you have to do is round the corner. All you have to do is just look right over. Meanwhile, in the replay area here, PST maneuvering around, just trying to make it harder for Star to really be able to time the hits though. Struggling to try to see if he could time it just right. Star trying to maneuver through the rotation, tries to pop, does pop the ulti here. And it looks like that could be something that's really, really going to be helpful for him though. Nice little bit of a dodge. Could be a fantastic counter though for Hottie. And it looks like they're back at it. Both of them working towards it here. Nice little bits of movement. Both of them having none of the ultis. Nice defensive clangs on each side here. 25 seconds left on the clock here. This is from the replay. We got a chance to see. Ooh, nice hit to deplete the shield from Star. Both of them trying to find it here. Waiting for it. Oh, catches the ulti. Is able to get the hits though, and that's exactly how you send somebody back to the ER. Just absolutely make sure your hands are wet. Pull back, give it a nice
Dr. Gray.
Right to the back of the head.
I'm sterile. No one touch me. I'm sterile. He's saying into the surgeon, bro. Full I'm not gonna say the name. All right. So what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen here is probably gonna be a chance for everyone kind of worry about whether or not they're gonna look for a parry. That's what Srugan's kind of baiting for any range shots, but also if anyone wants to take the chance, they can run up to him. Now CDY, hippity hoppity, skippity hoppity. He's gonna be going ahead and just keeping this momentum up. But you can see an RB release out here from AS as he's looking towards Fang. Having to be very careful about what his position is inside of the building, because anyone could take the time to actually just rush in there or even throw a Tessa ultimate in through the building itself. He wouldn't be safe. Just like I cast the curse moment, right? Fang finds himself caught into that enchant. There's going to be a chance here into the zone where he could get deleted. The musket shots and the musket shots gets caught to the enchant, gets eliminated by stars as the musket shots comes out. Big upset from this point on, Dali.
Well, absolutely. Even towards that, though, you do have to be like kind of careful for certain instances here. Definitely has to be able to kind of like rotate towards that and be able to just kind of pay attention to like kind of what's happening here. Definitely able to rotate towards that here in terms of what makes sense here. But we're at the final four here. I'm surprised they don't really fight it out a lot harder, though, because honestly, when it comes to that final four, they usually are like super, super aggressive on each other. And it takes one person to really make all the other three start to pay attention to the fight.
Yeah. And it causes them like, okay, what's the decision making here, right? There's a stone form, right? But the blue focus vertical comes through. Sorogan denies the soul form proc immediately. I'm not sure why Fang is rocking into the opponent, but he finds an advanced heal proc, and that's going to give himself a chance. Now, the crazy thing is that CDY is getting free pistol shots off of Fang. No one's taking the time of actually staggering him through. Even Star is looking towards and uses those missile shots, even standing right next to his opponent. And now this is up to the team to just deny Tessa from entering the end game. But Sorogan is not the lowest health target. It's the gold armor Tessa. And for CDY also is revealing that he has a dual ring. If he looks for the 1-2-3, gets the silence, to be a chance here. But there's going to be the push, Dobby. And I think there's going to be a chance here for CDY to look for it.
It looks like he's going to find it, though, and he ends up getting sniped, though, by the side of S-Rail here, as he ends up actually catching some decent damage here. Still has the ulti, though. I'm surprised. He needs to be able to throw some fireballs. That's what I should be watching as well here. Those fireballs, they're lethal sometimes. But looks like they're both going to try to see if they can rotate this, trying not to get caught up. Oh, it looks like he sends Fang on the outskirts of the circle here. Almost is able to dodge it on both of them, both S-Rail and Fang here. Definitely does not want to get caught up on the outskirts here. Has to be careful. That circle take is going to be very, very lethal here in this moment here. Oh, he ends up catching it with the stun, and here we go. Absolutely, CDY gets sent on the outskirts here. Here comes that third party, and obviously, he is not the favorite for this moment here. Absolutely insane push here is JJH Star. Trying to see if he can not get caught up outside of the circle here. S-Rail and Fang all the way up top here. Doesn't have to force anything here. Just lets them kind of fight like as if it's a stepmom and in between the children. Just doesn't decide he doesn't need to be forcing anything if he doesn't have to here. Meanwhile, Star trying to see if he can capture a stun. He's able to at least capture one here inside of this as the stun actually drops down towards the bottom here. Sends Fang off the outskirts, says, see you later, buddy. Starts to do a nice little bit of bullying on the outer skirts here. JJH Star is trying to see if he can close out this game and gets himself a dub. He needs one. He catches the first one. He catches the second. Ladies and gentlemen, 7 eliminations. JJH finally gets a score on the board, an MVP, and his first dub of the night.
My man's getting dapped up straight into an 8-kill game, first place. I think it's the highest score besides from what we saw from the shot. I need to see the scoreboard because that could have been
W's in chat for real.
CQs, bro. JJH just started climbing that leaderboard position that he was once in, where it was kind of scary. But catching an 8-kill game, it's a game 4, no less. We'll give him the necessary push in the standout position for him against his opponents. Now, of course, still 2 games to kind of work off, but we still have chances into Nighttime Morris, into another Dusk, where these players are still trying to keep us up. This is the most like tension-based LCQs. I did last year's last season's summer LCQs as well, and watching these players kind of come through here. And you mentioned the fireball, just reminding myself of Bauda's MZR shooting himself a fireball target pick with reload and just threw them out against Zipping and various Shens, and that was just an experience. I think
what a shutdown.
Yeah, I think CDY getting caught out there was kind of I'm not saying expected, right? But
that was tough. That was tough.
Like, we saw the fact that Railgun, he invested into using the Soul Slash in a phenomenal way, where you're actually able to see how he used it in 2 tactile ways. One was to kind of deny the stone form from Pole Sword, where when the vertical starts to crack on through, that the verticals start to strike underneath the target and it catches them into the stagger for the free damage. The second thing is that he uses it as a bait out tool. Biggest baseline of a skill in the Jade is that when you reveal it, you may not use it immediately against a target who's expecting. And that's what happened where we saw for the instances that CDY was expecting Seragon to throw out the Soul Slash, gets baited out, gets dash R&B, it gets straight into the stagger, and then everyone in the lobby can kind of take that into consideration. It's kind of ironic too, because we saw CDY kind of focusing out Fang with those pistol shots, and then Star did the same thing, and they're kind of focusing on the Fang, but that advanced heal Brock's just coming back and forth for Fang there, just really put it in the position of where they like, no, we can't focus her up. Kind of a tough position.
Yeah,
but,
tough position.
Yeah.
Good choice for him, though, in that moment here. Was able to do that with the shield, and it was able to really benefit him towards that end. So good work for JJH in that moment here. But question for y'all, so that way y'all can keep getting y'all prizes here. How many players choose Tesla in game number 4? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Put your answer in chat for a spring random split drop.
Hopefully they can get it right this time.
Even with that, though, as long as you get that answer right here, let's check out the score, though. 14.2. Each time we get into these games, the games really do get higher and higher with our first place. Can we see a 20 bomb tonight in terms of game points?
20 bomb?
20 bomb and game points would be kind of insane here. 8 eliminations for Star, 14.2. CDY, 4 eliminations, 6.7. Fang with that 5.4. What a great score coming in from all that.
Yeah. And I think even though Frostfist did get 0 points because he was playing out the hottie, and I was going to make mention of this into Rami Yang, where he just got really low to the point where the teleport didn't even matter because all that the opponent needed to do was just crossbowing them down. Like that's all that kind of comes out towards it. Worst case scenario is when you are low and you use it in a last minute ditch effort and you still get caught out because obviously you are low health. Now standings are going to lead into the board. Bottom 6 of the board, we're going to have TE Strogan here at 14.8 and 7th. Battles X at 13.9 and 8th. 9th place has a Joy Shi from FPX Team J Team's Pace in 10th with 12.1, 10.2 for Akame, and 11th but BBE's Cam. Bringing out the first Liam pick, 4.7 in 12th place. Now, top 6, different story. We're going to see that chance to be showcasing the AS is now on that 6th place position, 17.5. As a gatekeeper, 20 points though for CDY so far in round 5, into round 5 as 5th place. DRT's Fang in 4th with 20.5, 24.7 for DG Shaw in 3rd. Star with 24.7, and we still have Frostbus here at top of the board for 28.9. But look at the immense game that Star just came out here. He had like nearly 9 points, 10 points, and he catches a 14.2 game just like that. And he's tied in here with Shaw for that value. So for these two going back up against each other, Dobby, it's going to be a good chance for him to showcase that.
Absolutely. A lot happening here within that space here. Was able to do exactly what he needed to. As we see Xjin with a nice little bit of a feat coming through a Star. Going to be able to capture and bully PST in this corner here. S-Rail trying to see if he could time it with that GG Shaw, but that stun was able to do a lot of that momentum. Hottie. I think people are starting to realize how good Hottie can be, man, and how versatile he really could be in certain situations, especially when it comes to both fighting, healing, and being able to get away as well. The fact that he can heal while in the air is just chef's kiss. Mwah. Is able to keep it alive, is able to keep things moving, that momentum to still be able to put the pressure and still continue to keep that pressure even while healing is going to be very helpful for a lot of these players here. And I think we're going to start to see more and more of these hotties start to show out and show up more and more within the rest of this year. And by the way, I mean, this is just LCQ.
Yeah, LCQ is going through, Star celebrating. I'll celebrate too.
Look how happy he is.
Yeah, of course. I think was that? No, that's like his 2nd MVP. Maybe his 3rd MVP this season.
I thought it was his 1st.
Let's find out. 3rd. I was like
3rd MVP, 14k damage, 8 eliminations, 2 melee resist soul jades, 2 Sunas. 2 Sunas? Suna 2? 2 Sunas?
Suna 2 Sunas.
Suna 2 Sunas. 2 Sunas. A Starfall and a Soul Shatter. His 3rd MVP. Star made it happen, ladies and gentlemen. He did it once, he did it again, and he did it a 3rd. He's back on top. 14.8. Solid score. Definitely is going to put him back up there in that top 6 for sure.
Yeah. And on top of that, right, like having himself to just kind of keep his momentum there was key. Not having a worry in the world when it came down towards that final circle, considering that he had his ultimate still held on to. So for any sort of melee attacks that kind of stagger him, or rare case scenario, bow shot, headshot, that he'll get staggered forward, there would be a chance for him to actually work forth in keeping track of those Tessas when they went to the sky, because the biggest chances for Tessas to get full value into the final circle is looking for those midair, a chance, because at which point, that's second base case scenario, is that the opponents look for themselves in a spot where if a staff user is going to be on the ground, they can knock them back, and that's where that that pseudo third party conundrum happens, where the test enchant's confirmed, the third party shows them to knock off the staff, the enchant locks them to the zone, and the enchant occurs, and they taking like zone damage take by zone damage take, and that's what the best case happened. But since we saw even into, I think, week 1 finals, where we saw, or even to week 1, day 3, where we saw how well the Shio can operate inside those final circles, is where she can actually knock those opponents out in the zone by using her V2 Flash Step Pursuit. And hotties have a great benefit in countering out Shio, but the biggest thing is that she doesn't take any sort of base damage, right? Because if she gets caught into a hottie stagger, then she can use the V2 to kind of close cut the distance. And it's this mind game, right? It's a game about prediction and timing of going through for having to avoid the V2s for the hit marker. That's why hotties with energy can kind of become more of a prevalent pick, rather than trying to go for a more susceptible, rage side. Because you've seen some characters, like for instance, is Tessa. They run full rage. Like some Tessas run full rage for the essences of taking damage and not dealing damage and taking damage at the same time, where they're just building that up and trying to get as much ultimates as much as possible, as often as possible.
Well, that's where that aggression really does start to become apparent, but that's also why a lot of them kind of teeter-totter around each other and not necessarily like always on point, if that makes sense. I guess it's just kind of like one of those things where it's just okay, like that makes sense towards that, and just trying not to catch yourself in a tough situation, especially with the amount of third parties that we were seeing through these last two to three games.
Yeah,
like a good set of games where we were really seeing a lot of that, and that's something that, well, in reality, we really have to kind of keep paying attention to, because it is pretty insane.
Yeah, because like we saw at Cinnabar Valley, when that whole exchange was happening, with there's 5 players into Moonfall Pass, like they were all reaching over into that area of just catching anyone that they could. Like Fang was hunting, right? He had a gold staff. The moment he secured that from the Salvation Podium, and he went just hammered in. He just kept going through. He kept pushing through, and then the denial came through a lot of times just because of Klink's outright, because there's so much volume of violence that was happening, where he had to be careful about throwing out those blues, because worst case scenario, someone's expecting another blue focus to be thrown and they could parry it and not lose his power spike. So he's all about trying to find those positions of executing it in a perfectly set manner. Now, Morris Isle having the spawns to be more, not say dislocated, but more so about recognizing the fact that most players know exactly where the drop is, where those concentrated fights will happen regardless, but then everyone splits away from those areas and they find themselves into other options for that as well.
A whole lot of that to be able to decipher overall in terms of how they're going to be able to play this for game number 5. 2.4, 10k average damage. Rankings is 0.8. Needs to get that number up a little bit here if he's going to be able to close himself out a little bit more here. And he still is going to have to maneuver and rotate towards that one here. Still has some time to make do with what he needs to do. Even with that amount of time here, let's see if we can find that out here. But Star, second place, 1.7, 8,000 damage and a 0.8 ranking points here. Definitely went up after last game for sure. I'll tell you that. Definitely able to keep himself in a much higher opportunity here. So now he only has 2 more games really to hold strong with here, and he's going to be able to put himself in the qualifications. Meanwhile, PST, another player who crawled himself down from the very bottom of the leaderboard and was able to get himself up and back into another fight, only to get sent back into the last chance qualifiers, just for him to get close to crawl back to qualified. Going to be interesting to see how he's going to close this one out. But let's see what happens here, as though they're all going to start to move, and now we're going to go back to square one. How we saw our first round selection, which is Junshi, Ensrail, AS, and Cam 1. I'm hoping that we get a chance to see a little bit of some differences, but because we have the Fireflies for our nighttime map, because we have those Fireflies, we're most likely going to see some very aggressive picks out the gate.
Yeah, I think one thing is also to the extension is that, off the gate with Fireflies is where some players can get onto contested Fireflies. For instance, Hayes over by the Ephemeros region. GG Shaw loves that region, and no one kind of contests that. And if he takes a free gander over there and is able to spawn there outright, then he could take those Fireflies for himself and just rush down to Ventai Temple if it comes down to beat. But it really just comes through in terms of the location of spawns. So, first round pick, we're going to see 4 Tessas. First mono pick for Morris Isle so far. Last round had a really big pool of different characters. But let's take a look at the scene about round 2, because the reason they chose to Tessa into round 1 is because the amount that can come out of Valley for it is undeniable. Akame into this, or the Akos pick, Shayo coming out for about as Exton, as Wolves, CDY, and Frostfist are still hovering over, deciding, contemplating another Akos available. 3 Akoses making their way. This could be a chance for the teams into the third round to go for Temulchus, big time. Depending on whether or not they are comfortable with playing Temulch, and if not, they've been pocket picketing. But it looks like Shayo still having her chances to make her way through for the pick round selection pool. Fang and Shaw kind of hovering over. I think Fang's gonna go for the Temulch, because now Shaw goes in for the Shayo. I think Fang would be the one to kind of make a Temulch game his own, right? Selecting it, but he decides to go for Justina as that final round position. And for the players here, that's going to be what we're going to be working with for this round.
Let's see if it's going to be absolutely helpful for him, though. I mean, like I said, there's still a whole lot that they have to be able to continue to keep this happening here, but still going to be able to rotate it around. So far, it's been really good here.
Yeah, and I was actually taking a look into the into how the builds are going to be coming out here, because like initial rage coming out for Tessa's is big, because it's 15% rage. You find a Firefly, you find a 65% pretty much basically, and depending on where you're spawning, you find 2 Fireflies, and that's where the initial rage really doesn't really come through. But it's really for you to find that immediate ultimate cast, and then being able to find a target to kind of work off of, finding another Firefly after you cast your ultimate to be ready for the second ultimate. And that type of rotation, it's kind of it's a small window. It's a very small window of time, but it could work into the benefit for these teams if they really want to go for it. For the players themselves, being that aggressive can kind of work both ways, because if the disenchantment, or rather the enchant immunity duration doesn't go down, all you would do is stagger the enemy. And that's where the Valley can really be cut really close, really quickly. And then all of a sudden you get caught into Akos ult, and it's over.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to get caught inside of any of that realistically here. You definitely have to take the time for that one here. And then still is able to rock towards it here. So basically it's going to be going from a back and forth. You definitely have to be very, very tentative to what is happening and where certain things are going. Now, let's see if we're going to be able to lock this in, or where people are going to be going as we're headed to Morris Isle. Our favorite map, our loving map that we all appreciate so much here for our game number 5 here. And it looks like BBE is going to stay in the same place where he was. If it don't broke, don't fix it. You know, we love to see that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Obviously, with that one here and the amount of momentum that we've seen, it looks like there's going to be a lot of players headed towards at least similar location near that Jane Pod / Gamma Mine. There's going to be a lot of people finding out in Gamma Mine. Less people, nobody in Sigma Mine, nobody in Dragon Spine, and nobody in Mohifis. It's going to be a fight immediately out of the gate. The amount of anticipation expected to be here, as you're seeing comments from TikTok and Billy as well, which is also where we're going to be streaming here as well from the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And now, gonna try to go if they get back and forth with it, though. Let's see how they're able to keep that same momentum here. But it looks like it's gonna be a fight inside of the tunnel, at least for a multitude of them. Exciting to see how they're gonna be able to back it up here in this game number 5.
Yeah, Gamma Mine starting off here. Exton finding dual halberds, Pace finding a spear. He's finding an armor, though, for Exton. This is going to be a huge chance for him to just go ahead and not rush down. He's going to be rocking himself a good set of kill potential, considering LMB uppercut grapple bump blue focus for those halberds could work out. Now, Frostfist finds some immediate purple armor here in the startup. He has F1, doesn't use the soft combo breaker. Suragun was anticipating it, but Frostfist gets avoided by Suragun, who uses his F1 to kind of escape into the cave. But then there's Exton looking to hunt down, looking to be very violent with his behavior here and trying to lock down Suragun. I think it's going to be a good chance here for Frostfist. Yep, I knew it. I didn't want to call it, but it's going to be caught in the scare rush for this position. But he's going to be okay. No one's hunting behind him, Dob. I think it's going to be safe for this round, for so far.
Let's hope that it's going to be safe for him, though, as he does come around the corner and sees somebody here, and it looks like it's going to be a Kame. He's going to have to be careful, though. He does have that speed, and he does have that stun to be able to at least stop him from really being able to keep the momentum going, but it's not going to be enough, as Action is going to come through very last second, steals the elimination away from Akame, and he's going to decide to dip out. Never mind, I take it back, and I speak too soon here. Weapons and absolute fire coming from all lengths. Everybody just trying to dip out as much as possible here. Action is in a worse situation. Beautiful right click to be able to connect on to GG Shaw. GG Shaw both popped the ulti, gets a stun up in between the inside here, and Action gets stunned by everybody. Oh my goodness, it's a momentum affair. Everybody run, be careful. PST also gets caught as well. You don't want to get caught inside of that stun as well. It absolutely can catch you slipping. Meanwhile, GG Shaw also dangerously low. He ends up getting captured. They both jump on him. You got to be able to run for it. GG Shaw, run! It's not going to be enough here. Frostive is able to clear out the elimination and gets that finish. Gets him shut down here, and everybody starts to scatter.
Big chance for everyone focus X in there. You saw the double Shio F2 showing up, and then insult to injury, Tessa ultimate to come out there. And I think Shui Shi now on to locking into Pace's position. Akame and Frostus are right next door to each other. So Fiery Cave, this region right here next to this village, we are going to see some fireflies into the zone. So whether or not the players want to take the time of actually rocking into it to find those fireflies, it would be up to them. Now horizontal coming up from Pace, looking for the soul break, finds a connection. We're going to see pistol shots coming in here from the back line, but a Tesla for a 3-man team. Looks like Shui Shi is going to be actually looking to try to avoid this chance here of trying to lock down Pace, because Pace gets killed anyways by Shui Shi's pop, and that's going to be Shui Shi's first elimination coming after this bar, and that's going to be where Frostbus could be looking for the loot off of that off of the body and just making sure to make that push happen.
Absolutely is going to make the push happen though over time here. Let's see if they're really able to keep that going here, as this Tiger is going to be able to push off as well here. Trying to see if they can rotate this one around. It's not looking good for him though, as Akame is going to take Frost and absolutely massacre him inside of this area here. Trying to make it a little bit more tighter and a little bit closer. Whole lot of momentum, trying to see if maybe they can work towards this one here and trying to shut that down. It says, see you later, buddy. You thought you had a chance, but now it's my time to really give you an issue here, as Akame is going to decide to back off here and says, I don't want to fight this no more. I'm good. You got it. You got it.
You take it, dog. You take it. Gotta go to Celestial region sooner or later, though, because this zone's going to close. I don't know. These guys have been around this area for a long period of time, but it seemed that early game loot really just came in the clutch. And for everyone kind of hoping to kind of work off of what they got, it's all up into the supplies of their armor patterns to healing varied and corrupt ratio, right? So we got to be careful about whether or not we're investing a lot of it. We're gonna see an F1 being invested here from the Akos, as we can see Shui Shi is just trying to lock down the Akame as well. But AS decided to disengage here and look for that reset for the one heal, as Akame is going to want to take that back into that fight off of the top of this building over by the Jade Pond. And with it, Frostbus still kind of closing in here, has the purple staff on standby, trying to take this fight with AS on top of the rooftop. Might be looking for a good chance here of avoiding disengagement with that F1 cast.
Absolutely here. Even with that amount of timing here, definitely has to be able to kind of maintain and make sure and just be careful with it. Definitely does not want to get yourself caught up in a tough situation here. As now we're going to try to work towards this one here and just trying to have some fun with it. Being creative with it is Frostibus trying to see if he can not get caught up by Junshi. Junshi in this timing could be a lot better here. Not necessarily worrying about the dive, more so worrying about the attack. If the backup comes through as AS. Trying to see if maybe they can get some maneuvering as well towards it. Junshi going to try to see if we can maneuver it. Frostibus with that blue focus, trying to see if maybe they can connect towards it. Catches Junshi in a corner, ends up catching the stun from one of the other players here. Now he's stuck in a tough situation, ends up diving towards it, but it's not going to be enough. It's both of them ends up getting stunned. Frostibus ends up getting juggled, and he ends up getting sent back to the lobby as AS. Trying to see if they can maneuver this around. Not back to the lobby. He still has one more reset towards this as AS, and the rest of the teammates scatter.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to have to really decide on where he wants to spawn. Council Courtyard is definitely an option. If none of the fireflies have been picked up from that cave, considering the amount of positions that these players were taking, it would be up to his best interest just making sure resetting that one. Because end of the day, finding himself at 100% status is going to be good, but for supplies and whatnot, that's going to be the hardest mission since he just lost his purple armor as well as his purple staff coming through. But Celestra, we're going to see Cam 1 here as the Tesla, going to have V2 Tesla and his pocket to actually go up against DRG Fang. And DRG Fang, and this is the mention I wanted to make mention about V2, which I made earlier, is that when the changes happen for this patch, V2 has V3 animation, but it does have a chance of being tap dodged. So if the players know exactly the timing, which they definitely will be wanting to try to be readily available for, they can avoid the V2 proc and not taking that damage. And it will come in the clutch in the moments of just being able to avoid taking that free hit stagger of heavy staggered mode before that she's able to get a free blue focus as a result.
Even with that too, still able to rotate around this one. As we're about to get ready, we're about close to the halfway mark for our first Realm of Yang. And you know what happens with the Realm of Yangs here? The Realms of Yangs usually be a lot different in certain areas here. And you just have to be a little bit careful.
Obviously, with that, though, definitely is going to be a little bit more of a hasty situation here for some of these playstyles. And it looks like DRG's Fang is actually in the middle of a fight between one other player here. It looks like that's going to be Wolves. Both getting a little active over there inside of that space here. It looks like they both separated here. So doesn't look like it's going to be a chase as well. It looks like Fang is prioritizing trying to get into the realm of Yang here. Meanwhile, Shaw, Star. Looks like PST also near the realm. Trying to time this out a little bit here. Let's see if we're going to be able to see who's going to be able to successfully get in here, though. Here we go. Junshi is able to get in there. Same with Wolf, CDY. Let's see who's going to be able to be victorious inside of this realm of Yang. Take it away, sir.
Yeah, purple nunchucks are going to do a whole heap of trouble against CDY if it gets caught into the champ. But of course, dagger swap midair. Ugh, clean as can be. Another horizontal to shift in. Finds no Tessa enchant. CDY was able to find a double jump there. Finds another R&B. Oh, nice extension coming from this point. This is clean from Jui. She finds an early V1 investment and a V2 coming through here as the Fs are down between both opponents. No Tessa enchant. CDY just ringing around this building in terms of the pillars, but finds that grapple sagger coming through. A dodges the pounce. Finds that shot and gets the elimination. Now, the other Romang has GG shot. As quick as that first fight happened, we still have the second to go through. Exen having the V2 proc goes for the bow shot on the crouch position, and with it, the V2 comes out of the hands between both of them. No more blocks for XNO. He's got one more. There's gonna be one more chance for him to kind of burn off of Shaw's ultimate as it comes through. There's the teleportation. There's the teleport in response. Parry coming out here from Shaw, finds it, goes for the jump LMB. F2's available for Exen, but a jump LMB confirmation from GG Shaw comes out here for the purple armor and for a gold weapon for him to take into the lobby, into the overworld.
So far, it's been good for him, though. GG Shaw definitely needed that one, though. Definitely the amount of confidence towards that definitely makes it a lot easier. GG Shaw is going to be able to come out of that victorious here. And for CDY here, sadly, the clock is now ticking. 3.5 minutes for his shots, for him to stay in the game here. So it looks like he's got to get to hunting, get to finding, and get to killing.
You love the smell of enchants in the morning, you know. But another thing that comes out is that CDY's Akos versus Tessa's are a really tough matchup to kind of go up against. So for right now, GG Shaw is going to be looking to try to find a hunt or be hunted position. He finds CDY here. As you can see, the bounty scroll is set upon the. We can see pistol shot, pistol shot, pistol shot. The shotguns are coming through between both these players, but GG Shaw finds himself with the F2 to initiate against CDY, who finds an F2 right then and there. Now Shaw gets caught out here. LMB to the RB is not going to confirm, but we are going to look to see whether or not CDY is look for another LMB position. But if the V2 comes off, we're going to see a bait out here. There's the second block. CDY now forces the third block, and of course he looks for this chase. He avoids that flash step pursuit. He gets that pounce. He's going ahead and getting caught to the F2. This could be very bad, but we're going to see a hand swap coming out from Shaw. I'm sure if that was a misinput, but of course the third party from the fan coming out here. The V2's avoided. CDY trying to look for that soul bloom here. It's going to be picked up. Maybe so. Not going to be the case, as Exen is going to be the reason of his demise. F2's avoided, and CDY goes down. Exen finds 2 eliminations onto the board.
Smart play, obviously unfortunate coming in from Wolf. CDY, who's trying to hold on for as long as possible here, but he's definitely getting caught on the chopping block here, knowing that he has 21 points. Action's at 16.9, AS is at 18.5, and if they can steady continue this rate that they have so far here, Action's with 3 eliminations, Junshi's with 2, and AS is with 1 so far here, they're definitely going to overtake Wolves, and that's not going to be good for him because he will be caught in the chopping block here. And he's going to have to pop off in his 6th and final game here. Talk about an actual moment where he's going to have to squeeze it all out at the very end. Meanwhile, Junshi not looking good for him here. 2 eliminations. He definitely does not want to get out this early here, knowing he's only at least 2 or 3 points under the top row here. He holds on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough here. But he does have that Vermilion's Bird Mite to keep the game alive. Tries to see if he can capture it with the stun here. Frostivus trying to see if he can not get stunned by the test. And it looks like he's going to try to continue on to this. I don't know why he committed to that fight here, but Akame is going to also commit to it. Gets the elimination, gets it for free. And Frostivus is out. Meanwhile, AS says, I'm out.
I'm peace. Peace. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. I mean, the thing is that we know Frostivus had a Roman Yang depletion. The only problem was that when he took the chances of going straight towards his opponent, straight to the face, third party he knew was going to reach into the backside of just hitting with those RMBs. But another thing was the range. If he went to the right, he could have gotten shot. He could have got shot. He went straight, he would have been at least trying to go in for a clink. Alas, kill elimination coming out here. We're gonna see Akame pick it up. And into Sunvale Dwelling, we have another minute and a half or 2 minutes until we get Romyang number 2 for this round, for round number 5 into Moore's Isle. And Juishi is going to be in the back line just repairing as much as he can. There's the 90-second mark for the Romyang. Pace going to be catching himself here with no ultimate to be available. If I'm not mistaken, though, Pace is one of the few Shaels into this lobby with, well, actually maybe the only Shael with V1 ultimate, which is the shield throw. So if he's looking to kind of counteract enemies, opinion on that Shao is going to have V2, he can hit them with an Uno reverse card and just throw it straight at them, Dobby.
It's like one of those things too where if you are really in a place where the things can kind of taper off, you can end up being the person that's either in a really good space or not so great. So it just depends.
Another thing about the V1 is that it's not even to the bait out of like, oh, I think they're going to have this. It's also to the end game for V1 where if they can, if Pace can end up getting the shield throw into the final circle outside of the zone, that would be a great case scenario for them to actually catch it into the zone, taking 3 damage. Now, Fang up against Frostivus. We know Frostivus lost his Romyang. V1 coming out here from Fang. As it comes out, he'll see the timings as he's trying to use it to mitigate as much as he can from the Akko's pounce. The V2 comes out here for the second time, and that's going to be a quick horizontal to the jump LMB for that kill. So Fang, he's earnestly looking to try to get into this Romyang as well, potentially. 1 kill elimination on the board for him so far. Finds those locks to time it out to get himself right into the Romyang with that defense buff. And you can see Akame into the vicinity to try to enter this one. As an Akos, this would be Fang's best case scenario, fighting him again or fighting another Akos, but up to whether or not Akame is going to be having the upper hand here, time will tell. Gold weapon for him, purple armor between the two, purple weapon for Akame, and this is going to be second Romyang for the round 5, folks.
Trying to go back for that, though. Let's see if they're going to be able to go airborne. It looks like Fang is going to. Akame is going to keep the same energy. Are they going to connect on some shots? It looks like Fang was able to, though, with the pistol. Actually connects with it twice, though. It looks like that dagger could be very, very lethal, depending on where Fang goes with it, though. Tries to go for the scale, goes a little bit airborne, trying to connect towards it, waiting for the parry, hopefully, maybe waiting for Akame to get a little bit more aggressive. Goes back and forth, nice little shimmy. Is able to at least get a nice strike here. Oh, Fang gets caught with the parry. His dagger gets stolen. Not looking good for Fang. Fang's gold dagger gets stolen right in front of him, and now it's using him against him. Not looking good for him, though, as he's going to try to see if he can close in this gap. This could be a massive advantage for him as well here. Akame trying to see if he can close strong here. Fang trying to keep it together. No gold dagger on him. He still has at least a dagger, but it's not his gold that he recently had. He got it yoinked from him, though. 26 seconds left on the clock here. Let's see, is the Tiger going to be able to actually close this out, or is Justina going to be able to do exactly what she needs to? Goes for the freeze, tries to see if she can time it. The Justina ulti comes through. The question is it going to be enough? Isn't able to freeze. Freezes on the second, captures it, gets the juggle. Fang gets some payback, and he gets the dub inside of the realm of Yang.
The close quarters combat. Yo, seriously, bro. His close quarters combat dagger versus dagger was like on point. And on top of that, the moment that the Akos ult came out, he just knew when to tap dodge and avoiding that V2 pounds. It's like he's like the third eye. He's like Chronicles of Riddick. No Vin Diesel. All comics, but we have to see what Fang has in store here. He's got White Tiger's prowess. He's making his position known. He sees GG Shaw. He sees X, and he sees Paste. All these opponents right into the vicinity. And in his eyes, it's not the names. It's the 3 Shaels. It's literally, the big 3 Shaels into this lobby, and he's the one just seeing that there's 9 players total alive. So for Fang right now, 20k gold, could make his way to our shop. But over to the J Pond, Akame has to spawn out here. Good look for, he could do what we saw Cam 1 did into last round. He actually, Cam 1, if you didn't realize, he actually activated a Valiant Challenge to kind of keep himself in a exposed position for players that actually reach towards him. That's how CDY kind of put his spot into finding him, but not gonna be the case here for Akame. He's looking for more of a chance of just looking for those third parties outside into just dropping right in. And that gold dagger is definitely gonna make a mark for it for Akame.
Trying to see if they can work towards that, though. Even with that, though. EST, Action, Star. All the way within this rotation, though. It looks like, were they hopscotching? Or were they all just jumping in a circle like that?
La 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 la.
Yeah, it was like la 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 la. I was like, what is going on? Frolicking in the wind. Oh, this is like, this is so peaceful.
They're in bliss. Yeah.
I got a pocket full of sunshine. Anyway,
Oh, where'd that come from, though? Spang is going to try to see if he can maneuver this one. Nice daggers on both sides here. No fans anywhere here. It looks like it's going to be a dagger on dagger type of fight here coming. Going to be able to hit the slam down. Tries to see if he can use it to his advantage here, knowing that thing was down on the ground. Nice hits that can be able to connect it. Nice little back reach. Oh, no. Akame ends up getting stunned in this situation. PST could actually steal this as elimination. What are you done? PST steals the elimination away from Fang right at the very last second. Waits for the charge, pulls it back, hits him right in the forehand. It says, appreciate you. See you later.
Kick me on the back of his back. That's what happened to Akame once the plaque came through, like he's George McFly, and having to really worry about what's going to happen next. And of course, R&B from the spear is the fastest way that Fang could find it. But pace, we aim those, we take those. Took that elimination off of his under his nose. 3 eliminations for Pace, actually. So he has a tight kill leader with Exon into this lobby. It's going to be really interesting to see how the Celestia position goes, because we've seen Celestia fights where players kind of look towards engaging and disengaging, right? I don't know if you remember, Dobby, when we saw I think it was Railgun, right, when he looked for those scare rushes and catch the elimination, but he kept going for a chase. He should have backed off and just try to reset, and then Fang find the elimination then. It's like Celestia involves players to want to take those fights and just try to be as aggressive as possible. But the thing is, right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at last chance qualifiers. Aggression can only be measured so far until you kind of get griefed off by the ends of the earth. And that could end up happening really quickly, really fast, just like how we saw Akame get caught by that black.
Don't get caught by the gray or the blue or the gold or the purple. And purple's hurt.
And in rare instances, the red. Excuse?
Listen, don't get rarer than that.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't get rarer than if one fit. No. As I see PST rotate this way. Well, actually, PST is chilling inside a bush right now. Chilling. Ain't got to worry about too much right now. Taking his time, relax. He's still got some time to kill. Doesn't necessarily have to force anything if he doesn't have to or want to. Uh-oh. Both of them are just kind of maneuvering. It's 8 people, but it feels like it's way less.
It does. I think everyone's kind of split out between the two. I kind of want to see the Jade department, because I need to see what these guys are kind of cooking into behind the scenes of what they got going on, because a lot of, I think all these players, maybe with the exception of one, has purple armor. And at this point, shops, they run off a cooldown of timers for gear to be available, and it's supposed with soul jades. So for anyone who has a superseded gold deposit, right, Dark Tide coins, they could go to the shop and try to purchase that out. But of course, in solos, you don't really run discounts, so the price of those are going to be obscenely high for value, unless you do have the amount of kills to kind of back it up. But Reishi coming out here, gonna have a gold staff, gold nunnies.
That's unfortunate. Especially listen. It's been crazy. NARAKA had to, they had to prioritize what was right. So, inflation happened, and it just made it to where just certain things cost a little more. You know what I'm saying? It's really unfortunate, but it is what it is. Shout out to the team. Y'all got to make y'all bread. I completely understand. And yeah, inflation had to let them know, yo, it ain't cheap.
Telling me this vitality cost is how much?
They said, yeah, it wasn't, you're a little short there, buddy. By how much? By a few thousand.
By a few K. A few racks.
You'll get it, though. I believe in you. You'll get it, though. It takes a little bit of time, but it's all right. Meanwhile, AS.
Risking the biscuit.
Running around, waiting for it, trying to see if he can get the loot here.
Dangerous, man.
Very, very dangerous, honestly, in this situation. Like, especially with the amount of people that's around. How it really does
he's making it risky.
Oh, when he's able to get it. And he gets out of dodge just in the nick of time, too.
Mm-hmm.
Could have really caught him up in a tough situation, but somehow he still ends up really holding strong with that one, though.
What kind of blew my mind there was that he dropped all his weapons, like all his spare weapons. And finding 2 melee purple weapons was his best case scenario, because he didn't have range weapons. That would have been interesting for his case. Now, all remaining 8 players here, we have a ravine to kind of separate the 2 factions off the side. We actually saw Wei Shi was trying to incite violence. He's trying to become the instigator, right? Gaslighting the other team to kind of look for shots into this side, onto the side of the ravine, where they could just force out AS in any position. But of course, it was going to happen regardless. this type of position that these players are in the last remaining 6 minutes is going to be cut short. This Romy Yang, or not Romy Yang, this Moonbane should be dropping here in a moment's of notice, because considering how small the zone is going to be locking in here, the players will have to keep on sticking together until the last 4 minutes. For Fang, though, keeping his momentum, trying to look for those pistol shots against AS on the move. He's going to be looking to try to congregate towards the east side, but there's the Moonbane. Folks, this is going to be the separation of everybody in the lobby. Unless anyone gets grief, I'm going to cast a curse it by saying I'm knocking on the table, but you all know that doesn't work. It doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Cast a curse is too strong, Dobby. Too strong.
Let's hope that the Mains Breath doesn't actually connect somebody here within this fight here, okay? They've been all pushed towards the outer stretch of the circle. Outer corners. Junshu trying not to get caught up as well here. Definitely a smart play by him, just realizing like what he has, and he's just like, nope. You're not about to catch me slipping out here in this area or in this universe. Not today, buddy. Obviously, he's going to try to play the smart game as best as possible. Definitely does not want that to affect him at all in this moment. Now he's just paying attention to what the other people are doing in terms of the amount of timing and movement.
Depending on how these guys, depending on the builds, I should say, for these guys, right? If they have themselves on skill cooldown, right, it would be an investment of the F2 only when the time comes for Shios, once someone targets in. Like, investing the F2 after forcing a position for a Tessa to actually use the combo breaker, getting the F2 off, getting the force proc of the Foxfire to be deleted, and just dealing out the damage to them while the invulnerability, which also, including to the patch for May 9th, it reduced the amount of iframes or invulnerability frames that the Tessas can take while using their F1 abilities. So for Shios, it's a better chance for them to get the damage off by striking through the F2 by using the shield combo rush and hitting them off. So depending on how that skill cooldown predicament is going to be made, we'll have to see DRJ revealing an Aurora Burst, and Justina Aurora Burst. I mentioned this before, Davi, where it can be a heck of an action push for himself if he has ultimate active.
Absolutely insane though to try to go back towards it here. Let's see if they can trying to see if they can work towards it here in terms of like kind of what makes sense here. All the way towards the back stretch here, but the nice spread of the circle though is gonna be kind of fun. Trying to see if they can work maybe towards it here in terms of like kind of what makes sense. Even towards this back stretch here. The timing couldn't be any better. It looks like JJH's star is trying to see if they can maneuver through and run it back. JJ is trying to see if he can get some cannon shots overall here. Off the stretch here. And it looks like Fang, yet again, has that ultimate. Look at that. Doesn't want to get caught by that. Now, for anybody that doesn't actually know, what is this called?
Aurora Burst.
Aurora Burst. Aurora.
It's a gold jade, and it also silences. So you have to keep that in mind when coming up to it. If you get caught at the initial hit, you get silenced, and you don't have any way of getting out of it. Besides one ability in the game, Hades V1, but we don't talk about that because once more people start using that, they're like, oh yeah, you can avoid silences that way. And Viper is obsolete, but we don't talk about that. Fang is gonna have to really put himself in the spot though where he doesn't get parried, right? It's a blue Hong sword, so he doesn't really lose much value DPS wise, but he does use the utility of the Aurora Burst in that sense. So if he were to get an Aurora Burst off with the Justina ultimate, right, like I hopefully could see hopefully by the end circle where he catches multiple targets and they all get grouped up, he can get a multi-freeze free refresh because he is running V1 and can come off of that pace. Revealing Octa / Blade is going to be a very dangerous predicament in the final 2 minutes. Dobby, that's going to be where we're going to come out here for the offensive push between all the players.
Absolutely shine on in this moment here towards this one. Bauda's action, trying to see if they can maneuver towards this one though as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to work towards this one here as Action, trying to see if they can maintain this one even better. Oh, Action, trying to see if they can work towards this one here. And it looks like Action is trying to see if he can keep himself alive here as GG Shaw ends up getting stunned here. But he's so focused. Action is just trying to see if maybe he can get some heals going. Meanwhile, there's one on top of the tree that is yet to move, and it's AS here, who has found himself a free little observation here, so that way he can just keep shooting downwards. Looks like Star was able to find himself a little bit of a free moment here, so that way he doesn't end up getting caught up. And it looks like even towards this one here, DRG's Fang. I don't know why I'm saying Doctor. I keep looking at that and thinking Doctor.
Back towards it though. Star end up getting an elimination though from the freeze coming in from Star. From Fang though ends up getting eliminated towards this. 2 eliminations, and he's in that space here. And AS is slowly closing in this gap here. He's already past contention for the top 6. Now he just needs to stay alive as Star ends up getting absolutely bullied off the stretch here. Oh no, it's not looking good. Star's nowhere to go, nowhere to be found, and Action ends up eliminating him out of the circle and says, see you later, buddy. Meanwhile, Junshi all the way up top, on top of the tree, trying to see if maybe he can maneuver it, but he is struggling here. Ends up catching the stun. Ezreal is stunned inside of this moment here, but not really too much here, as now they're both juggling it all the way down towards the ground here. Ooh, decent stun to be able to counter at least 1 or 2. Another stun comes up towards the other side here. And it looks like it's going to be a double stun for some of these players. And it looks like there's at least 2, at least 3. Shaw ends up capturing 1. PST is able to do a monumental amount of movement here. Shuts down at least 2, at least 3. He gets the finish. He shuts it down, ladies and gentlemen. PST is going to be able to capture the dub for game number 4. Wait a minute. Hold on, he times it just a little bit better. He ends up staying alive towards that PST. Pops off. This game is about to be tight for our game number 6. What I tell you, you know how much I love a close, tight-knit game, ladies and gentlemen. We have ourselves the last chance qualifier.
Yo, Based did the thing, I think. He did the thing. He did the thing. V1 coming out here very clutch, more so than what the other players were kind of expecting. They didn't expect. Right? He kept it hidden. He didn't have to be forced to use his ultimate early on. If no one realized what Shayo he was and keeping the action and keeping the rotation of, okay, that Shayo has that Jade and keeping that in mind, nothing really kind of keeps that more closely knit than what just happened there. And V1 shield throw just caught everyone off guard. Even all the Teslas were like, whoa, ain't no way. And then they all got locked into zone, and then the Soul Bloom kept them sustained, and catching second place placement there, especially with the tied score for it, is really what's up to the benefit of his objective, just keeping the tight knit position on the top of the leaderboard for top 6.
Absolutely insane. What a well-placed moment to do exactly what he needs to here. You love to see it though within that moment as he's able to shut that down here and really make it look like absolutely fantastic here. Shutdown couldn't be any better overall. It looks like that shutdown could have been so much better here, but obviously, I mean, he was able to do it in such a fantastic way. You love to see it in terms of why and how he was able to make that work here. And clearly, PST was able to pop off. That timing was fantastic. A phenomenal way of him being able to read that situation for some of these players and be able to shut that down. Man, he knew exactly what he was doing, and that's how he ended up being very, very victorious in that game number 5. We still have one more game left here, and so far, it's been good.
Yeah, the rotation of like everything from a different diversity of picks for round 4, and then into hotties showing up in round 1 and 2. It's really good. It's a really good day so far for LCQs, but we only have 1 round left before these players have to make or break the position. Just like how this question is a make or break for you guys paying attention. And the question is, how many kills did JJH's star get into game 5? Is it A0? Damn. B1, C2, or D3? Make sure you guys are keeping track of those scores once you saw into the final seconds. And for YouTube peeps, you're gonna have a heck of a time, but you can only get this through Twitch chat. So for you Twitch chatters, just make sure you get the right answer on the board, and don't grief yourself, treat yourself by giving so. And one crazy thing about the V1 also is that it does splash damage, right? If anyone's in vicinity between one another, it will do a modicum amount of damage if the right position is made between everyone being grouped up. So for him to just burn through, for instance, their armor, rather, even though he won't hit their HP directly, it would be a really big chance for him to just kind of burn that off in the initial side. But Pace, 5 eliminations, tied in here for the same amount of eliminations that Exon has earned, but since the placement in the ranking points had earned him a point above all, he is going to be in first place for this round. 5.4 for Joishi, though, in third, with AS got that 4.8 game. We see a double 2.7 between Fong and Nakame. GG Shaw have 2.2, 1.6 for Star. Frosty, CDY, Sorogan all going to have 1 kill each, but Cam 1 still having a rough put for BBE today. And so far, may not have a great chance of just catching up to top 6. I mean, gonna have to see what Cam 1 can kind of pull out the hat into this last round. Like I say, 17-point game, it's in the realm of possibility. 20-point game, that's a 12 kill game. So catching a dozen kills will be catching actually, I think, a history, breaking records for that, because right now Cam is in 12th place currently, 4.7 position.
He ain't moved since.
I know.
He's been the freelo this entire game. Absolute freelo. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This is a freelo player, and I feel so bad because it's insane to me that you can get caught up in so many tough situations here and still end up at the very, very, very bottom. 0.1.5, 2 1.6s, and the rest has just been zeros. Like, that's tough. It's tough.
And this is going into the last round, so we're gonna have to see whether or not he's gonna have a pick that he just wants to try to be comfortable with. Because Liam was in this round 4, other players could choose him, but Exon here at the congressional lead of 21.9, having 6th place. AS in there 22.3 in 5th, 23.2 for Feng in 4th, 26.3 for Star, but 26.9 for Gigi Shaw in 2nd place position, and then 29.9 days so far for the boy Frosters. Now his last 2 games, 5 and 4. Not as much as how it kind of been earned out here from games 1 through 3, but he's still having that propelled lead due to his point values from those first 3 games on top of the proposed that just keeping him at the top of the leaderboard. And going into the pre-finals, majority is the main application of where we want to see our players come off of this end. So hopefully, kind of hoping to see what happens here in the final round. If any out-of-pocket picks happen, double pick from CDY, because CDY is in the bottom of the 6 from Team Wolves. I want to see him at grand final. I want to see him in grand finals for sure, but we're gonna have the clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. Take it away, Dobby.
Meanwhile, with this replay here so far, it's just been so insane with some of these instances. The way that certain moments have really been shut down here, it's been kind of an insane moment to kind of find and function with CDY. I mean, absolutely getting juggled here by Junshi. I mean, Junshi was really making it hard for really anybody to try to see if he can capture any moments here for some of these games. It definitely was not his game tonight, but that's okay though. He still has another game to really keep this together here. He got eliminated early out of this game here, so definitely something he doesn't want to do if he's going to see himself qualify for Friday, as Feng trying to hold strong here, keeping it together here, holding it for as much as possible. Even towards this here, still trying to rotate this around, but PST, I mean, just played it to an absolute T here. He goes for the defense. He's able to go through the offense. He's able to send everybody outside of the circle. He's able to get some eliminations. In the last few shots, that's all he needed. He didn't really need to focus too much on so many different things, but that shield was able to hold a lot, keep him alive a little while longer out of this one, and he was able to get himself that first place with those 3 extra MVP points. So his 7th MVP, PST, on the board for today in the last chance qualifier. 11k damage, 5 eliminations, a few whole soul jades. He's got about 2 attack, 3 melee assists. Hold on, 3 melee assists, 1 health soul jade, and 1 attack soul jade with a martial art Octa Slash Blade. Wow,
makes the name. And it's kind of nuts too, because if I'm not mistaken, into week 3, we actually saw DRG Feng bring out the V1 for Shio. He also brought in F1 with that usage, but we don't see F1 as often as we can kind of expect. But V1 makes that rare appearance, and the dual blades being the most DPS weapon he's got on hand was basically just to confirm the martial artist Octa Slash Blade, because he's actually seen it lock down Star in a position he'd rather not be in, inside the zone, right? And that right then is gold focus attack power. And that gold focus, once it starts to proc down, you are not able to get out of there unless you have a combo breaker. And most trials just have F2 to kind of come out here and break it off, and start to not have a way of actually using any sort of way of getting out there. It's caught out. Now, Jade's aside, having pace catches 7 MVP so far, it just goes to show that, some of these players into the bottom, even though they didn't make it to finals, right? This is last chance qualifiers. Sometimes you have those days, but you have those momentum pushes that happen that you just keep being able to propel into those days 1 through 3 into the finals. That, same thing could be made for having to adapt towards each day that each game is played and learning from your opponents. Because like anything, if you guys don't know, right? These players scrim every single off day. Not even up to the extension of having the time to take a break, but just like a break happening. We're gonna have one right now. And we're gonna have a chance to be right back, guys, here for round 6 and making sure we can get you guys going for the final game today.
俩任务都是存在啊。
所以呢，然后呢？
没事，你看这个03年3月要国的是吧？07年注册08年，那这个哪一年？这个51年，概况8年。
Fate. What is fate? It's about shattering the cycle, altering the rules of the game. New challenges will be ignited, and a new order is poised for reshaping.
That trailer is so gas. I need the video of that specifically. Everything about it, the intensity, the story, how they put it together. Each time I find a trailer that NARAKA has played that I'm just like easily my favorite, and it's like I don't know if they can outdo that. It just each season just keep outdoing themselves with not only the story and everything else. But in terms of that, on top of that, we still have to give you the standings in terms of what you guys are going to anticipate for this final game here for the last chance qualifiers. Now, PST pops off, gets a 9-game dub. The story is already looking great, but he's still one placement under qualifying, 21.1, and right under him is CDY with 21 points. He's a 0.1 difference between him, 7th place, and most likely at least maybe a point or two away from 6th place and qualifying above that. Now, all they need to do is get themselves into qualifying, and realistically, they survive until Friday. Now, as for Action is in that 21.9. The 22.3 is coming in from AS and Fangs with that 23.2. So in reality, they are all not that far away from each other when it comes to both the qualifying, but also for them to live another day here in NARAKA Blade Point. Now, this is the fun part that we love to talk about. This is the thing that I love to talk about specifically, because now we're at a momentum and a point where things are getting a little bit desperate. At the same time, nobody wants to go home early, which is completely understandable. So now these players have to absolutely lock in. With every fiber of my being, they need to lock in. It is game time. It is show time. They need to show that they deserve to be fighting against some of the best this Friday.
Yeah, you know, and it's going to be a dicey last game here for some of these players, right? Because some of them have, like, it's on paper that they are like a point away, and the problem is that what if that 6th place, what if the gatekeeper Exton comes out here to get like 3 kills? Then it's, you know, 4 points away, and he gets placements, and now it's like 3.5 points away, right? And you got to keeping that in mind kind of puts these players in like a okay mindset of, let's just try to keep this one safe, try to keep it nice and, you know, tactile, turns of the spawns, keeping choice pick pool available for us to kind of work off of what we've been saving since rounds 1 through 5 into working to round 6. Morris, that's going to be another going to be the next map rotation for these players. And, you know, some of these players can kind of chill out here, right? Top 3 going to be coming through, but AS is in the 5th place. So the position right now is for him to kind of just keep the momentum of catching maybe 1 or 2 kills, and he should be in a safe spot so far. That is, unless Pace nor CDY are going to be coming through hot off the gates for the plan to catch this Friday, or actually for this Saturday, actually for the last chance or for the pre-finals. As I reminded myself, for the pre-finals being on Saturday, and having that to be where the top 12 players for the spring-summer split of 2024 will end up going before in 2 weeks, grand finals. But first round selection, Akame, CDY, Phosphorus, and Nexon are going to lead this last round past their first round picks into this pool, while Pace, Shaw, Fang, and Star are going to be the second round. And we're going to see what not a pocket pick comes out from Joyshi, Strogan, AS, or Cam 1 into round 6 today.
It's going to be a tight one. Anticipation is definitely the killer in this moment here. I think that expectation of some of these players and what they've been doing so far has both been helping for some of the players and has been hurting for others.
Yeah.
So as for a team like this, you know, they really have to be careful with both what they've been doing thus far, but also the expectation of what they plan to do within this final game here, as we start to see a completely different spread. I mean, look at this. Look at the amount of spread that we're seeing in this game overall. I think it's really starting to like show up a lot more.
Yeah.
We're seeing some ACOS, we're seeing some tests, we're seeing some, I mean, we're seeing a lot here now.
Yeah, Hotties and Tarka. From CDY, Tarka is going to be, it's going to be his namesake push, right? Double pick. I was anticipating it, and it's going to happen. He did this yesterday, or he did this into finals for week 4. So double picking out Tarka, right? Running it in round 4, now into round 6, into a Dusk map. His opponents are a straight shot. He needs to go all in. It's a double-edged sword, really, for him to rock into Tarka into this field of play, because Combo Breaker from Tessa into Enchant is something that can set him up for a lot of, it's not to avoid it, but it burns a lot of time, which in turn burns a lot of rage for him to actually try to set up a infinite up if he can get it. And that's a lot of time that can end up for a third party to come in and snag the kill.
Well, it puts a lot of them in an interesting, you know, situation here where they really have to adapt to what's kind of happening around them, and not everything they can do. You know, they really have to realize, you know, is it worth it to push into this, knowing that this might be my last time here? I have to be kind of smart here with my next plays, my next movements, and kind of go, okay, what's going to be the benefit for me entirely and overall? Is it worth it to fully push into this? I guess we're going to have to figure that out. And I guess we'll find out in a few minutes here. But so far, very versatile picks here. So far, the picks have been pretty open overall here. This has been a fantastic day in NARAKA, believe me.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny too. It's a copy and paste mindset. If someone's having success with set skill set, let me use that instead. V1 Shiols across the board. From both Cam 1 to Saragan to Akame, they're all using V1. The only exception to the F skills is that Cam 1 opted in for the F1 as a combo breaker, as a means of escaping out from multiple targets pushing, and as well as just pushing back his opponent in the 1v1 scenario. And we're gonna see Frost switch out from the V1, switching towards the V2, looking towards the burns and trying to burn that out. No pun intended. For any sort of opponents, lol. He's gonna have a chance for him to like kind of lock that one down. But for the spawns Dobby, it looks to be as if everyone is just going straight for those fireflies on drop, no questions asked.
Yeah, they're definitely going to come into this like super ready for everything here. Definitely some
I would say it's definitely going to be pretty aggressive overall here. It doesn't look like there's really anybody landing in Sunwing West, but everything around that. So Autumn Plains, Daylilies Meadow, looks like Wild Trench might actually see some people, but not necessarily inside of it. Now, everybody's going to be staying all the way on that far left side. So nobody in Shipwreck, nobody in Shadow. Celestial is very empty, and so is Eventide. It might not be entirely here, but everything surrounding that area, Iceland Crater, Victims Haven, Zest Winery, still going to be a great location for them to land to. Looks like a little bit of where that canyon space is, right in between Lake Yellowleaf, is still going to be landing, and also all of those huts that are all around that area too here. So definitely expecting for them to most likely get some decent loot here, and it looks like some are trying to go straight for the jugular, depending on where some of these players are landing here. So let's see kind of what they're doing here, and let's see how they're going to be able to hold strong here, as one of them is actually caught in between one. At first, I actually didn't think he had a weapon here, but GG Shaw does have one, though. It looks like now that blue charge strike trying to wait for both of them, as AS actually misses the blue focus. And just like that, has to go for the shield swap, finds it. And it's going to continue here. The question is he going to continue to push on Shaw? Probably not. It might be a little too early to push on that. And I think AS is going to retreat off that and back off.
Yeah. And Process is right next door coming out here from that crater. And he's got around 30% rage right now. So kind of not been able to find a Firefly just yet. I think he's trying to make his rotation towards the forest line to see if there's any Fireflies through there. But as we saw, back off is coming in from both Shaw and whatnot. Now, into Zest Winery. Pace versus Cam 1 versus Reishi versus Railgun into vicinities of the Zest Winery. The bell has been struck, as I just heard, but I'm not sure as to who's going to be the one victim to be locked down here, because Pace has a purple pole sword. He is Akos. He's got a Firefly on stand, but he already picked up one Firefly. Now he just needs to deal a little bit of damage here and there, and just trying to earn up that rage damage up for his ultimate to be available. But Cam 1 gets locked down here because he's struggling to kind of go for the F2 into uppercut. The F1 coming in from Cam 1 as a combo breaker and gets out of sky high position, just backing off from this whole condition of a third party potential. As you can see, Pace is looking to hunt this one down against both Stragun and his opponent Zuishi.
Looks like they're going to be able to try to work toward this momentum here. See if any of them really does become a benefit, though. I think that's going to be realistically the biggest thing for some of these players and how they have been playing overall here. What kind of makes sense for some of them here is both that momentum really does start to become a wild factor, depending on what we're talking about and where that situation kind of is. Obviously, the nice strikes trying to see if maybe anything relatively becomes a favorited moment. Doesn't necessarily look like it currently, but stranger things have happened and crazier things can even happen. BST going for the heals, and then obviously with Action, it looks like Action was caught in between a fight earlier here as GG Shaw was chasing, and looks like they might have lost him here. Action might have been able to get out of here.
Yeah, I think they came from Victim's Haven trying to go for that loop pattern and
Yeah.
just walking their way down towards from the Islet Crater. Now, CDY having to go towards now into the Zest Winery. A lot of players making a rotation to Zest Winery. Everyone's like, hey, yo, have a good time, you know?
Zest Winery, especially for the solo stature, has been one of the top places for a lot of these players to really go. It's been such a prime space, especially in the solos. You know, I don't know necessarily if it's the loot pool. I feel like the loot pool definitely has something to do with it, but definitely been a place where there's a lot of open area for certain fights to go, but it's also a great place for maneuvering, knowing that everything is kind of close together. And, you know, it's kind of one of those things where I feel like a lot of people are more so used to it in terms of movement, how to be able to, you know, just move around that area and really not get caught up in some tough situations here.
Yeah, tough situations coming out here as Cam 1 is going to get locked through. He uses Combo Breaker, and this forces everyone to kind of take the chances of locking him down. There's GG Shaw finding the elimination for himself. Hot take on the fly. I was just thinking about Zest Winery, and I was like, man, you know what? Zest Winery is like the Rust off of Modern Warfare.
Oh,
selection, right? It's like kind of close knitted, and then having a center building to kind of climb off of, and then just being able to kind of find corners off the edges of just finding protection here and there between the pipelines, in which case that's the buildings that have L-shaped buildings. So for that to be made, the analogy is set. Now into Artisan's Grove, aka Moneytown. After Cam wins the elimination, these teams players are actually going to be going ahead splitting out. The teams themselves are just trying to looking to see and lock down someone. Now Paste fighting out CDY here, investing the F1 and trying to knock back and go for those bow shots is not going to allow Fang to look for this chase off of against Paste. Now Pace taking a lot of bit of damage here, and CDY finds his new opponent. Wei Shi as the Yako's coming out for the bow shots and the can shots and everything coming out from everybody who try to focus on the lone target into this field of desperation. He's going to be looking to try to back off here. As long as he doesn't need to use ultimate to get away and backing off. There's a horizontal block extreme. There's the F1, pushes it into place. Actually now finding this chance, and that's an ultimate cast here. Has to be careful. Going to get caught into the uppercut, and that's going to be a chance here. If anyone can find the target after the ultimate cast, will they catch him now?
You see how he backs off that game though? He realizes that too, because he's seen a lot of these players like really get caught up in some tough and insane situations here that none of them really have an opportunity to really get out of here. This was definitely a smart move by him though, to realize that opportunity and says, hey, I got to dip out of here. I don't think this is the move for me. This is definitely going to hurt me more than it is going to help me. And I think he notices that, and I think that's definitely going to be a wise decision for him, knowing that there's so many fights happening all around him here, and it really can still be a tough space for him to be in these areas here, knowing everybody is absolutely going for the jug right now.
Dude, the fact that CDY was able to find his way into finding an armor into the F1 usage and just getting out the building just in the nick of time could avoid everybody who was hunting him initially. He's out. But I digress. Apparently, JJH is Star looking to hunt him down. But in the meantime, we're going to see Pace here get caught out here by getting eliminated by GG Shaw. Star finally elimination off CDY. First elimination for CDY, mind you, folks, that he's going to still have a life left onto the board. But GG Shaw finds his second elimination after knocking out the nearby opponent Pace for that arm from the staff. Now, Sledger's now closing out. The Shadow's going to be converging. AS finds his freeze off a shot into the zone. So that's going to be the second elimination for AS. Yes, it is. So he's going to be able to pick up that one. And going back into the ravine is going to be a good play for marks of these players to reach into Romy Yang. That is going to be spawning here in just a moment. Tessa Enchant coming out here, left field, Wild Haymaker into the vicinity. It's going to be a dangerous predicament coming out into Romy Yang if that was their intention, if they had missed that ultimate early on.
Yeah. Really an unfortunate one, though. Hopefully they realize that as well here, and hopefully won't be able to give that opportunity again, because sometimes that can really hurt for certain people, depending on what you are doing, especially with that amount of timing here. As looks like Wolves, maybe, no. I thought he was going to try to push in towards Realm of Yang here, but with that Great Shield, I don't think he's going to have a really great advantage here. Realizes he doesn't have anything necessarily too good that's going to help benefit him in this moment here, and realizes it's probably not the best for him to go through. Meanwhile, we have BBE and Alliance and TE and Fun plus Phoenix fighting it out in the Realm of Yang here. Gonna be a good one here for at least both of them. I think this is probably a rematch here, as we've seen before. I think this was Esrael that ended up winning the first one between him and Junshi. Now let's see if he's going to be able to repeat it again, or is Junshi going to get a little bit of payback? Nice hits both towards each side here. Nice dodge. Going to be able to capture Esrael all the way up in the sky here. Almost misses with the dodge here. Nice defense coming in from Esrael here. Trying to see if he can keep that going. Nice blue charge. Trying to see if he can connect it. Almost pops the ulti here. And it looks like he's going to time it just right. Oh, yeah, he does. Esrael times it. Absolutely crushes him with the chains. The justice of Halls. As now he's going to try to see if he can time this right with the strike of the Tiger. Not enough, though. Both the shield able to do a lot of work here. Junshi just dodging enough where he doesn't get caught by the dagger. And Junshi's just trying to get a little bit more of that process. Oh, nice hit coming through here as he's almost able to actually finish this off here. Dangerously low on both sides here. He's going to keep the same aggression towards both players here. This really can be any one of them, and it doesn't matter, though, as he ends up hitting him with the chain, hits the pull-off, and gets the finish.
Big chances off the Romy Yang. Zakame in the fight against DRG Fong and has the ultimate procs just in case the damage goes past the enchant, but nice damage output from Fong as he was able to initiate a little bit of damage before he can unleash the full blue focus to get as much priority of the health bar to be diminished as possible. Now, Akame has his V1, has his F2, so if anything comes out against the Tessa, right, it's got to watch out here for the second ultimate cast, but Akame using the F2 on the ground unit duty, looking for the scare rush to kind of close out the distance. He's going to reduce the cooldown. He's still got a V1 still available, but Fang is not hitting him until the duration of his ultimate is done, which is going to be right then and here. 25 seconds on the clock here. We're going to see Akame looking for the scare rush again and again and again. F2 is available. Scare rush is confirmed from Fang. Stoneform released, throws the blue in the opposite direction, which is a good chance here, but there's going to be a lot of time burnt out. There's the shunts again and again, but the ultimate cast comes out. This is what Fang was looking for. F2, F1 investment. Obviously, we're having to be careful here, Akame. Up, uppercut, R&B, kill potential.
Oh.
Fang has his purple armor, finds his gold weapon.
Reads it.
Go outside the Romy Yang.
Look at you, sounding like a coach. He said uppercut, left side. You almost got it. Time it right. Left, right, up, down. X, Y, B, B. And I'm like,
1, 2, 3. Really?
1, 2, 3. Hit the release. Don't do that. Nope. Bad timing. Oh, you just missed it. Wait. Hold on.
Back up.
Oh.
He's got a pistol. Get out.
Andale. Anyway. Over with that one, though. Still, he's going to be able to find it, though. He does a fantastic job of it, which is exactly what he really needs to do here. Within, honestly, moments like this when it comes to both the character's sake, but also like what they're doing in terms of just that timing is going really well, though. Frostive is trying to keep the game alive. He's up in the lead, 30.9, 28.9. They're doing fantastic up top here. The real battle is going to be between 6th and 7th place here, 21.9 and a 21.1 here as PST. Not looking good for him here as Frostivus might be able to potentially get him out here, but Frostivus dangerously low here. Doesn't necessarily need to force as he pops open the ulti here. Goes airborne, takes PST, hits him. He could potentially absolutely ruin this opportunity for PST. As he's going to try to roam this around as much as possible here. The chase absolutely comes as a go for the sake of the tiger here. Or is he going to be able to clutch this up in just the nick of time? Looks like he's going to keep himself alive here as he does find a gray shield swap. It looks like he's going to go all the way down here. Doesn't necessarily want to get caught within this fight here. Trying to time it. Oh, man, this is going to be so hasty for him here. As Frostivus captures the elimination onto PST, ladies and gentlemen. PST is out of this game. Just short of qualifying. Action has a shot. Action has a shot. He needs at least a few eliminations here or to eliminate CDY. For this to basically be a confirmation, unless Junshi, S-Rail, I'll say just Junshi and S-Rail, unless those two decide to pop off and have a 14, 15 plus point game, Action might have actually stayed alive long enough to live through this as he's going to go outside of the circle here. He's going to force them to come to his lair and his territory here as Junshi caught in between the clock. He's playing desperate into this fight here, 18.7. He needs to try to see if he can get some hits here off this one. If Action actually ends up catching this elimination, this is going to be huge for him here. He catches the stun, but it's not going to be enough here. Oh, no! Akame actually destroys Junshi's shield here. And now he's back in the same position he was just at it when he first started.
Yeah, and I think right then and there's a V2 F1 investment from Exon as the POC happens. Shueisha putting the pressure on. He could force this R&B from Akame to give himself a little bit of advantage. Just the F2. There he is, looking for it. R&B goes for the longsword beam, doesn't catch him. The scare rush comes out here. Exon's going towards his zone. Zone is going to be his friend here for a couple of seconds as he's going to get hunted down here. Shueisha looking for the last hit confirmation. He can't get it. He's frolicking over the corner, and that's going to be Exon getting his elimination with the Soul Bloom pickup. Going to be had by Shueisha. He's back in the game, but Akame has ultimate available. We know that he knows that the Aka's ultimate is done, so for Shueisha right now, it's kind of avoiding that stagger potential from the Shayo. He's going to be locking himself through here. There's the first block. Akame has the F2, and that's going to be the knockout for Shueisha into this game for the potential of making pre-finals.
Unfortunate. Junshi is now officially out. Same with PST. Valiant effort from both players here. That is definitely going to be a GG's for those two. And CDY has a shot. He has been in these situations before. He has been so close. This is very dangerous for a man like him. Action is officially out, which means he could get bumped out by Wolves. This is going to be a very, very, very tight-knit game for some of these players here. You love to see it, though, from all of this. Absolutely insane here as S-Rail and Frostivus is going to try to fight this out here. S-Rail down at the very bottom there. He needs his elimination here if he's going to have an opportunity here maybe to clutch this up, but it's not looking good when you're going up against one of the top players. Frostivus, he wants to try to get this dub. He wants to stay in first place. He's going to capture the juggle. S-Rail, nowhere to go, nothing to do. Just absolutely in the air, juggling, caught up like, I wonder what happened. Pause the tape. You're probably wondering, wait, you're probably wondering how I ended up here in this situation. Absolutely insane.
You know, it's crazy because CDY didn't get challenged into Romyang, so it's like you saw Exon's camera. He's like, my hands are behind my head. Like, you know, I'm trying to hold off and seeing who's gonna react towards another in terms of victory, because all CDY needs is either placement or a kill. Like that's where it's gonna come down. Either we find Sorogan again, we eliminate him, immediate elimination because he isn't able to find a Soul Bloom, right? So that way it's just coming through in terms of no coming back from this one, dog. Because the second Romyang had just occurred. White Tiger's prowess is active. Interesting enough, you know, I know that White Tiger's prowess has that heal back, so the sustained game between both initiating fights and staying within it versus escaping a fight and still getting heal back is such a huge position that you take in. If Seed White had picked up a Mystic Might, would it have worked out in his favor? For just trying to find a one. Because I'm like, I'm hoping. You know, it's like my hands are in the air for either or. Between him making it through with one elimination for placement points, or for someone to, you know, snuff it out. It's obviously up to the case scenario of whether or not Exon makes it here or not. So, you know, that's your boy. That's your boy, bro. X is right there in the corner. And now we're going to see Srelgan up against AS in a position of Akame and Gigi Shaw and DRG Fang, and just in the vicinity, they can see the bloodlust in the position for them to actually find this one out. And Dabi, I think it might be a chance here for Srelgan to get caught out between the forces of nature.
Not looking good as the forces of nature is being a musket shot towards the back here, knowing that he's got 2 or 3 people chasing. Esrael, run! Esrael trying to run and dodge as much as possible. He ends up getting captured by the stun. He's going to try to see if maybe he could separate and spread out as far as possible, but it's not going to be enough here as Gigi Shaw ends up getting caught here. Oh, nice dodges. Maybe try to keep the game alive for himself here. He's dangerously low, trying to maneuver it, but it's not going to be enough here as Wolves gets the elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Wolves is qualified. Officially in top 6. 22.6. Barely squeezing out XGen out of this pre-solo final. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 6. Frostivus, Shaw, Star, AS, Fang, and Wolves CDY has done it again. He's back in the finals. Pre-finals.
Pre-finals. Yeah. Big output coming through here.
What an ending.
It was a pistol shot that made it happen. He pulled out the blicky and went pop, pop.
That he did.
Nothing could have stopped him from getting that tap, the double tap. So with that being said, still got games to go, still got scores to be earned. Frost was trying to catch another MVP. Would love to see it. Could see it obviously in opposition with it. Shaw's in the same boat. But we see CDY coming here for the White Tigers prowess for a couple of seconds. It's going to dissipate in just a moment. As Frostfist is going to be like, oh, I guess the guy just walked away. But in reality, it's going to be him right up to the pier side, just waiting this one out. 10 minutes on the clock. We got ourselves to wait it out here for both the Moonbanes and the Spirit Wells for these players. If they haven't found the necessary gear for the end game, now would have been the time. But we're chilling. Big energy. And kind of hoping to see what's going to happen for trios tomorrow. Because, you know, off topic with the last chance qualifiers for trios teams, that's even more of like a, oh man, you know, because this is a whole team trying to hold each other together for themselves for pre-finals to make it to the top 12. And Souls is kind of coming through here for those last minute, or rather those like quick-witted predicaments that can happen out of nowhere. Easy dead emotes. It's just like you don't know whether or not you're gonna be able to catch yourself a break by catching a third-party elimination, or you get eliminated due to not being able to find targets and Holoroth, and that could be that one make or break situation of not being able to catch that elimination because that person just scare rushing over and over. And who is it? DRG Fang with the dagger, right? What are you gonna do against that? Ain't nothing gonna be done.
What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do? Where you gonna go? How you gonna win? I don't know.
Oh,
but that's something for you to figure out, buddy. What you gonna do?
I just work here.
That's not how that works. You supposed to know why you work here, buddy. You're like, I don't know, man. I just wanted the discount.
I just wanted to run discount on Souls. Is that so hard to ask? I can't. Oh man, Fang picking up the Valiant Challenger though. This is going to be a good chance for him just to have everyone look at the location and be like, yeah, okay. I'm not going to worry about that. We got to remember, right? These players have been doing this sometimes. Like it's interesting in the beginning of the season to the middle of the season for Springs play. We are able to see how much the aggression happened, where the players finish off the fights by minute 5 sometimes. Yep. But now they're after season 12 dropped. They're like, and into now they're cozying into making sure this is the case of just holding up for final circle for final zone. And the players know themselves to kind of work off of that. But when the closer and closer we get to grand finals, the closer and closer we get to where the really big, the big things matter,
right?
Is where they are going to want to play it safe, right? That's where we're seeing these V1 Shayos making their presence to be known into these into the latter half of the season and into the finals, where they're using ultimates that maybe not generational, position of being used often, but more so just the utility of being able to catch opponents out. what they don't realize. V2 is such a highly potent, 1v1 type base skill, but in the final circles, it's really situational when you're catching targets off by one, and especially if they are hitting you and they land on the ground, right? There's not going to be much value off of it. But let's say you already are on the ground. Let's say they're already on the ground because it's final circle. Then you lock them out of it being able to have any potential of being able to do anything, locking them through the shield combo, and they can't do anything to break out of it. You're locked into that animation. And animation is one of the hardest CCs in the game, such as with Tumultuous or even to the Tumult Wall, where you can't do anything to get out of it.
Plus, it leaves people very, very vulnerable. And that's the one thing that I think a lot of these players talk about, in the sense that you don't want to be in that vulnerable aspect in those situations, especially because you don't want to give somebody free vulnerability towards your weakness and your weak spots when it comes to this game here. And obviously there's a ton of it, and sometimes you have to really pay attention to that and be careful, and sometimes that can really affect you in certain instances. Saw a nice little bit of a fight here from Star and Fang, but not enough to really keep it going, as they don't really want to here. But everybody here relatively is qualified except for one other person, which they have to, well, they got to fight it out. They got to fight it out and hope that maybe if they pop out a little bit, maybe they can push someone else out of the finals. But as of right now, though, we have already found our top 6.
Yeah, people in the chat are like, dang, what happened here, man? My boy didn't make it through. And I'm like, it's big pain. Everyone's got to make a mention for X and to kind of come through here. And, it's interesting because now CDY, Tarka connoisseur, Duncan's like, yes, my boy. Yeah. He's kind of going out there, the oogly boogly, coming through here.
Oogly boogly.
For CDY to come out. And now he's actually come through full circle for finals. And pre-finals is also going to be where we're going to see, all right, what you guys got cooking up? Because pre-finals is where I like seeing pre-finals as well, besides LCQs, because it's kind of like a scrim, right? Because it ain't finals, right? You ain't taking all the cards are on the table, boom, on me, like left hook to the side, but it's where the players are like, okay, let's just get our proposed points, right? But like, let's just scrim it out, by the new patch, and now they're actually going to have a good chance just seeing and testing things out, and then if it works out, it means okay, now let's bring that to finals, and maybe they just pull out the Uno reverse card and force everyone out into chock full of action. But Moonbane spawning out here, everyone separated out. We're gonna have the Cosm of Despair if anyone gets caught into launching
big
into the
section of the circle too.
Yeah, 80%. I think Raven calls it the 80% zone.
80% zone, yeah.
Nothing is going to be available.
Takes over the majority of the screen, man. So much of it. Crazy.
Big hitbox.
Big hitbox. Big old box. Like, yo, what? Big old box. Lord, is what they say,
If a movie can make me cry and pray and laugh within an hour and 30 minutes, that's a good $20 spent. Wise words. Because that's what happens with a Moonbane. You laugh, you can cry, you can, hope to see no one get caught into it again. That's kind of the basis of it. But Spiritwell is spawning in 4.5 minutes. But someone wants the nerve to activate the Forbidden Seal, and it's going to be GG Shaw.
Do it, Shaw.
The Chronicles of Shaw.
Crank open that book. Let's see what's also in there, huh? Show us another chapter. Chapter 8. The Reckoning.
The Reckoning.
I just want to know. I just want to know if the story, does it ever repeat? Maybe. This is NARAKA. Certain things do repeat. As we've seen in many different moments of history in terms of this game here, we've seen a lot of moments of surprisingly deja vu. Like, have we been through this before? Yes, I think we have. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wait. That was the wrong one. I had a wow. Somewhere there. But.
Good job. All right, we're done.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. But even with that, though, still, so far, though, this has been very strong. Akame. I got to give it up to Akame, man. Even though it didn't qualify to 14.5, he played his heart out, and I was really surprised by the amount of choices and the amount of picks that he chose for some of the games, honestly. He picked some very surprising, picks, especially early, and it really did kind of change the meta up in terms of, people choosing the hotties, people giving hottie an opportunity, and trying something that I feel like not a lot of people probably wouldn't have done if it wasn't for them, giving that opportunity and a shot towards that hottie and saying, you know what, let's try something really quickly. Let's see, how that works, in certain situations. And I think for that reason alone here, Akame really was kind of the trendsetter, I think, of tonight.
Mm-hmm. And there's another person I want to shout out here, Shuishi from FPX, because FPX Shuishi, in the beginning, kind of the weeks 1 and 2, he actually did some wood footwork against even to the top players of Mike and T225, where he was actually catching them with those R&B with the long swords and going for those quick swaps. And it was the first time we saw it in the Nbpl, right? Scrimmages aside, that's where we were actually able to see where his performance kind of laid down the footwork for what we saw even to today. For players to take into consideration of, using certain weapons with certain indications of the position that they got, uppercut, perfect. I can look for the 2-on-1 swap off of the longsword, and he was able to kind of show that off tremendously. And Paste as well, let's go down the list, right? But Paste has his opportunity for this chance where he's the man who can make the comeback hours. It's just an unfortunate circumstances today, of course, throughout the state of play. But another thing about it is that Paste is someone who cannot be left alone into the dark, because he can shine the light through for another of these players, especially now into next season.
That's so nice.
Got the Paste.
I mean, you're not wrong, though. There definitely was a pace for him in terms of like where he was doing and how he was able to play the game. And I think for that, his setting was, really what kind of separated some of the other players. And also, like I said, it also gave that momentum for other players to kind of be brave and start to pick some choices and, not be afraid to do something a little bit different. And I think that's where that momentum kind of comes from some of these players, though. They played it so well over time here that I think it really did benefit a lot of them in such a great way, though. So it's good to see that, it still was a benefit for certain people. And clearly it was, as AS is going so high up in the air. How did he even get all the way up there?
Crazy height, dude.
Goodness gracious. Talk about flying high. Man's had flight. So high up there. Excuse me? That was insane. So high up there. Meanwhile, AS sadly is eliminated from GG Shaw. Timing of that as Akame just trying to keep it together here just a little bit longer. Star is able to try to see if he can capture the stun. Frostivus is able to cut it off. CDY holding on strongly just a little bit while longer here, as now they're going to be able to time that out just a little bit here. They're going to wait for the stun as they're able to at least get it off of him. It looks like one of them ends up getting stunned. A beautiful Tesla is going to be able to stop the stun off of this one. Oh, Star ends up getting pushed off of the outskirts. One of them ends up getting captured. Two of them on the outskirts trying to run around. CDY ends up getting eliminated towards that. Fang ends up capturing at least 2 to 3. Shaw running towards it all the way to the end here. Shaw ends up catching the elimination. Fang at least drops 3, potentially 4. Does he end the dub tonight for it? And most likely it probably is, though. I think he played that really, really well towards the very end here. The timing of that, but the capture of that with the chains to get the squeeze was insane. But it could be the first place, and it's most likely going to be Shaw, and he ends up getting the double of tonight for the last chance qualifier. What a good way to end it for GG Shaw.
Yeah, especially coming out here for SLQs and then having, I think, 5 or 6 eliminations by the final circle and having first place by surviving by wit's end. It was kind of crazy from seeing Akame's point of view of having the shield wall or having the V1 come out here in the end. But Hadi swipes on me and Frostivus, big denial for that damage to come out here. My man Star is just laying back. He's cool as a cucumber on the Thunder Robot chair. And of course, he's waiting for his chance here for pre-finals in 2 days. So that's where the chill action comes out. CDY is like, oh man, I can't believe I made it. You can see put on the brow. He's just making sure he's like, all right, whew. Gotta make my boy, my Fireboy, make it to finals. I gotta show what these guys what I'm capable of, because he's got it.
He's like, we did it. And honestly, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Right here is realistically about just qualifying. Just getting to the point where qualifying is going to be the importance here. And obviously, that was the point that he wanted to make. That was the strategy that he needed to make happen. And obviously, he did literally just that. That was exactly the type of thing that he wanted to create. That was the exact type of thing that really did help him throughout this. Very unfortunate for a player like Action. Action, like I said, is definitely one of the top players of this game, and he's been playing it so well over time, but sadly just was not able to close out the game. Super unfortunate. Same for some of the other players, though, but surprisingly enough, CDY was able to capture that and clutch it all the way towards the end here. What a heck of a finish for a player like CDY.
Yeah, storyline right now is like, it really makes it really tough to see 2 things, right? First is last chance qualifier's 13th position to be had. Second is, funny enough, 2nd place when you hit finals, like into grand finals, right?
Right.
That type of emotional rush is like, You know, like you can feel that shot to the heart, you know, and it just feels like an immediate rush, which is like, you know, for them. Like we saw what happened in last season with summer 2023, right? We saw Wang Liang, man, right? He did like his last game into that summer game was like crazy, where he anticipated every single thing to happen. When he went up against Akos, he tap dodged everything, right? When he caught 8 eliminations, you're thinking, oh my goodness, he's jumping into first place. He's about to surpass Mike.
How you read him?
And then all of a sudden, what happens then is that his second place position happened due to the aspect of getting eliminated by Mike for that 1 point kill. And it really just comes down when you see the reactions afterwards. You're like, oh man, that's tough for my boy. It really is tough for the XCG boys to see Wang Liang go into that position. But we do have finals to go through where Wang Liang is already circumvented into.
He's already there.
So he is going to look forward to try to get himself this season, maybe not Jacob to the extension, but to this season, especially for between spring and summer, to make his mark. And fans out there are knowing now here for Frostbus to make his appearance for the first time for the Nbpl into a grand final scheme and to pre-finals as well. TT25 making his way into the marks. He's another player that players like, bro, where's TT25's victory? Because he's come this close every single time that every single one of these players are looking towards to make sure he can catch it. But scoreboard gonna be coming up to the board.
Here we go.
10 points.
Whoa, solid 10. Solid 10. Coming in from a player like this, though, absolutely well done, honestly. I'm being honest with you. It was a great moment for him. I think he did a fantastic job. What a way to really show forth that amount of skill set and opportunity. And a way to do exactly what he needed to here. We love to see it, even with the amount of timing. Being able to put it forth all the way towards that. 5 eliminations for Feng as well, equaling that 9 points. Frostivus with those 3 eliminations and a 5.4. And Akame and AS closing out our top 5 with a 2.8 and a 2.7. Looking at the standings, Action, PST, short, out. 21.9 and a 21.1. So close. When I tell you they could reach it. Oh, I'm so close. I could just reach. It's right there, man.
I just want the cookie jar, bro.
It's right there, man. Very unfortunate for them, especially for a top veteran player. But you know what? They'll come back into it next season. Got more work to do. Now looking at our top 6 qualified. GG up top with a 36.9. Solid end to the game. Frostivus in second with a 35.3. 32.2, lending out our top 3 for Feng. And of course, after that is JJH's Star, JL's AS, and CDY's Wolves for that 23.2. Ending it in our final 6. What a finish. What a amazing set of games that we've had tonight. This has been such a stronghold for some of these players. Definitely that anticipation was really, really strong for a lot of different players here. So we're happy to see some of that happen. It's unfortunate for Action. Wasn't able to close it out. Got to come back next season stronger and better than ever. Got some more work to do to get back into it. He's put in his work. He's put in some very, 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 very valiant efforts here, but sadly was just not able to close it out overall. But let's go back to the Thunder Robot replays here, huh, sir?
Yes, sir. AS coming out here against Frostibus, and I guess you could say he was born for gaming, because once this freeze happened, it's confirmed R&B is released. Now it's the first elimination to this round. Now, Star was able to find CDY after he was able to dislocate the jaws or dislocate the ankles of all the opponents, but able to find an elimination himself. Frostibus catching up pace here with that R&B with a gold Hog Sword, was able to find that elimination here, which put out to the coffin maker. But F2 released here, where she got eliminated. Frostibus into that second round Yang up against Railgun and Kichi's R&B. Goes for the bow shot, catching another LMB right, and into that position. This is where is that disposition between both the staggers and the timings in between for range shots. And CDY finding that last second elimination. You actually find Feng finding these cannon shots in the vicinity of the final circle and catching out between the opponents. He did get eliminated here into second place, but with AS or GG Shaw finding the elimination here for it and having placement, caught the MVP for that round. And as a Tessa, it's Tessa's making MVPs, like, water running down the river. It's just commonplace.
Absolutely insane here, but less than 10k damage, 5 eliminations. Definitely a little bit of a smaller setback, but he has six MVPs in total. Starfall, Great Sword Sap, Melee Resist, and 3 Attack Soul J2s. Talk about being prepared for any and everything that comes your way. And he was clearly ready for it, as alongside him and a bunch of other players from the top 6, our top qualifier for our last chance qualifiers, GG Shaw, makes it to the next round for our solo pre-finals, which will be happening Friday. It's a GG. It's going to be a GG, ladies and gentlemen. Played it so well. Came to do exactly what he needed to, and clearly it helped. We worked out for him.
And Pace is like, yo, man, it's crazy, because like I was throwing the blue focuses, bro. Don't worry. I want to make sure you consult. Like it's tough. It's tough. It's tough seeing these the back, the scene about the back rooms and like how these players can do it. Just like like we saw TT25 console, Wang Liang. That's like that synergy between the players that kind of come through, where they're really like there to support one another. And that type of connection kind of comes off where it should be kind of reciprocated into the pro scene, not only to the sections of the CN, but even to the global side, right? We need to see more of that.
Absolutely.
No more violence.
Absolutely. We got a chance to see some of that in the finals, knowing how close T225 was from clutching at least like top 3. Like he was close, like to the top 3. And he actually had an opportunity, or he was close to also winning as well here, and just sadly was not able to close that out. And, that really, really hurt him. And believe it or not, the person that consoled him was the person who actually, got him out. Which is unfortunate. Me personally, I don't know if I want to be consoled by the one who just stole some bread from me. I don't know if, me personally, I don't know if that's the thing. But I mean, like I said before, a lot of these people, they're friends. They play all sorts of games together. So it's both a competitive spirit, but it's a very friendly spirit. And that's the thing that we love here with NARAKA BLADEPOINT. At the end of the day, no matter how much money is getting made, no matter how much is getting paid, or who's going to go see the boss over at NetEast, everybody earning something, and at the same time, everybody having fun. Yeah.
It's a diplomatic handshake, of enjoying the game, enjoying the mechanics, enjoying everything that kind of comes with it. And I'll say this again, as many players would often say, that this game is unique in its own way. Just the way it operates, the way it moves, like the way that you process and playing the game and seeing how others play it. It's unlike any other, especially into the setting that we are in, the VR in. Next season should be where the new map drops. We should see a Korea there. We won't see it for finals, obviously, because it's going to drop into the next season. And I'm absolute cinema for seeing that one, because I want to see how this underground area is going to go through. But just like a 40mm camera, we're going to go to an interview for you guys in just 1 second, and we'll be right back right after.
Absolute cinema.
But just like the timing comes through here, gotta wait it out.
晚上好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人陈瑜。Also, welcome to the post-game interview, everyone. I'm Leah. So this time we have Frostivis and Citywide come to our interview. So first of all, let our players say hello to our audience first. 也先让我们2位采访嘉宾跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello guys, I'm Frostivis from Team Alliance.
Okay, welcome. 陈华人。
大家好，我是成都蓝队的陈道宇。
欢迎2位来到我们的采访席。那么第一个问题当然是要问到，今天也是恭喜2位成功的进入到我们的总决赛，6把比赛复活赛打下来，感受如何呢 ？So the first question, first, congratulations to 2 of you, getting to our total finals. So, because we will meet in the Hangzhou city for the finals of this time's Nbpl. So, how do you think about today's game after 6 games, last chance qualifier?
Today's game feel completely different when there is no Mike, Spider, and the other guys, but it's still quite a competition to play in.
今天的比赛其实是非常不同的，因为在复活赛当中是没有像大麦、包括小蜘蛛这样非常强劲的这个对手的，但是同样的在复活赛当中也是感觉竞争非常激烈的。那同样的问题也是给到我们熊猫人这边。
感觉还是压力很大的嘛，因为就是复活赛的水比较深嘛，而且他只打1天，就是他的容错率很低，就是他没有给你试错的空间嘛，就失误的话你可能就进不去了。
So for today's competition, I think it's quite stressful because we only have like low fault toleration for today's game. We can't make many mistakes in the matches. Okay, so next question will be, so Frost mentioned about a lot for Hades. I know it's one of your favorite heroes, so today finally you can use Hades in today's game. How do you think about Hades in this patch?
Hadi, I think, is supposed to be the strongest right now, but because of Tessa, she is a hard counter to Hadi, so it's quite hard to play Hadi still because there's a lot of Tessas, but he's supposed to be one of the strongest heroes right now.
那当然，其实也问到龙哥，他之前有说到很多次，特别喜欢哈迪这个英雄，也希望可以在比赛里面去使用。终于来到了可以使用哈迪的版本，对此他怎么看这个英雄在这个版本的这个强度呢？那龙哥说到，其实，在当前版本，他认为哈迪也是最强的英雄之一，但是面对御灵龙的话，可能还是会有一些克制的。但是除此之外，依旧还是觉得哈迪是非常的强的。那当然，说到英雄这个问题，要问一下道宇了，在最后一把的时候选择了祭沧海，为什么会最后选择把自己的命运交到火男手里呢？ So the next question also for CDY, we all saw you use Tarka in the last game. Why you gave your fate into Tarka's hand in the last game?
因为最后一把选人的时候就是有3个选择嘛，一个是狐狸，一个是哈迪，还有一个是火男。然后就是我问教练选什么好，他说就让我选一个最自信的英雄嘛。然后我想了一下，我就选火男了。然后怎么说呢？就主要是，其实今天我是想出来把哈迪的，但是因为今天打得很紧张嘛，分差都比较近，然后我就选择就相信火男一次吧。
So for the last game, I have 3 choices: Tessa, Hadi, and Tarka. So I asked my coach, like, which one I choose. My coach told me that just choose what you want. So for today's game, I think I feel really nervous, but actually I want to choose like twice time Hades. But for me, I think I want to trust Tarka this time, so I choose Tarka in the last game. Well, so for today's game, also we saw like Axing. Maybe it's a little pity didn't get into the final. So anything you want to say to your good friend Axing? 那其实也是要问一下道宇，今天也是我们有看到小星辰非常可惜没有进入到我们最终的总决赛，可能只差那么一步。有没有什么想对兄弟说的？
就是加油吧，因为复活赛的话，我上次打复活赛我也没进嘛，然后当时也是累傻了，然后我就下定决心嘛，就是再见的话，就希望自己是那个杀红了眼，而不是哭红了眼。
Okay. So I also have one time didn't get into the final before, so I know what's your feeling. I hope maybe next time I see you on the stage, you will be the one who will like kill everybody, not the one who crying under the stage. Okay. So also like for the whole seasons, for this time, also for Frostivis, it's your first time for Nbpl. So how do you think about like the whole season's performance for yourself? 那其实这一次也是龙哥第一次来到我们的 Nbpl， 对于整个赛季，纵观整个赛季来说，觉得自己的表现又如何呢
？For the first 2 biweekly finals, I wasn't performing, and I had a lot of doubts within myself. But after the biweekly 3, I confirmed that I am at least on their level and I can compete. And so all I have to do is to keep practicing and try harder. So yeah, never give up.
其实，在前2周的周9表现的不是很好，所以当时也是有一点去怀疑自己的。但是在第3双周的周决赛的时候，发现自己开始进步了，然后也是可以在周决当中有自己的竞争力了，所以渐渐的就是找回了自信。觉得对于比赛当中还是要不断的去练习，然后不断的去跟进比赛，永远不要放弃自己。当然，最终也是马上进入到我们的总决赛了。想了解一下2位选手的目标又是怎么样的呢 ？So we're gonna get into the grand final. How's your target for this time's final?
My target is at least top 5 or win.
Okay, 我的目标是至少前5或者去拿那个冠军。那道宇呢？
我的话前6就是打出自己的风采吧，努力就好了。
I hope I can get like top 6. I just want to do my best in the finals. 那也是非常感谢两位来到我们的赛后采访，也是再次恭喜今天所有进入到我们总决赛的单排选手们，将会在单排的总决赛，我们将会在杭州去见证大家更为精彩的决赛发挥。同样的，也是要感谢所有今天即使没有进入到总决赛，同样给我们非常精彩表现的其他选手们。相信今天不会是大家在这个舞台上面的告别键，而是一个暂停键。Also, thanks for all the players who gave us wonderful performance today. That's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone. 再见，我们的采访到此结束了。
Fantastic interview, guys. Coming in here from Leah to both CDY and Frostvist, the boys, and good earnestness between the two, right? Because coming out of LCQs and the words from CDY to his fellow, combatant with X and saying, I've been in that position before, dog. Having to get casted out from finals and being able to play into it is such a tough feeling, but just come back from this and you'll do better. And that's the kind of basis of what we're trying to go ahead and say. We're going to see them coming out here for summer 2024, and when that time comes, we're going to see these guys coming back here with a vengeance, not in a negative way, but more so in their own right, being able to go ahead and perform and outlast between the other combatants, and in a way supporting one another between both every step of the way. Good stuff on all end for that interview.
Man, at the end of the day, it's all love. And I think that kind of showed a little bit too, especially from a player that we've seen before that has spoke a little bit, like pretty extensively about, like, I was in, that situation where I wasn't winning and, I was just short. So it's good. It's one of those things where we've all been through that. So please, don't let that really beat you up. You've been in the finals before. You've been one of the top players. We already know that. It's not like nobody's questioning that. It's just, people were just caught up in some tough games today, and that's okay. So let's go back to those tough games. Let's go back to the standings. Just to let you guys know what's going on here, who is qualified, who hasn't. Baudas, Xjin, PST, Junshi, Esrel, Akame, and Cam. One is officially out. It is their time for them to depart, head back to the studio. Time to get back to the work. Time to get back to the grind. Get ready for next season. Y'all have done y'all part. Y'all have had a very valiant effort over time. But for CDY, AS, Star, Fang, Frostivus, and Shaw, though, completely different situation here, as they are about to lock in for a heck of a pre-final coming up this Friday. But for tomorrow, you guys have the pre-finals, not the pre-finals, you guys have last chance qualifiers for your trios. You guys have trios coming up tomorrow. You just had the last chance qualifiers here for the standings here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Now tomorrow, you guys will be accompanied by Seb and Duncan, as you guys will be seeing the spring LCQs trios and seeing which trio teams at the very, very bottom is also going to be fighting this out. But these are the sole teams that have qualified. All of them. Got JL, JJH, we have CDY, Fang, Arano, Verse, Sha, Frostivus. And our top 4, OUG's Mike, WBG Spider, KLA's T225, and XCG's Juan Leon. Absolute dynamite of a game. CDY is back in the finals again. Same with Fang. Shaw is back in it. Definitely some newer faces we haven't seen, so this is going to be fun to see. JJH's Star, JDG's Verse, and Orano. Let's see how those 3 specifically are going to handle some of these top players that have been here time and time again and that have put in work. Now, here's the thing. We've seen it before. I mean, Mike has just been putting in the work. He has been making it a problem for some of these players. I'm curious to see if any one of them is going to make them struggle. But for tomorrow, this is the schedule. We got the 3 Holoroth. We got the 3 Morse. Like I said, you guys will be accompanied by Seb and Duncan for the last chance qualifiers. The vibes have been fantastic. The energy has been infectious. And hopefully you guys will continue to stay with us as we're about to get ready to lock in for a very intense game tomorrow for some of the top players fighting it out for a slot at the same finals. And obviously, we have the main grand finals happening as well here. Our solo finals will be on the 9th and 10th of June. At where?
I think the Hangzhou province.
Look at that. That's beautiful.
It's gonna be a big arena for the showcase for these gamers, and on top of that, yeah, I can't wait to see how that's gonna end up for the gamers coming through for finals and whatnot, and coming out for this week, right? Tomorrow, 7 Duncan are going to be coming in here for casting for the last chance qualifiers for trios. Duncan will also be with Dobby into pre-finals for trios. So if you guys are looking forward to that, that is going to be on Sunday. And then I'll be for the pre-finals for solos. I'll be with Raven, so I'll be able to cast for you guys again once more into this weekend's behalf. So big on top of that. Quick reminder for anyone under the EU banner, spring challenge happening for the trios and solos. Make sure you guys take a look and see about that. Chat will be able to have the link in there on time. I'll probably be able to get that one for you guys. If not, Moxie got you guys back for that, and we'll have that kind of set up to be ready for you. It's a $10,000 tournament between both trios and solos, so make sure you guys don't miss out if you are trying to get into the competitive side of participating into that. And then solos for NA, that's going to be this weekend as well. Brought to you by Creators, one of our Nbpl casters. On top of that, just to give you guys a quick heads up onto the events to look forward into this weekend and beyond. So
not only that, but who's not trying to get no 10 bands?
Exactly, bro.
10 bands is crazy. Me personally, shoot, I might sign up. Now, obviously, I'm not gonna win, but shoot, I might have the opportunity unless they ask me to cast. And that's most likely gonna be where I'm probably be in front of the casters table, telling you guys who's going to be winning that 10 grand. But tomorrow's going to be very, very, very unhinged for our trios because, like I said, it was just the amount of desperation happening to these games. You're going to feel it even more for our trios. But like I said before, you guys will be accompanied by Duncan and Seb. My name is Dabier. I'm here with Cerverio. This is the Nbpl Last Chance Solo Qualifiers, and we'll see you guys here for tomorrow for the trios and this Friday for the pre-final for our solos.